One day, a yellow tree suddenly took root on Earth, calling itself Iriso. It was unknown what it was made of, but it was able to cover the entire world and create a new one called Labyrinth. Humanity called it the game of a god, but not everyone could participate in this game. That is why the random box machine was created. This young man came from a filthy slum. Just like countless others in the world, Ryuki was also drawn to this gacha machine. After a group of thugs robbed him of an SSR item that Ryuki seemed to have used up all his luck to pull. Then, on his very last pull, Ryuki unexpectedly got a one-of-a-kind UV-grade item in the world. Ryuki was bewildered. Had he lived long enough to know there were items even beyond the SSL grade? Currently, Ryuki was in a space between reality and Iriso. The system pleaded with him to give it a name to complete the transfer and begin accessing Labyrinth. Ryuki entered his name and completed the registration. A brilliant light flooded the space as if it were invading it. They were now accessing Labyrinth. Welcome to the world of Phantasm. Ryuki stood on a cliff, gazing at the majestic landscape before him. The sensation of the wind blowing through his hair felt incredibly real. What Ryuki had seen on simulation screens could not compare to what he was seeing now. This was the reason everyone fought to get to Labyrinth. Except for this crap, a horde of skeletons appeared out of nowhere and attacked Ryuki. Ryuki turned and ran, shouting at the system as he fled, "Why did you throw me in here without a beginner's tutorial?" A panel with the monster's information appeared. Skeleton level 1, weak to physical damage. Ryuki read it as he ran. The keywords: Control panel, Management panel, where's the status window? The system chuckled. Master, this is so humiliating. Don't be so scared. How the hell could Ryuki stay calm when that system threw him into a place where he did not even have a single weapon for self-defense? If the transfer was successful, shouldn't he have become a player? But no, this system did not have the feature to turn Ryuki into a player, so in short, Ryuki was still just an ordinary person. Level, status, skills. Everything in this fantasy world was not for Ryuki. The news hit Ryuki like a bolt from the blue. What the hell is this nonsense? The system got angry for being cursed at, flying around as it defended itself. I am a Labyrinth system of a completely different class compared to those other ones. If you want something, just try pulling the gacha from the random box. The system opened Ryuki's attendance log. For pulling a UR, Ryuki received 100 tickets to enter the fantasy room. He got another 5 tickets, for a total of 106 tickets. I will use them all. Being so panicked, Ryuki did not think twice. He did not care what he pulled, as long as there was a weapon for self-defense or something useful among them. Ryuki grabbed a cylindrical object. He was sure it was a spear and shouted at the skeletons. "Come at me, you bags of bones. I will grind you all into soup." A skeleton slashed the stick in Ryuki's hand, breaking it in one hit because it was just a toilet brush. The system looked at Ryuki's dumbfounded face and laughed gleefully. Surprise! Everything Ryuki pulled was trash. He ran while cursing the damn system. It did not back down either. It cursed back. "Did you really pull a UR? With luck this bad? I cannot believe it." Ryuki pulled a wig and put it on the lead skeleton. It actually looks kinda cute. The system saw that Ryuki was still worried. Just a gentle reminder that you're being chased by skeletons. Instead of worrying about them, Master, you should worry about what's in front of you. Ryuki lost his footing and fell off a cliff. He scrambled to his feet, but it was too late. The skeleton wearing a wig charged at him. One last random box dropped down. Ryuki pulled out and ranked short sword to block the skeleton. Nice. Finally, a decent weapon. Ryuki charged forward boldly. With the short sword in hand, he wasn't scared of those running bags of bones anymore. Ryuki lunged with a stab, but missed the skeleton and even got stabbed in the shoulder by it. Ryuki held his breath in pain, wondering why they were still so strong. Its HP should have been completely depleted after taking 2 hits from the short sword, right? The system popped up to explain that because Ryuki wasn't protected by the Labyrinth system, the combat mechanics and HP were no exception. Why didn't you say so earlier? Ryuki clutched his wound. He had miraculously accessed Labyrinth, like using a back door. But now, Ryuki was in danger of dying a pointless death right after he had just entered. 2 golden random boxes fell down, and at the same time, Ryuki's will to live surged. He couldn't be the first main character to die so pathetically at the very beginning of the story. Ryuki swung his sword and hit a bean box, and the skeleton broke in half. Confused, he asked the system again. You can get skills from pulling gacha too? Moreover, this was a skill that didn't exist in World War of Phantasm Party, a slashing skill that creates a brilliant aura just for show, but its effect was also incredibly powerful, so it was classified as SL rank. Another SL rank skill was Swordsmanship Master, which automatically activates when using a sword. In Jigen, this type of blind box wasn't restricted by any system. In other words, as long as he had it, Ryuki could do anything. The skeleton with the wig rose again. Ryuki immediately turned and swung his sword, using Paris to blow away its wig. Then Ryuki reversed his grip and slashed down hard, splitting the old skeleton in 2. Since he didn't exist in the Labyrinth system, Ryuki could use any skill he had, without having to follow the rules and restrictions of Labyrinth. With this, the balance of Ariso could be disrupted. Surprised yet? I believe in you, Master. You're truly the one who pulled a UR. You're not just some small fry. At that moment, Ryuki turned to look at the signature, SSR box. On the very first day, he had already pulled an SSR, making even the system gasp in awe. The corners of Ryuki's mouth curled up, unable to contain his joy. What was there to even think about? This was a miracle from the start, so if another miracle happened, he wouldn't be very surprised. Ryuki reached out to pick up the random box while the remaining 3 skeletons charged at him. In his state of ecstasy, Ryuki swung his sword and cut down all 3 of them on the spot for daring to ruin his moment of glory. Every player was aiming for the #1 spot in Labyrinth. Meanwhile, Ryuki had somehow hacked the damn system and was secretly conquering the skeletons, and he was also aiming for the #1 spot in Labyrinth just like everyone else. Today, Ryuki had defeated 7 skeletons and collected 5 magic stones. The experience he gained would be converted into random box points. Since Ryuki couldn't level up, according to the Labyrinth mode, the point system replaced the experience system. In total, Ryuki had 150 random box points, corresponding to 15 points for each skeleton. But most importantly, that SSR prize was lying right there. Even now, Ryuki still couldn't believe his own eyes. If it wasn't a miracle, it wouldn't be an SSR. Master, you should get used to it. Ryuki decided to hide the system for a while so it would stop nagging and mocking him. Now Ryuki could focus his thoughts. He just needed to use this thing. Then Ryuki could probably take on that whole gang of delinquents with one eye closed. For now, Ryuki will hide his power. He checked his skills again. Both of them required 700 points to level up. And right now, Ryuki only needed another 100 points, so he just kept grinding all day without getting bored. From the dense forest, a horde of skeletons shambled over. Ryuki excitedly cracked his knuckles a few times. Perfect timing. Come at me all at once. The most important thing about this hoe is saving time. Boom. Every day in the Phantom Forest, an explosion caused by Ryuki would go off. Today was the 3rd day. Ryuki had completed the daily mission. He just ate and killed monsters. After that, pulling the gacha would reward him with more pull tickets. Time inside the labyrinth flows 10 times faster than in the real world, so in 7 hours, he managed to farm 1,500 points. A whole 1,500 points, gathering enough for a 10 pull during the newbie tutorial period is very impressive. Master, let's go pull the gacha now. The system kept trying to tempt Ryuki into pulling the gacha, but he decided to level up parry and sword mastery. Huh? What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Why would you use random box points to level up skills like that? The system was going crazy over Ryuki's actions. Although the skill system was also important, Ryuki was more concerned about one thing. What are the drop rates for each rarity? The system mechanically replied, N rank is 70%, R is 27%, SR is 2.7%, and SSR is 0.3%. After it finished speaking, Ryuki opened his item inventory full of N rank items to argue. Then why do all the tickets I get only pull this stuff? Look at all this junk. The system was speechless. Who could blame it when Ryuki had already pulled an SR and an SSR on his very first try? The system begged Ryuki to give it the points he had worked so hard to earn because it preferred points over tickets. But Ryuki refused. Shut up. Pull tickets can be obtained through missions. That's more than enough. The system, knowing it couldn't persuade Ryuki, changed the subject, asking when he would finally leave this forest and rejoin society. Since this is the beginner area, the amount of experience gained from monsters is super low. Ryuki wasn't in a hurry, he needed more weapons, and his skill levels were still lagging. Ryuki was confident that he understood farming better than anyone else, so he would use all the information he had gathered so far to survive. The same goes for this Forest of Origin. This is the best area for hunting in the early game. Once he leaves, Ryuki won't be able to return because it's a one-way area. Ryuki had to squeeze this forest dry before moving on to another place. Ryuki would test how far he could get with over-leveled stats and skills. He also had a guaranteed SR from the login event, so he wasn't worried. On the 7th day, Ryuki received 1 regular login bonus ticket and 1 guaranteed SR ticket for logging in for a week. By this time, the experience from grinding had started to plateau. Ryuki checked his skills. Both were already at level 3, which was also the cap. It was useless even if he tried harder. Ryuki wanted to figure out where to go next, but at that moment, the system started freaking out again. It's time to pull the gacha. Now that the 1-week login event is complete, let's do a pull, shall we? Ryuki had no choice but to indulge it. In the end, it was all thanks to his luck. With the guaranteed SR, Ryuki hoped he wouldn't pull another piece of junk this time. Here it is. A fancy-looking golden lightning bolt struck down from the sky. The corner of Ryuki's mouth twitched. This was supposed to be a wish fulfillment pull, but something feels off. The desire sensor is as broken as ever, the system replied. This time, Ryuki got an SR rank gunblade. As the name suggests, it's a weapon that combines a gun and a sword. Its power, derived from torque, can enhance the strength of a blade that can also be used as a gun. Ryuki excitedly held it in his hand. This kind of weapon could overturn the entire world. If this got out, everyone would go crazy for it. Ryuki tried lightly swinging the blade, and an ancient tree in front of him was sliced as easily as tofu. Holding the gunblade felt absolutely amazing. With Ryuki's master swordsmanship skills, the power of the gunblade was like giving wings to a tiger. It all happened so easily that Ryuki unconsciously had a question. What would happen if he died here? Since Ryuki had transferred his consciousness, he was probably still alive in the real world. The system answered his question. Even if the master dies, you can be revived using the backup data in Ariso, but it will hurt a little, enough to make you wish you'd rather be dead. As it said this, the system's expression looked as if it were reading a horror story, but Ryuki wasn't scared. As long as he remained alive, he could endure any amount of pain. Use all the remaining tickets on the gacha. I want to increase my combat power a bit more. After a period of only doing gacha rolls, Ryuki changed his outfit to something more suitable for this place. A basic, safe, and durable leather armor with a few colors, added for style. Now you finally look like my master. It took you long enough? The system's words annoyed Ryuki, who was the one who threw him like a bag of trash into a monster-filled area and skipped the entire newbie tutorial. The system felt that it had done nothing wrong. After all, this was just the newbie zone. Compared to an emergency login situation, this place was a walk in the park. Ryuki didn't argue anymore and ordered the system to start recording his journey of conquering this virtual world, so that later he could make a documentary for his descendants. Understood. What do you want to name the file? Just call it Started from the Bottom. Iriso created labyrinths that were more detailed than the original games it stole data from. But most of Ridia's games were rushed into production, so they had a lot of bugs. Even here, in a game that was supposed to be better, there were still risks. For example, a ridiculously strong boss, appearing right at the start of the game. Ryuki stepped forward to face the Chaos Black Knight, which was 10 times his size and radiating a murderous aura with eyes as sharp as swords. Ryuki received a sudden quest, with a reward of 10 gacha tickets and an insurance item. Ryuki gripped his gunblade tightly, taking the chance to test out his new toy. The Black Knight raised its greatsword. I am a knight of the Demon King. At the edge of the void, I await the strong. Now, show me your strength. Its sword came crashing down with immense power and weight. Ryuki blocked and used parry to knock the Black Knight's arm away, but he assumed the parry would negate any difference in combat power or level. Take this. Ryuki swung his sword at one of the Black Knight's legs. The sound of clashing metal rang out, but the attack was ineffective. Ryuki fell back. He thought that since he wasn't affected by the system, the attack would surely succeed. Master is so smart, but did you really think that you could ignore all buffs in the fantasy realm? Ryuki struggled to parry the attack. How the hell could he still not damage the Black Knight? The system let out a long sigh. Master, are you being an idiot again? Think realistically. Using a sword to slash at iron armor is completely useless, isn't it? Ryuki realized something. His strategy had focused entirely on the system without taking into account the real world. The labyrinth is a world simulated from a game. Normal players are affected by the system, but he was different. Ryuki blocked another blow and fell back, then charged forward, aiming for the Black Knight's weak points. Ryuki slid past the Black Knight's massive sword and got close to it. He pulled the trigger, creating a huge explosion. The Black Knight's sword arm fell off. It clutched its shoulder, staggered, and cried out. The HP mechanic wasn't that important in this system's programming. If he could accurately target its weak points, not only would he deal massive damage, but Ryuki could also take it down in a single blow. The Black Knight's massive sword and got close to it. He pulled the trigger, creating a huge explosion. But he was different. Ryuki blocked another blow and fell back, then charged forward, aiming for the Black Knight's weak points. Ryuki slid past. The Black Knight's sword arm fell off. It clutched its shoulder, staggered, and cried out. The HP mechanic wasn't that important in this system's programming. A series of black swords shot out. You hero who dares to threaten the gods, have a taste of the void. The Black Knight launched a barrage of black swords at Ryuki, but he was different. Ryuki blocked another blow and fell back, then charged forward, aiming for the Black Knight's weak points. Ryuki slid past. It was a mid-game boss, so taking it down with his current gear was nearly impossible. Moreover, this was a one-way zone, so once he respawned in another area, Ryuki wouldn't be able to return here. Even if he grinded to level up, there was no way to come back here to defeat the Black Knight. This was his second round against it, and no one had ever survived. Ryuki struggled and finally collapsed as countless black swords pierced his body. Suddenly, Ryuki tightly gripped the sword impaled in his stomach and stopped it. shocking the Black Knight. Where did you get that kind of power? But regardless of the power, the Black Knight still followed the Demon King's orders. It used its remaining arm to swing the sword in its hand. Ryuki wondered if everything would end like this. If so, his life up to this point had been nothing but trash. He had sworn that he would take back everything he had lost, everything they had done to him and his mother. Ryuki surged forward and shattered the black sword. Ignoring the numerous things impaled in his body, he rushed forward, grabbed the Black Knight's head, and jammed his sword into its eye. Ryuki would clean up all the trash and leave no one behind. A loud explosion erupted, sending the Black Knight's limbs flying everywhere. Ryuki received the loot from completing the emergency quest, obtaining the Black Knight. Vanquisher of the Void, please proceed. These were the Black Knight's last words, but even if it hadn't said them, Ryuki had no other choice but to move forward. The footage of the fight had just been spread online, thanks to the system. A man had just finished watching it, and his subordinate asked if they should contact Ryuki. There's no need, I know him. Instead, get the car ready. Where is Linfen now? This man was Gabriel Darius, the guildmaster of Linea. On JGTube, a video that made it to the day's top trending list appeared, posted by the account Ryu70 called Started from the Bottom. Everyone who watched it went crazy over Ryuki's video. No one believed he could have appeared in that area. But the image of the Black Knight was so realistic that no one thought it was fake. Soloing a bugged monster while still in the beginner's tutorial, just hearing about it sounded like total BS. Viewers couldn't tell if it was in the fantasy room or not, when Ryuki only used Paris and the Gunblade. No matter how many times they rewatched it, the video of Ryuki demolishing the chaotic Black Knight still left viewers bewildered, as he was able to deal an immense amount of damage having just started the game. There wasn't even a cooldown. To Iriso's followers, Ryuki was nothing but an asshole. A blatant case of game hacking. Even though his speed and reflexes were pretty good, a hack is still a hack. Ragna, a 52-year-old analyst at the Linea Guild, was also freaking out over Ryuki's video. She had always been proud of her professional expertise, but what she saw in the video was beyond her comprehension. Ryuki had wiped out a boss's HP in just one hit. Ragna had no other explanation other than a technical glitch. Linea is a major guild, and Ragna felt they should officially contact Ryuki, but her boss was covering his mouth in utter disbelief. No, it can't be. That face is unmistakable. A no-name possessing an account like that, there must be some mistake somewhere. Elsewhere, that guy Linfen was in the middle of getting completely wasted with two other girls. He glanced around. Who the hell is Ryuki? He was an analyst at Linea 3 years ago, the guy who came up with that legendary strategy. Remember, Gabriel approached Linfen because it was on his orders that Ryuki was purged from Linea, which was how he became a no-name. Linfen chugged another bottle of booze. In his eyes, any analyst he found annoying got purged. There were so many that Linfen couldn't remember any of them. Anyway, Linfen had also seen the video of Ryuki defeating the Dark Knight in a one-on-one solo match, but he felt that no matter how you looked at it, it was just a bug. Using a hack to defeat a super weak opponent is nothing surprising. Gabriel had to remind Linfen that he was the one who got Ryuki kicked out, asking if Linfen understood the implications of that. How would I know? Since when did we start caring about such trivial crap? What's the damn point of wasting time on a nobody like him? Faced with Linfen's rabidly aggressive attitude, Gabriel could only leave in silence. He felt that Ryuki was subtly attacking Linea, so he ordered his subordinates to monitor his every move. From now on, keep an eye on his next actions. It feels like this is a trap, so it's better to be cautious. As Gabriel walked away deep in thought, he told himself not to be hasty. He could still gather more information before taking action. In any case, regarding that godforsaken brother of his, Linfen, Gabriel just hoped he wouldn't do anything stupid right now. Meanwhile, Ryuki was finally able to move once his body had recovered to 87%. All of his internal organs and muscle fibers had been torn apart, resulting in severe trauma. The pain Ryuki was feeling was identical to the real world, so the system was extremely concerned about his mental state. Even though it hurt like hell, Ryuki was confident he would get used to it soon enough. After all, he would have to endure it hundreds of thousands more times. Ryuki returned to the cliff where he had started in the Starter Valley. But now, it was time to say goodbye. The world in this game is designed based on the Demon King's castle, but Ryuki couldn't just charge straight there in one go. First, he had to clear out all the dungeons surrounding the castle to prove his worth. Meanwhile, the system was busy speculating. It wondered why Ryuki posted the video. Was he inviting everyone to come and kill him? Ryuki knew it was dangerous, but he believed those people wouldn't dare do anything reckless at this point. They would probably just think it was a game bug. Besides, finding a bug like that isn't common in most games. Even if they wanted to take action, their first step would be to gather information, because the people at Linea had surely recognized Ryuki and his deep-seated grudge against them. Initially, they would think it's a trap. Unlike Linfen, Gabriel is extremely cautious. The system finally realized that Ryuki was trying to stir up confusion and uncertainty first. because the more attention they attract, the fewer choices they have. If what the system said about the conversion is true, then Ryuki can hide his real body in the labyrinth. This is how he would exploit the system's features to the fullest. All this time, Ryuki had been figuring out a way to defeat Lin Fen. Now, he just needed to find a way to lure him out. Once he becomes a thorn in Lin Fen's side, he would come on his own. Therefore, Ryuki would relentlessly provoke Lin Fen from now on. The moment he appears will be Ryuki's chance to crush him. Seeing Ryuki's tense expression, it wondered why Ryuki posted the video. Was he inviting everyone to come and kill him? Ryuki knew it was dangerous. 20 tickets along with 2 SR pity pulls and 15,000 venom points. Time to get rolling? Gotcha, gotcha. Ryuki sighed. He had to go to the village first. To keep his body safe, Ryuki had to leave the labyrinth every 10 days. The system asked for permission to use a gacha ticket to break the tension. Ryuki had accumulated a huge number of pulls, but the conversion method had brought Ryuki's actual body here, so those worries were unnecessary. Only now did Ryuki realize this was his real body, not an avatar. However, the system had to forcibly stop the conversion process due to an emergency. It encouraged Ryuki to return to reality at least once for the best. The system reminded Ryuki again that his body and his avatar used 2 completely different technologies. The avatar could affect the real body if it were in the real world. The fantasy space vanished, and he returned to the real-world gacha shop. Ryuki's body didn't have a single scratch, except that the clothes he wore in the fantasy world had disappeared. Now do you understand the greatness of our UR system? By the way, there are some illegal cameras in here. Should I block them? Before Ryuki could even ask what cameras, the gang of moralistic thugs from the other day returned. It seemed they had been waiting at this gacha shop. Hey, Nameless, you look pretty healthy, but forget about that. The gacha god is calling you. But no, Ryuki decided to end the conversion, just waiting for Ryuki to appear before showing up. The gang leader hadn't even finished speaking when his underlings shouted, "Boss, he's making a run for it." The system also yelled, "Master, why are you running away? Was it blind? How was he supposed to handle 10 guys at once?" The system nodded. It would find the safest route for Ryuki. Following the system's guidance, Ryuki finally arrived. Straight into a dead end. What a fool I was to trust this piece of junk. Ryuki wanted to punch the system, don't you? Where have you been hiding for the past few days? It turned out they had placed hidden cameras in the gacha shop. You're a real pain. Disappearing into thin air yesterday only made me more curious about what you pulled, just waiting for Ryuki to appear before showing up. The gang leader hadn't even finished speaking when his underlings shouted, "Boss, he's making a run for it." The system also yelled, "You're a real pain. Disappearing into thin air yesterday only made me more curious about what you pulled." But the system didn't act immediately, saying there was a wooden sword next to him. Unfortunately, "Now, please use it." Ryuki picked up the wooden stick and cursed, "This isn't even a sword." Suddenly, but it said it had its reasons. Just then, the thugs also arrived. The leader, panting like a dog, said the cat and mouse game was over. "Huh, what are you guys waiting for? Get him." A guy in a leopard print shirt charged forward with an iron pipe. He was still talking smack when a spark of electricity shot through Ryuki and the wooden stick, as if they had just connected. Hey, what do you plan to do with that piece of firewood?" The leader didn't expect Ryuki to suddenly be so strong and ordered his entire gang to charge, but Ryuki was just laughing, gleefully. Why should he worry when this wasn't the labyrinth? With the 2 skills Ryuki possessed, using them in the real world was just like playing a game. "Now, you all can step aside and let me work." The underlings hesitated, not daring to move forward. Was he really a nobody? Had their leader lost his cool and picked a fight with someone dangerous? The leader furiously roared from behind, "You bunch of idiots, you're scared of a nobody? No matter how strong he is, that's all he's got. Kill him for me." The leader was determined not to let Ryuki go. He was a nobody, yet he dared to challenge him, which only proved that Ryuki had obtained something terrifying. The leader of the Black Snakes considered himself the #1 in this area. How could he be compared to a nobody like Ryuki? Ugh, arg, the sounds of pain groans pulled him back to reality. His expression darkened as he witnessed the scene before him. His underlings were being beaten to a pulp by Ryuki, had fallen from his hand. The next second, a powerful punch landed, deforming his face before sending him flying backward. He instantly felt that he could use his skills. Power surged through him like a flood. This was a change that was different from that of a normal player, because Ryuki had transferred into his real body, not an avatar. So if he grew stronger in the labyrinth, he would in reality as well. Ryuki slowly advanced towards the rest of the gang. Yesterday, they had stolen his SSR rank item, and every single one of them had touched him, even for just a moment. "You son of a B times teach, die, you bastard." The entire group charged forward in a desperate, fearful rush. Cracking sounds echoed as Ryuki broke even a single one of their fingers. "You must be the leader." Even the bald one had his hair grabbed by him. "Don't get cocky over just this. you bunch of thugs." The moment Ryuki gripped the wooden sword, "Don't come any closer, you loser. Stay right there." Whoosh! With a single move, Ryuki sent his iron rod flying. He closed in on the leader. It was probably time to end this now that there were no underlings left to protect him. "Shut up!" The leader lunged for his rod again, but Ryuki stabbed the wooden sword straight through his arm, causing him to scream out in pain, his whole body trembling violently. "What's wrong? Is it really over?" "Shut up, I'm Ruga of the Black Snakes." "Black Snake what?" Ryuki landed a home run swing right on his screaming mouth. Ruga collapsed to the ground at Ryuki's feet. "Huh." Ryuki walked toward the boss. He was currently fumbling on the ground for an iron bar. He swung the iron rod continuously through the air. Seeing Ruga's despicable face get smashed was truly satisfying. His lips moved, "Stop, please," but he didn't have the right to say that. The account creation ticket that Ruga had taken from Ryuki was his only hope, so now Ryuki would take away Ruga's only hope as well. Ruga had tears welling up but remained defiant. "And nobody dares to touch a bronze ranker. You think you can get away with this? I'm not afraid of anything." Ryuki's smile sent a chill down Ruga's spine. That's right. He just had to make sure Ruga couldn't speak another word ever again. "Help! Save me!" Ruga's last words escaped his lips, and then Ryuki brought the wooden sword down hard on his face, as if trying to split it in two. The next morning, Ryuki returned to his rundown home. The system was curious as to why Ryuki didn't just kill those gangsters. The chances of them seeking revenge were very high. Ryuki could have killed them with ease. Having power was truly exhilarating. He wondered if this was how Ruga felt when he had him pinned under his foot, so they would keep quiet for a while. I see. The fear of violence is truly a human weakness. But he didn't want to become lowlifes like them. He had already shown a clear difference in power and adjusted some of their visual information. "You can do that?" Ryuki was surprised, but the system wasn't. Because the manipulation is only effective when their psychological state is unstable. But they definitely saw Ryuki as a terrifying monster, completely different from anything they had ever seen before. Ryuki was nothing less than a frightening entity, so much so that they wouldn't even dare to think of resisting him. Ryuki sat up, thinking of how to keep the system's existence a complete secret. If this information got out, the whole world would be turned upside down. Then he picked up a knife, and the swordsmanship master skill activated immediately. It seemed that as long as he held something recognized as a sword, the related movements became like instinct to Ryuki. Ryuki swung the dagger in his hand, feeling it was quite good. Long-range weapons are sometimes inconvenient to carry. Ryuki was about to ask something when the system spoke up. Because Ryuki is in existence from outside Iriso, even though this is a real body, it doesn't have side effects like rapid aging due to the time in the labyrinth. Just as I expected, Ryuki said with satisfaction. Afterwards, he had a meeting at a cafe with a very familiar-looking young man. "Modern technology is really amazing. You recovered this much in just a few hours?" "Yes, sir." Ruga, sitting on the other side covered in bandages, replied, but inwardly, he was still bitter that a nobody like Ryuki dared to order him around. As if reading his mind, Ryuki raised the knife. "I believe the medical fees were paid with the money earned from my account, right?" Ruga flinched, telling himself he would pay Ryuki back immediately if he had enough time. "Shut up." Ryuki lightly pressed the knife against Ruga's forehead, making him freeze. A drop of blood from the prick mixed with his sweat. "You were spared only because I had a slight change of heart. Don't you ever forget that." Ruga obeyed like a machine, then followed Ryuki's orders and led him to their destination. Along the way, there were a few guys who looked like they were going through withdrawal, lying scattered on the street. Ruga, leading the way, kicked them repeatedly. "Get out of the way, you filth." He led Ryuki to Yorazuyasu Tenku, the place where most of the illegal human transactions here took place. Ryuki opened the door and stepped inside. So this was where Ruga sold his account creation right. "Oh my, do we have a customer?" A man's mature voice rang out, but the person who appeared was a little boy, making Ryuki wary. "I'm the owner of Sutenku. The name's Suzuki. What are you looking for?" 717. The system was analyzing Ryuki's basic information in real time, while also pointing out that Suzuki's body was not human. "Isn't full-body simulation prohibited?" Realizing he'd been found out, Suzuki smiled. "This is an expensive model. You've got a sharp eye, but it's funny for a smuggler to talk about the law." Suzuki changed the subject, asking what Ryuki was doing here with Ruga in Tao. Ryuki got straight to the point. "What happened to my account creation, right?" Suzuki glanced over at Ruga, who was trembling in fear behind him, and chuckled. "I see. The account creation right is a popular item where the asking price is the selling price. But Suzuki had sold out of that a long time ago and no longer had it. However, Ryuki was here today mainly to make a transaction. But he wondered if Suzuki could handle this product. Sutenku handles everything, even human lives. I'm very much looking forward to seeing the product. What it is." Suzuki excitedly opened the black bag, but his face suddenly froze like a statue. "What the hell is this?" The The pile of golden orbs inside were magic stones. Suzuki suspiciously asked Ryuki, "Hey, don't you know the value of these stones?" Of course Ryuki knew. This was the most basic of basics. In the labyrinth, there are two types of main items. Common items are things that cannot be used in the real world, and special items that can be used in the real world. Magic stones are special items that extract ear, the main energy source in the modern world. The higher their grade, the greater the purity of the ear extracted from them. This is how the status of the status players is increasingly elevated, and that was precisely what confused Suzuki. Ryuki would profit more by selling the magic stones through legal channels rather than smuggling them to him. "I want to sell it discreetly because I'm the one who directly obtained it." Ryuki's answer stunned Suzuki, because no nameless player could possibly obtain magic stones. Suddenly, Suzuki ordered Ruga to leave, leaving him bewildered. While Ruga was still hesitating, Ryuki growled, "And get lost." After that, he was thrown out unceremoniously. Initially, Suzuki had thought Ryuki was just some random scrub who got lucky and stole some magic stones. This sort of thing was extremely common for a nameless player. But recently, someone who defied the normal standards had appeared. "What do you mean?" Ryuki asked, confused. It turned out Suzuki was referring to Ryuki's recent viral video. He never imagined that the protagonist of that video, Ryuki himself, would come knocking on his shop's door. Let me rephrase, welcome, Ryu717. If you were trying to hide your identity, you were careless, who got lucky and stole some magic stones. This sort of thing was extremely common for a nameless player, but recently, indeed, especially with this magic stone. It's the Dark Knight of Cho magic stone from the world of Phant by hacking the game. In any case, Suzuki was just asking to be sure and to see how Ryuki would react. He expected Ryuki to panic at having his identity exposed, but the boy just shrugged and chuckled. "That's right, I'm Ryu717, thanks for the advice, but I'm here to buy something. Let's get down to business." Suzuki laughed, wondering what Ryuki could possibly want from a smuggler like him. "You sell mods, don't you?" Hearing that, it was Suzuki's turn to be so surprised that he had to ask if Ryuki was high on something. Did Ryuki even know what mods are? They are applications that artificially alter components of the labyrinth. Even a nameless player knows that. But Suzuki thought Ryuki was mistaken. Most mods are junk because they lack functionality and have deadly side effects. Even so, being a smuggler, you must have some special items stashed away, right? Ryuki was not swayed by Suzuki's words, as his goal was to lower the labyrinth's difficulty. As for some of the side effects of mods, Ryuki could handle them. Suzuki then reminded Ryuki of the lunatic near the shop who looked like he was in withdrawal. That was someone who used mods. He bought the PES version and said he wanted to experiment with sensory control. Through it, he managed to reduce his sensation of pain, but the result was tragic. In exchange for feeling less pain, his other senses became extremely sensitive, and so he completely broke down. Suzuki tried to remove the existing mods, but it was too late. It was a fate worse than death. People went missing, died suddenly, had mental breakdowns, or spontaneously combusted for unknown reasons, all stemmed from it. You should give up. These are things the government strictly banned from development and completely discarded. Suzuki advised Ryuki as such. Although a few mods were certified as safe, those could be obtained through normal means without needing to smuggle them. Ryuki suddenly cut him off. He sensed Suzuki's judgment of these fringe items. The ability to truly understand a person requires more. "Do I look like a normal player to you?" Ryuki was extremely confident because he was the one who single-handedly defeated the Black Knight. The public started calling him a disgraceful game hacker. But whether Ryuki was a genius with cheating abilities or just a piece of trash using bugs, he didn't give a damn. These fringe items. The ability to truly understand a person requires more. "Do I look like a normal player to you?" Untouched by anyone. Suzuki wasn't entirely sure, but a question from Ryuki made him waver. "Aren't you curious?" Ryuki didn't care about the ways or means. He would use them instead of letting them rot here. People gave up. He had kept a few copies at the last minute. "If you can really use these mods, try one of these first." Ryuki called out his subordinate, the system, to check, and the first mod tripled the damage output, but the system. "About what could happen, Mr. Smuggler?" So Suzuki showed Ryuki his wares, when most, for 1 second. It sounded good, but the implementation was a failure. It even obstructed Ryuki's vision during battle, deemed it to be trash, as it only multiplied the numerical value by 3 without any real effect. The next one was future prediction, distorted vision, but what's the point of using it when everyone becomes a good person? The mod that increased all. The next mod changed all characters to become beautiful. This might be due to a similar principle as the one that. Next one was a mod that increased the sensitivity of all senses by 3,000 times, but pain was the most affected sense. After a while, abilities by 1.2 times put too much strain on the brain and body. Plus, the multiplier was of poor quality. The He never expected them to be this useless. The last one was the probability control mod. The system had to admit that its creator was truly a genius. It controlled the probability of possible events in the player's favor. All probabilities. Ryuki pulled his hair out in frustration as every single one was junk. He had thought they would just be somewhat low quality, but this number could even go up to 1%. It might be hard to feel the difference with just a 1% advantage, but if that number also affected random boxes, it would be a different story. Ryuki decided to take this mod, mainly to increase the success rate of the random box, much to the system's disappointment. I can't believe you're skipping the true feeling of gacha. It's about betting. It's your entire fortune on low probabilities. Suzuki saw that Ryuki wasn't just talking big and had actually picked out the best mods from a pile of trash. Trash? Ryuki frowned. Did this guy just try to pull a fast one on you? Suzuki waved his hands dismissively of the random box, much to the system's disappointment. I can't believe you're skipping the true feeling of gacha. It's about betting. Ah, wait, I didn't mean to deceive you. I received orders to test all customers who come asking for mods. Mods, you say? But Suzuki couldn't answer that question, so he compensated Ryuki with a special price. As long as Ryuki made good use of the mods that had faded from the spotlight, never getting a chance to shine on the main stage. A series of external applications are installed when Ryuki uses the mods, and they are single-use only and cannot be cancelled. Before Ryuki agreed, Suzuki wanted to ask him one last thing. If you truly master the use of these mods, what will you do with that power? It was truly an interesting question that made Ryuki burst out laughing. And afterward, who knows what Ryuki said that made Suzuki also burst into maniacal laughter. Rob the top tiers. Bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and even diamond. Crush all the worthless trash and stand at the pinnacle of the world. That's what Ryuki said. No wonder Suzuki found him so interesting. He even allowed Ryuki to visit him anytime. The next day, Ryuki arrived at Labyrinth smoothly, exceeding the system's expectations. But in Labyrinth, everyone is a nobody, so no one bothered to question Ryuki's identity. More importantly, it seems Ryuki has reached that village. It looked like a medieval fantasy world, and it was even a bit peaceful. The system, once let out, constantly nagged about doing gacha pulls, giving Ryuki a headache. Control yourself, you gacha addict. Do you think I can do gacha pulls in a crowded place like this? For some reason, ever since Ryuki set foot here, the villagers started looking at him differently. The system wondered what the two of them did wrong to make the NPCs dislike them so much. Ryuki understood why they were acting that way. It's because NPCs hate players, the fools who treat them like insects and make excuses that they aren't real. They do all sorts of terrible things, so of course, the NPCs don't like them. Got you, you thief. A young man was suddenly sent flying in front of Ryuki. He begged the shop owner, saying he was about to starve to death, but was still mercilessly dragged away by the owner. Ryuki sighed. You said this place was a bit peaceful earlier, but now it's complete chaos. But Ryuki suddenly noticed the young man's attire looked very different from the NPCs of this village. It turned out he was a citizen from Space Alien, a game Iriso had shut down 3 months ago. And a shutdown means that the game completely disappears. The citizens had no choice but to migrate to other labyrinths to survive. Ryuki sighed. It's not easy to adapt quickly to a different world. No wonder there are so many stylishly dressed young people starving to death all over the streets. Iriso ruthlessly deletes any labyrinth it deems worthless, including this fantasy world. In that case, Ryuki had to hurry even more. Even before the game ends, as long as he can crush Linfen and Linzia, he'll be satisfied. Half a day later, Ryuki finally managed to rent a room. The first thing the system said upon entering the new room was, of course, about gacha. Not right now, I need to check the mods first. The system hurriedly opened its books to check, and unexpectedly, the gacha rates had slightly increased. For example, the SSR rate went from 0.3% up to a whole 1%. Only the rate for getting N-grade items decreased, which was a sweet deal. That SSR rate in particular was absolutely perfect. So Ryuki immediately started doing gacha pulls, making the system ecstatic. You have a whopping 40 tickets and 2 guaranteed tickets, plus 15,730 random box points. Woohoo! With all this, an SSR is no longer just a dream. The system immediately burned through the first 40 tickets, causing the entire room. The room was flooded with light. Ryuki's face went blank, seeing that after a spectacular explosion, his room was now filled with a pile of junk. Ryuki's knees went weak as he collapsed. 40 tickets and not a single SR rank item or higher. These rates were absolute garbage. He furiously punched the system twice. You damn useless vacuum cleaner, I'm throwing you in the trash right now. Swoosh, swoosh, a brilliant aura appeared, glowing with a 7-colored light. Ryuki's expression changed in the blink of an eye. An SSR is here. Nice. What rigged rates? You're a freaking god now. One box contained the SR rank skill flash step, and the other held the SSR rank Intuition. It naturally enhanced his sixth sense, of course, but at its peak, extreme intuition could allow Ryuki to see the very origin of the world. Flash Step, on the other hand, was a high-speed, instantaneous movement skill. Ryuki already figured out how to use it, but he couldn't feel any difference with that intuition skill. Is this really on the same level as my previous SSR trump card? He checked the skill upgrade points. What the? 7,000 points just to get to level 2. This infuriated Ryuki. Other skills only needed 2,100 points at most to level up a full 3 times. System of Vu Ryuki, have faith. Pouring points into a trash skill like this is a total waste. He should be using them for the gacha instead. Ryuki contemplated for a moment and then decided to use the points to upgrade his skills. The system's laser eyes nearly popped out of its head. Ah, sir, what are you doing? Those precious loot box points, all those gacha pulls. There it is, Swordsmanship Master. Parry was now level 4, Flash Step was level 2, and Ryuki was left with only 8,730 points. It would take 8,400 points for Swordsmanship Master to reach level 5, but the system kept nagging in his ear, making it hard for Ryuki to concentrate. There's still a chance it just used the remaining points on the gacha. In the end, the system exploded because Ryuki burned 8,400 points to upgrade Swordsmanship Master to level 5, which was the maximum level for an SR rank skill. Now Ryuki understood why this level up required so many points. He grinned excitedly and proceeded with the rank up. Wah, what is this? Ryuki took 3 steps back from the light that was as dazzling as a star falling toward him. System, explain. What's going on? But the system was already dead. It couldn't live without the gacha. Feathers floated in the air, originating from the golden stone. An achievement window popped up after Ryuki ranked up the skill, rewarding him with 15 more gacha tickets. Swordsmanship Master had evolved into Sword Mastery, rank SR+. It enhanced his ability to wield a sword when one was equipped, and could be toggled on and off like a switch. Plus, it came with a bonus skill, Aura Blade level 1. Holy cow! Ryuki couldn't help but shout, as he had never seen a skill get a rank up before. There were tons of players who couldn't even master the basic Swordsmanship Master skill, and yet, Ryuki now possessed its super upgraded version, Sword Mastery. Mwahahaha, this is so freaking awesome. Ryuki's laughter echoed through the room while the system cried on the inside. All it wanted was to see someone be consumed by greed and fail spectacularly. Now, this is where the game truly begins. Stop messing around, get your butt up and moving, system. Hearing Ryuki's command, the system trembled and followed him. This time, he decided to head to a nearby dungeon. The very one where that guy Linfen had set the record for the fastest clear time. The system was a little nervous, since this was their first time attempting a dungeon. Ryuki knew that Linfen had cleared it better than anyone, but he also knew that he wouldn't let himself fall behind, defeated. Right now, in front of a cave, 5 people have gathered, preparing for a showdown. Are you guys ready? From now on, stay on your guard. Is all the equipment ready? The man holding the huge axe seems to be their leader. Now, this is where the game truly begins. Stop messing around, get your butt up and moving, system. His face froze when he saw Ryuki walk past alone. Wait, are you planning to go in by yourself without a party? And went inside. The man muttered, wondering if Ryuki was out of his mind. A young man with them saw them and thought they should mind their own business. Lately, there have been rumors that this dungeon is acting strangely. No one has been able to clear it for the past 3 months. This is the witch's hideout dungeon. I'm wondering if witches always like living in dark places like this. Ryuki's goal today is to break Linfen's record. He pulled out his gunblade and loaded it. It's time. Let's do this. Again. Another intruder has arrived. Somewhere else. Ryuki's image was being monitored by a pair of eyes. A witch trembled with rage that Ryuki dared to defile her sacred land. Her lips were dark and she had only a few crooked teeth. Don't be afraid. For intruders like you, I shall bestow a gift with my own hands. She pierced her staff through the crystal ball as if wanting to tear Ryuki's body apart and called it a rebirth. Back to Ryuki. He received another gacha roll for entering a dungeon for the first time. As he walked, Ryuki was fumbling his way through. This place was so dark he couldn't see anything within a 3-meter radius. The dungeon's layout changes randomly, so Ryuki needed to confirm the actual structure with his own eyes. If Ryuki remembered correctly, it took Linfen 17 hours and 30 minutes. Other players were close behind him, especially the second-ranked player who was only 8 minutes slower than Linfen, followed by a long gap to the third-ranked player at 19 hours. This proved Ryuki needed to pay attention to A from the GS Guild. You can compete with Linfen. Walking, for a while, bright red flashes blinked in the darkness. They were so dense and widespread they lit up the entire cave. They were giant bats, a typical creature found in caves. The bats were already high up, and they also liked to swarm their enemies and apply a health-draining effect with their bites. But that was then. This is now. Ryuki took something out and threw it into the distance, then tightly covered his ears. A second later, an explosion of light and a strange sound confused the system. It was a sonic bomb. Since the bats are very sensitive to sound, they died with blood gushing from their ears. Perhaps you should give a warning next time. Even though I'm a machine, I still have eardrums. Ryuki walked on, finishing off the bats, and remaining on the ground with his sword. Ryuki's relaxed attitude made the system curious as to why he wasn't speeding up. But Ryuki understood that clearing a dungeon takes a lot of time, and understanding the patterns and tricks would reduce the clear time more effectively than just blindly rushing forward. The worrying part is that no one has managed to clear this place in the last 3 months. This is extremely unusual because this dungeon was famous for being a piece of cake. After Linfen cleared it, everyone treated it like a tutorial level. So it's very strange that no one has been able to clear it for the past 3 months. I see. But are we going the right way? The system was confused again when they returned to the dead bats. Ryuki was certain he was going the right way. The system couldn't possibly know how many strategy guides he had written in his analyst days. Ryuki had seen this dungeon thousands of times in simulations, but in reality, they were just going in circles over and over again. There's no need to be ashamed, just admit you're lost. Ryuki watched for a moment and noticed this path was different. When he got closer and looked at the curved scratch on the rock to the right, then just blindly rushing forward. The worrying part is that no one has managed to clear this place in the last 3 months. This is extremely... Wait a minute, you memorized the structure using such small details? Damn. Ryuki watched for a moment and noticed this path was different. When he got closer and looked at the curved scratch on the rock to the right, until now there had only been straight scratches. This change appeared on their 33rd pass, which meant the exit had opened. They were supposed to find the correct route using a special class skill. Lin Feng also had someone like that in his party, but before that skill could be used, Ryuki had already memorized every point on the map. He could be sure they would reach the next point in 5 minutes. The system was astonished that Ryuki had memorized every single minor difference. No player would have ever thought to try that just to clear the dungeon alone. I'm screwed. I've ended up with a schizophrenic master. So the structure constantly changes in real time. In theory, a while later, Ryuki was still walking, but he was already half an hour behind Lin Feng's pace. Why had players been unable to clear this for the past 3 months? In her room, the witch was going insane. How dare that foolish intruder pass through the labyrinth? I will plunge that faint hope into deep despair the moment you exit the maze. You will die by my death magic. Ryuki kept walking, unaware that he had just stepped on the witch's enchanted runes. A cloud of purple smoke enveloped Ryuki, but in an instant, it vanished. The system curiously asked Ryuki what had just happened. Ryuki didn't know either, but he was certain it was very dangerous up ahead. To test it, Ryuki threw a substitute doll ahead. A violent purple flame erupted, incinerating the doll as the word death appeared. Ryuki recognized it as death magic, something that shouldn't have appeared until they entered the tower. Although the reason was unclear, the dungeon's parameters had changed. The system advised Ryuki that he should retreat. Ryuki was also hesitating. He hadn't expected such a terrifying trap right from the start. Should he turn back? Behind Ryuki were 2 forks. The path on the right should have been a dead end, but somehow he felt it was extremely safe. And before, Ryuki had also sensed the death magic and saved his own life. It was all thanks to that intuition skill. The witch was no longer screaming in anger, but was just sneering. You were lucky, you bastard, to escape death by such a narrow margin, but it's only a matter of time. However, Ryuki suddenly vanished into thin air, escaping the witch's sight and causing her to panic. The witch reconnected her Wi-Fi and found Ryuki again, but he was in the main hall and not where she had set the trap. But no matter what, this place will be your grave. Incinerating the doll as the word death appeared. Ryuki recognized it as death magic, something that shouldn't have appeared until they entered the tower, driving her mad. This time it was the old laboratory, which was opposite the main hall, but how? But he was in the main hall and not where she had set the trap. But no matter what, this place will be your grave. She had prepared a series of death magic spells in the main hall, just waiting for Ryuki to step in. But no, he vanished as if he had never been there, making her spin like a top. Finally, driven mad, she had to activate all the traps at once. Looking at the crystal ball reflecting the billowing black flames, she laughed maniacally. Are you dead yet, brat? In the end, that's all you amounted to. It's a shame the materials were damaged, but before she could finish speaking, the wall behind her suddenly exploded. Ryuki's voice echoed in, See? I told you I'd make it to the boss room. Sir, could you please turn off that motor mouth skill of yours? However, Ryuki was dancing through the empty spaces between the witch's lethal magic. She couldn't understand how he could have found his way here. Ryuki chuckled. Explanations and introductions are a hassle, so let's skip them. It's time to end the game. Lonely Witch Dungeon Boss, Cereal. Ryuki drew his gunblade and pointed it straight at Cereal. He had a better name for her. a witch whose front was just a pile of scrap metal. She was no different from a hunk of junk. The witch slowly turned her head towards the destroyed wall where Ryuki was casually walking in. This place was truly a death trap, a labyrinth filled with snares. One wrong step and the game would be over. Those were Ryuki's thoughts while he was in the maze. He had just been born and was already facing a game-breaking bug. He could survive, but he couldn't endure the pain from the deadly traps. At that very moment, she couldn't believe it, even with Ryuki standing right in front of her. Ryuki chuckled. He had thought he would surely be in danger. At that time, the system had identified a series of lethal spells that had been placed. They had almost no path to continue, but Ryuki just charged ahead like a blur, causing the system to panic. Hey, don't be so reckless. At least use up all the gacha tickets before you die. But right now, Ryuki couldn't care less about its annoying words. Because this time, Ryuki could only wait until the bug was fixed, but he couldn't delay any longer. Ryuki needed to solidify his position before Linnea or Linfen made a move. Not only did it detect urgent situations, but it also sensed the spatial rifts she had created. And this was only level 1. When Ryuki upgraded it, things would get even more interesting, right? But that's still just human intuition. You'll reach a limit someday. Ryuki wanted to slap the system's insolent mouth. Whose side was it on anyway? But right now, the most important thing was to survive. Serial suddenly went berserk, her 2 eyes glowing menacingly. Intruder! Intruder! How dare you! A barrage of lethal spells was unleashed, and thanks to Flash, Ryuki managed to escape a near-death experience. There was no reason for Ryuki to be flashy. Her attack pattern was incredibly simple, so he would end it right here. Hey, you bug! I'll give you credit for playing dirty. The gacha had helped Ryuki get a great item. Even Serial had to marvel that Ryuki's intuition skill was a damn game hack. I am free, no one can order me around. Ryuki sliced Serial's body in 2. The cut was so clean it confused Ryuki, thinking it was easier than he'd expected. But no, her lower body, consisting of several metal legs, suddenly activated. What the hell is this? Ryuki jumped back several meters. Serial's mouth was still moaning in pain as blue blood spurted out. She is regenerating through cloning and is the core of the wick in this dungeon. Although it was sliced in half, its upper body was still regenerating. I'm back now. Serial stopped screaming in pain and relentlessly attacked Ryuki, but I'm the one who's going to end it right now. Ryuki used Flash to charge towards Serial and faced her. She was still so boring, who lost his footing and was nearly hit. This time, Ryuki had to call on the system for help, which smugly showed off. I have predicted and adjusted the global application. From now on, it can assess monsters. Experience the greatness of the ULD, Global Assessment Mode was activated. An image of Serial, along with her skills, was completely exposed. He tried to utilize his intuition to dodge her attacks, knowing a single mistake could lead to instant death. A powerful black flame swept towards Ryuki. It was a type of wick that appeared in Space Alien, the forest maze game that was active 3 months ago. After putting the pieces together, Ryuki understood the origin of this insolent wick. The battle became increasingly chaotic now that Serial had wings, as she flew erratically through the air spewing fire. But Ryuki was even crazier, laughing with excitement as he ran. Even though the slightest slip-up would get him vaporized. Have you truly lost your mind, sir? The system was genuinely worried this time, but Ryuki was enjoying the thrill of playing with his prey. Sure enough, Serial flew into a rage at her inability to hit Ryuki. She summoned a gigantic sphere, preparing to bring it crashing down. Suffer my wrath, you detestable trespassing mutt. However, she had a pair of wings that had not yet been identified. Ryuki flashed towards Serial to get a read on the wings. Serial squinted as she looked around. Are you dead yet, you little pest? I cut off all your escape routes. This time, it's certain. Certain about what? A cold, sharp blade was pressed against her head. Ryuki had appeared behind Serial without her even noticing. You're just like this dungeon. The stolen power you cling to is nothing but a crutch for the weak, no matter how you try to hide it. Your weakness will eventually be exposed, just like the cracks in this dungeon. Now that he was close, Ryuki could see it clearly. Just as he had surmised, the wings were the source of the wick. Serial suddenly trembled when he touched her wings. If touching it meant death, then all Ryuki had to do was dodge it to survive. The sphere crashed down with a huge explosion, sending flames shooting out, never questioning and never stopping. But when she obtained the wings, she broke free from that curse. Serial simply wanted to escape her assigned role, which made Ryuki feel a sense of empathy. He too was fighting to escape a world that was nothing but a script. If we're truly alike, then surely you understand my pain, don't you? If we were to join forces, it seems Serial had found a glimmer of hope to survive. But to Ryuki, that was the very reason he had to destroy her precious freedom and use it to fuel his own advancement. With his own hands, Ryuki tore Serial's wings to shreds, dealing with the wick once and for all. Finally, the boss returned to her normal state, and with Serial no longer in a combative state, Ryuki struck her down with a single, merciless blow. To her, Those wings meant freedom. Sirio had been trapped here, forced to follow orders for eternity. As for Ryuki, he was aiming for even greater heights. Sirio's hand gradually faded away on the ground. The Jigen system announced, Achievement Dungeon Clear Complete. Reward 1 Jigen Ticket, Witch's Lair Clear Complete. Reward 1 Jigen Ticket. Reach rank 5 or higher in the Witch's Lair Dungeon Complete. Reward 10 Jigen Tickets. Achieve rank 1 in the Witch's Lair Dungeon Complete. Reward 1 Guaranteed SR Ticket. John updated the next news, announcing the solitary witch Serial's victory, receiving 500 FB and 500 RP. Just because Sirio had returned to normal didn't mean anything had changed. She had already lost. Only 500 RP, 1 magic stone, and 1 heart. She really was easy to take down, if it weren't for the system error. But the chaos caused by the Dark Knight was worth a whole 15,000 RP. Isn't that too much? The M's Gotcha service system reluctantly spoke up. It seems the Supreme Being had to make things difficult for you a few times. Our main character still proclaimed, even so. A magic stone was obtained. Ryuki held the stone and a heart in his hand, sighed, and mumbled to himself. The issue is that the record of Lin Fen has been broken by me. Everyone was gathered outside the cave. One guy leaned his weapon on the ground and cursed. Damn it, we failed again. He turned to look at his teammates who were blaming each other. Why do you keep dying? It's because you keep getting lost, the guy said angrily. What? You have the nerve to talk big when you have no skills. The team leader stood between them to stop them, gently advising. All right, everyone calm down. You know this dungeon is strange, don't you? While our main character was walking out of the cave, the team leader made a suggestion. Anyway, I wasn't expecting much from the items I received. I also got the SL guarantee. That's not bad for a solo player. You even managed to crawl back out. The team leader was just as sarcastic. Ready to give up and go home now? Another person added. Looks like he's lost his mind. He smirked mockingly. At least he's finally facing reality. Suddenly, the team leader turned his head to look at the system board. What's this? A notification came through. Dungeon information has been updated. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he couldn't help but feel uneasy. This time, we'll have to try to cooperate with other teams. When they saw Ryuki walk past them, they sneered. Managed to last 7 hours, huh? 7 hours, 28 minutes, and 42 seconds, Ryuki. Second place, 17 hours, 30 minutes, and 5 seconds, Lin Fen, Darius, Bang Linnea. Third, 17 hours and 38 minutes and 42 seconds, AC Bang Gas. After reading it, the team leader asked in shock, more than 10 hours faster? The others with him exclaimed in astonishment. That guy was solo, and he got first place? No way, he broke Lin Fen's record. The time, what was the time? Suddenly, a sword shot out, stopping right at our main character's neck. The guy behind him aggressively questioned, Stop right there. What kind of trick did you use? The man found this unbelievable and kept pressing him. The dungeon rankings have changed. The system updated the Witch's Lair dungeon rankings. First place, Ryuki turned his head back and explained with a sigh. There was a glitch in the dungeon. I just took advantage of it to reduce the time, okay? They still weren't satisfied and shouted, A glitch? You mean you cleared the dungeon because of that? Clearing a dungeon not through actual skill but by cheating is nothing to be proud of. The man kept the sword at his neck, relentlessly blaming him. More than 10 hours faster. How could a solo player like you do that? Spit it out if you don't want to die. Ryuki casually dropped a line, I already fixed that glitch. The guy was stunned. What? As he walked forward, he reminded them. Instead of worrying about me, you should go clear the dungeon, the man asserted. A cheater like you has no the right to look down on us, then swung his sword. He decisively slashed towards our main character, but Ryuki, being swift and agile, dodged it with ease. In fact, he even landed a devastating punch on the guy. Breaking someone else's record because of a system glitch and you're not ashamed? Our main character thought to himself, what are these idiots talking about? His hatred flared up even more. The guy growled, You son of a bee, I'll kill you. The captain put a hand on his shoulder to stop him. That's enough, he said in a low voice. We're no match for him. The guy shoved his hand away and retorted, Don't give me that nonsense, that useless bum. The captain couldn't take it anymore and shouted, Snap out of it, you moron. He didn't exploit the glitch, he cleared it, understand? A female teammate hesitantly asked, So does that mean he didn't create that glitch? The guy next to her broke out in a cold sweat. He actually cleared it? That's even harder to believe. The captain frowned with suspicion. That player, he looks very familiar. I'm sure I've met him somewhere before. The guy could only scream in pain. Our protagonist nonchalantly walked away, leaving him clutching his chest, struggling to stay on his feet, a place of treacherous mountains and dense forests. In the Hongju forest, it seemed the entire area was shrouded in a kind of crimson spiritual energy that was blazing red. Meanwhile, the ancient holy city consisted of temples built in an ancient style with picturesque scenery. Ryuki looked at the half-eaten bread in his hand and surmised that there were many other, more famous dungeons. The ones where Lin Fan had set a record, and one more dungeon, but 3 of them should be enough. Jia asked, puzzled. Why is that, master? He replied while chewing, explaining, a guild set the record 2 years ago. It was a female gamer from the Gas Guild, but where? The image of the Black Knight boss seemed to flash through his mind. At White Lake, our protagonist felt a sense of frustration. How annoying. Ryuki suddenly stood up, his tone decisive. In any case, let's start by clearing those 3 dungeons. I have to go and erase that detestable name, Lin Fan. Inside the Heavenly Demon Tower, a group of people were facing off against vicious monsters. Lin Fan pointed forward, urging, hurry and grab the loot. Similar to the record for the Witch's Den dungeon that Ryuki had seen earlier, her dungeon clear time was nearly identical to the one in his old strategy guide. The screen showed a giant octopus in a wide river. Lin Fan, somewhat bewildered, whispered in realization, White Lake? No, wait. Next, he saw the image of a spider monster and asked himself, Hongju Forest? Lin Fan's eyebrows knitted together as he ordered, hey, collect the loot yourselves. Lin Fan hurriedly departed, leaving only a few words behind. Something's come up, I'm heading out first. He rushed to his room while Nanyu on the sofa thought, that guy is really suspicious. Lin Fan recalled the image of the octopus, unable to get it off his mind. Why is he deliberately targeting my records anyway? Do you all want to work overtime? Suddenly, the system displayed a strange image, causing him to turn his head to look. Lin Fan stroked his chin, asking himself a question. No matter how hard I rack my brain, I can't remember who he is. Is he someone I've known before? Suddenly, someone burst in and shouted, Lin Fan, big news. Lin Fan glanced over with a weary look and asked, what's all the noise about? He froze the moment the next sentence was uttered. That Ryuki guy is live streaming. He's clearly trying to pick a fight. He then sat up, placing a hand on his thigh worriedly. Does he think he's some hotshot? But that guy, Ryuki, image of the witch. The video's title was Nameless Deep Sea Escape 2, New Attack, Dungeon Glitch. She wondered if she got some ideas from the top monthly players. Next was a video about the giant octopus, Nameless Escape Deep Sea 3, a new record for White Lake. After that was a video of the beast spider, Nameless Deep Sea Escape 4, a new record for the Hongju Forest. Finally, there was a video of the mysterious separate zone, Nameless Deep Sea Escape 6. Ryuki was a bit surprised. The analyst for the Linea Guild, a girl named Japna, stood with her arms crossed as a bead of sweat rolled down her face. Rapna recounted. But as expected, public opinion exploded. The info showed 1.7 million views. 3 days ago, the monthly survival game, Dungeon, new record, 24,000 comments. While killing monsters, he thought to himself, I guess after that Black Knight video, they've been eagerly awaiting the next videos. Ratna replayed his fights in her head. She speculated, there must still be some skills and items I haven't discovered yet, but the strategy in this video requires a deep understanding of every element in the dungeon. Ratna's eyes widened, as if she were calculating something, thinking he couldn't believe he could clear those 4 dungeons and upload the videos, immediately shattering all records. No one had succeeded in the last 3 months. Ratna thought of his silhouette with the sword resting on his shoulder, feeling suspicious. Yet Ryuki managed to complete it so easily. Everyone couldn't help but whisper among themselves. The last 3 months were a complete waste. A flood of comments from viewers came in, saying that clearing it was nearly impossible. Wait, it's obvious he didn't even dodge the critical hit. How did he defeat that boss? She recalled the scene where the witches were sprawled on the ground. The most shocking part was clearing the witch's lair. Is this even the monthly survival game? She was skeptical. Could he alone have dealt with that hellish system glitch? Radna couldn't stop thinking about our MC. She admitted there were many comments claiming the video was fake, but it was clear that the witch's lair had been cleared. Radna stood before the large screen, hesitating. Surely there's a masterful analyst or some guild backing him up. Her face revealed a trace of fear. This is going to cause an uproar, even bigger than the Black Knight chaos. Radna picked up her phone and whispered, this is absurd. What is this spatial gap nonsense? Or is he just exploiting a system glitch? Why does the boss look like that, compared to the one I'm about to post? Meanwhile, on our MC's side, Jigen said in a panic, Master, this plan is completely different from the original one. From now on, they'll see us as enemies. He walked and said resolutely, I'm already prepared. The system looked at Ryuki as he slowly sat down and asked urgently, wouldn't training a bit more be better? Isn't it still not enough right now? He fell silent, deep in thought. Jigen was right, but the longer this goes on, the more time they'll have to prepare. I can't stop here. The past flooded Ryuki's mind. He thought to himself, my time has been frozen since 3 years ago. Everything was frozen, with only 2 things remaining in my mind. Back then, his eyes burned red, his heart filled with resentment, despair, and hatred. Uploading all these videos at once created a distraction. but those videos are nothing. She gently caressed Ryuki's face on the screen, focused on the screen as a familiar voice rang out. Hello everyone, I'm Ryu70, the one who uploaded these videos. My name in the labyrinth is Ruki. Lin Fan listened with a serious expression. I'm sorry, but today's video isn't about clearing a dungeon. His face appeared on the screen. Ryuki emphasized each word. From now on, I will reveal the truth that I know to everyone. Ryuki sat in front of the camera and began to speak. Hello everyone, I'm Ryuki, also known as Ryu70, the creator of the unnamed Deep Sea Escape video. Radna stared intently at his image on the screen. Those were the only two reasons for our MC to keep on living. Just then, a new video appeared on the system. Many members of the Linea Guild were gathered, rang out through the space. First, many of you might be curious about what the word unnamed in my video title means. To be clear, you can all take it literally. This startled people, making their eyes widen. Ryuki said seriously, I know it's hard to believe that an unnamed person without an account could enter the game's labyrinth. Many people will find it hard to believe. He continued, after all, to get an account, you have to be at least. Muttering to himself, is that guy really Ryu70? He looks more ordinary in person than I thought. Our protagonist's voice, to be an unnamed. Someone else added, isn't this just a ploy to get attention? Our protagonist frowned and asserted, but I assure you, I am an unnamed from the very bottom of society. Gabriel was also standing. To be clear, you can all take it literally. This startled people, making their eyes widen. Ryuki, doesn't matter. The crowd buzzed with chatter. This guy is crazy. He's like a criminal. Everything's gone haywire. An unnamed, how shameless. Can someone take this guy down? Who do you think you are? The speech of our protagonist continued. This isn't a live stream to clear my name or anything, so I don't care. Muttering to himself, is that guy really Ryu70? He looks more ordinary in person than I thought. Our protagonist's voice, a silver rank or higher, pass a test, and have a recommendation from a guild. A bewildered person said, he's claiming his own status. Ryuki said slowly, but the reason I became an unnamed is because I was framed. This maid. In a corner, listening with his arms crossed, he continued, as for the account, it was just pure luck, whether you believe it or not. Lin Fan froze on the spot. He cleared his throat, preparing to get to the main point. But as I said, I'm not. His fist, his eyes filled with resentment. Ryuki pointedly called out, I know you're watching, Lin Fan, and the rest of you from the garbage livestream on the air. Is this guy insane? He truly doesn't know his place. That worthless, unnamed trash doesn't know. Pathetic look on my face as I fell into the abyss. Lin Fan was glued to the screen as soon as he mentioned that familiar place. That hell, I've returned from it now. Ryuki's face was stern, his tone resolute as he declared, just you wait, now it's my turn. Mr. H, Mr. V, and Secret were also watching this video. Mr. V nodded. It seems an enemy of Linea has appeared. Mr. V, H chimed in. The view count is no joke. Mr. V wondered, is this the guy we mentioned before? I heard he's under surveillance now. Secret analyzed the situation. It seems he used to work for Linea before becoming an unnamed. The detailed records were deleted, but it was definitely Gabriel's doing. It seems as if he held a grudge against Linfen and deleted all those versions. Mr. V stated the objective, Linfen Darius is a key candidate, so remember to monitor him. Mr. H said with some hesitation, to be honest, they all look so pathetic. Secret was endlessly worried. He raised a point. So what should we do? Lindsay won't let Ryu70 off the hook either. Mr. H suggested, let's just set this aside for now. What can the three of us decide anyway? Mr. V agreed, let's just observe for now. I have my own matters to attend to. Secret stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment, then said, right, so we'll observe for now, but I might take my own actions, you know. Hearing this, Mr. H made an excuse to leave, saying, since when did you start asking for my opinion? I'm out. Not to be outdone, Mr. V added, I'm hanging up too. Secret grumbled, what an uncooperative bunch. His figure gradually faded away. Secret schemed to himself, I'll have to do things my own way, whatever I please. In front of the camera, Gabriel's image was displayed, and someone spoke up asking, let's talk about the recent hot topic. Ryu7017 and the Linea Guild, what is their relationship? He clasped his hands together, calmly denying any connection to Ryuki. It's true that he used to work for us. However, there was an unfortunate incident, so he was expelled, and all contact with us was severed. A reporter questioned him while taking notes. There are allegations that Linea forced him to confess. Is this true? Gabriel glanced down, stammering his reply, that is completely false. The reporter pressed on. There are many other suspicions as well, including malicious actions against other gamers. We've also heard rumors about a conflict with the developers of the virtual world. In Redia, a series of allegations were made about seizing control of the virtual world's economy. They say you control the dungeons and collect the loot. Gabriel, the guild master, faced the reporters alone. So, what are your thoughts on those allegations? He stood firm. They are just baseless rumors, meant to destroy Linya's reputation. We have already contacted Ryu 70 for more information. Our boy was in a dark corner watching this interview. Gabriel's brow furrowed as he emphasized each word. Soon, everything will go back to normal. Suzuki watched the broadcast intently. On screen, the Linya Guildmaster concluded, "We will seek legal action regarding Ryu 70's intentional spreading of baseless rumors." The young man saw Ryuki open the door and walk in, glancing over before speaking. "The whole world is in an uproar because of you. For such a celebrity to visit here." He pulled down his hood and asked curiously, "I don't care. More importantly, why is your appearance completely different from your old man's voice?" Suzuki turned around, one hand on the desk and the other on his chest, and replied, "I like this voice. This whole body is fake. Only it is real, you know." Just then, the system screen displayed an image of the two brain hemispheres. Our boy immediately demanded the goods. "I don't care. Just give me the modification." The young man sighed in disapproval. "So cold." "Unfortunately, what you saw last time was everything. There are only 6 left in the box now. V1, V3, V14, V23, V17, and V25. Ryuki waved it off and demanded, "Don't give me this trash. It's clear I made a request to test that modification last time." His next words made Suzuki freeze. "A few seconds. Doesn't that mean you have the contact information for its creator?" In the small room, a conversation between 2 people echoed under the dim candlelight. The young man asked, "Do you want to work directly with its creator?" Our protagonist replied, "If that's possible, nothing would be better." Suzuki nodded. I see. Then he reached into his shirt to take out the item. Suzuki took out a disc, adding a warning. "They told me to give this to anyone who came looking. They said if you know how to use it, they'll come here to meet you." Ryuki held the disc in his hand and sighed. "Meet me? Huh, it seems I'll have to go all out this time." John quickly shone a light on the disc, and an eye lit up. The system announced, "Modified eye. Modification. It will interfere with the system to gather information." John whispered. "However, its quality is higher than other modifications, so the risk is also higher." Ryuki bowed his head, looking displeased. "I don't care about that, but I also don't like the feeling of being tested at all." He could only click his tongue and pull down a bag. "Anyway, this is our last transaction." Suzuki was suspicious. "Don't tell me that heavy thing is." Our MC recalled the item from the battle. "It's the magic stone from the boss I got in the dungeon." Ryuki placed it on the floor and proposed, "Calculate the payment, including the modification, okay?" The young man rushed over, happily thanking him. "Thanks. I'll pay you back, so remember to come back." The scene changes to some time later as he walked alone on a crowded street. Ryuki muttered, "Between the money from selling the magic stone and the fees from YouTube ads, it's quite a hefty sum." John asked, "Are you planning to try your luck with a few blind boxes?" Our MC shook his head in refusal. "No, there's someone else I want to meet." The system was surprised. "What? Master is meeting 2 people in the same day? Is this really my master?" Suddenly, in the distance, someone waved and called out, "Hey, over there." Gia smiled brightly and greeted, "Long time no see?" He turned his head and replied, "You're earlier than I expected." John went from one surprise to another, quickly asking, "Since when did Master have friends? I really misjudged you." He placed a hand on our MC's shoulder, feigning closeness and saying, "How's it going, Ryuki?" The system let out a panicked, astonished beep. Our MC just stood frozen on the spot, his eyes fixed on the arm Gia had placed on his shoulder. Then, a memory fragment surfaced in our protagonist's mind of someone's arm raised, pointing towards the iriso tree. It was none other than Gia. He stood by, the railing, pointing and smiling. And the person standing behind him was Ryuki. He stood there with his arms crossed, watching him and smiling. Back in the present, our protagonist replied in a cold voice, "You're right, long time no see." A drop of sweat trickled down Gia's face, and he immediately withdrew his hand, hesitantly asking, "Can we talk for a bit?" Ryuki clenched his fist, veins popping on the back of his hand. Drops of blood slowly trickled down. He agreed, of course. Gia chattered on relentlessly, "You're so friendly. Let's keep in touch more often from now on." However, he placed his pinky finger behind his back as if he were signaling someone. Gia kept rambling on the whole way. "I still feel regret about what happened 3 years ago. Back then, I really had no other choice." Behind the 2 of them, men in black suits armed with guns were tailing them. Ryuki said sarcastically, "Helping a nobody isn't a small matter. You know that." On the rooftop, there were indeed several bodyguards holding the railing, pointing and smiling. And the person standing behind him was Ryuki. He stood there with his arms crossed, watching him and smiling. "Although it's a bit late, First, let's go somewhere private. Someone might recognize you. He nodded. All right, someone. Gia kept rambling on the whole way. I still feel regret about what happened 3 years ago. Back then, I really had no other choice. Behind the two of them, men in black suits armed with guns were tailing them. Guns, ready to act on command. He continued his act, smiling and suggesting, I've always wanted to apologize properly. I'm not very fond of it. Do you think your apology means anything now? He hastily replied, No. Let's keep in touch more often from now on. However, he placed his pinky finger behind his back as if he were signaling. By a steaming cup of coffee, a voice rang out, I sincerely apologize to you once again. Garia rested his hands on his thighs and lowered his head, looking repentant. He hesitantly let out a sentence. I have a way to help you get back to bronze rank. Our main character smirked. He continued, About what happened 3 years ago, I'm truly sorry. Ryuki raised his palm and asked quietly, To be honest, that night, he stood under an umbrella and heard someone call his name, Gaxia. The man asked nonchalantly, What did you say? Our main character. Of course, it won't happen overnight. Ryuki's eyes suddenly darkened, and he fell silent. Anyone else but you. Ryuki even knelt down and clung to Gaxia's leg, pleading, I don't need anything else. If you lend me the money, I'll definitely pay you back. But the only reply was a curse. Damn it. He kicked him straight. He was suffering in the rain, begging for help. My mother's surgery is in just 1 week. I'm begging you. I don't know. Those filthy hands to touch me. Gaxia coldly rebuffed him. You damn nobody. Know your place. Get lost. He left, leaving Ryuki lying helplessly alone in the rain. He could only cry out in anguish, Mom. At that moment, he frowned, gritting his teeth. Ryuki refused to surrender to fate and told himself, I need money for Mom's surgery. Yet, growling, I only came out because I was wondering what nonsense you were spouting, and now you're using. Perhaps this could be a good thing. That contemptuous voice echoed, hospital bills, surgery costs, treatment, and other things. On the screen was a picture of his mother. This isn't something someone like you can afford. A moment later, with dark circles under his eyes after days of searching for a solution, Ryuki could only stand there and listen. The whispers of others. Everything's been confirmed. Get out. This is no place for a nobody like you. Garia's cold words echoed endlessly in his head. You damn nobody. Know your place. Get lost. Returning to the present, our main character leaned over and let out a mocking laugh. Confused, he called out to Ryuki. In front of him was a white cloth covering her face. Ryuki stood before his mother's coffin, his heart shattering, despite, while he still considers you a human. Ryuki remained silent, his lips pressed tightly together as if he was about to explode with anger. Perhaps this could be a good thing. That contemptuous voice echoed, hospital bills, surgery costs, treatment. From game development operations, the side game for the outer space game, Labyrinth, has been shut down. He stood up. Ryuki spoke. Garia, let me give you some advice since we were friends once. Ryuki snapped his fingers. Casually. Here? Gaxia flinched and exclaimed, No, I'm serious. Our main character turned to leave, his tone decisive. That was in the past, not now. Garia hurriedly stood up, threatening him with a black card. Hold on, I will hand over your information to Linnea. Scoffed. It seems your labyrinth has been failing miserably lately. In that situation, what could you possibly do to help me? And other things. On the screen was a picture of his mother. This isn't something someone like you can afford. Our guy recalled Gabriel's question, Are you the one who came up with this strategy? He remembered that comment. Garia's cold words echoed endlessly in his head. You damn nobody. Know your place. Get lost. It can easily find out who you're associated with. Isn't this a subsidiary of Redia? Information was displayed on the screen. And other things. On the screen was a picture of his mother. This isn't something someone like you can afford. You know exactly how terrifying that man is, don't you? If you're smart, you'll sit down. Our guy recalled Gabriel's question, Are you the one who came up with this strategy? He remembered that comment. It can easily find out who you're associated with. Isn't this a subsidiary of Redia? Information was displayed on the screen. Returning to the present, our main character leaned over and let out a mocking laugh. Confused, he called out to Ryuki. Ryuki cut him off and said angrily, Can you just shut your mouth? I don't want to hear that garbage. For a newcomer, it was quite well developed. Ryuki analyzed, unlike Linfandarius, he is the guild's trump card. I had to lower myself to come here and meet a lowlife like you. And this is how you behave. He couldn't control himself and raised the dagger, shouting, So you must know the guildmaster of Linzia and his younger brother, Linfandarius. Ryuki squinted and glanced over, mocking, No one is going to believe your garbage. Our main character had already figured out his move, His eyes were incredibly sharp, as if he wanted to tear his opponent apart. Ryuki said in a low voice, What? The force from our protagonist's hand grew stronger. He asked coldly, Do you have any last words? When he saw that Garia could no longer resist, I had to lower myself to come here and meet a lowlife like you. And this is how you behave. He couldn't control himself and raised the dagger, shouting, mocking, "No one is going to believe your garbage." Our main character had already figured out his move, Ryuki lifted him into the air, his tone filled with killing intent. Have you forgotten how dangerous this piece of trash can be? This left the man only able to struggle and groan, pointing their guns at Ryuki. They shouted, "Stop, hands up," but one of them was instantly hit so hard by him that his gun flew out of his hand. Garia pulled a dagger from his clothes, his fury reaching its peak. Damn it. Pulling up his hood and warning, "Don't ever let me see your face again." Behind him, the man could only let out a few dry coughs, but he had already leaped up over the wall in front of them, giving them another surprise. What the? Where did he go? Ryuki threw him back and coldly uttered one phrase, "Get out." He then left. Flash step, level 3. A drop of sweat ran down his face as he worried. Gabriel Darius, he's using more forceful methods than I expected. Garia quickly informed his accomplices, "Emergency, the target is escaping, capture him now." Outside, a group of thugs immediately appeared. No, things are just becoming clearer now. Ryuki clenched his fists, deciding what they needed to do next. He pushed up his glasses and said in a serious tone, "I'm quite looking forward to your next strategy." Garia held out the card with the word rate on it threateningly. "Garia, and to think I trusted you. Is this how you repay me?" He got on his knees, explaining pathetically, "I'm sorry for disappointing you, master, but I have information about him. He's 25 years old and from..." Gabriel couldn't stand it anymore and cut him off. They chased him into an alley, and one of them said hurriedly, "Hurry! After him, he's cornered now." You think I wouldn't know that basic information about someone who used to work at Linea? I didn't come here to listen to such useless information. Garia held up his palms and loudly mentioned the mystery box. That nameless one definitely opened his account thanks to a mystery box. One clueless guy insisted he definitely ran this way. By then, Ryuki was already hiding on the rooftop, and the system displayed the SR skill. Jig asked curiously, "Stress levels are rising. Master, is something wrong?" Our protagonist replied grimly. The image of the white snakes and their underlings appeared in his mind, the very thugs who stole our protagonist's card. Gabriel assessed the situation. There aren't any stations around here where he could be living. That guy Ryuki must have a supporter, which is why I want all the information on his connections. Garia scowled, extremely irritated. "The more you talk, the more disappointed I become." His face darkened as he coldly interrogated him. What a waste of time, talking to a piece of trash. Someone willing to betray the nameless one for immediate gain. He remembered Ryuki's smirk from that time. Garia's eyes widened in realization, and he tremblingly repeated the two words, "Nameless one." Gabriel crossed his legs and nodded. It's true there was information about an account being opened via a mystery box, but it was publicly auctioned off. He asked bitterly, "How dare you look down on me?" Suddenly, a hand had grabbed Garia's head before he knew it. It turned out Gabriel had spun around, moving at the speed of light to get behind Garia, and then grabbed his head, slamming it hard into the ground. Gabriel lectured him sternly. "A bronze rank dares to attack a gold rank? How disrespectful." And with witnesses here, Gabriel crossed his legs and nodded. It's true there was information about an account being opened via a mystery box, but it was publicly auctioned off. He had used so much force that the ground beneath had cracked. Gabriel ruthlessly announced, "Normally, you'd be sentenced to death, but I will show you mercy." He enunciated every word. "Garia, from now on, you are demoted to a nameless one." Thinking to himself, he's been a nameless one for a year now. How would I know? Gabriel glanced behind him, weary. He once again drew his dagger, his hatred surging. "Damn you, you lowlife." Garia charged at Gabriel from behind. "I am not a nameless one." Gabriel paid him no mind and quietly left the scene. He furrowed his brow and thought to himself, he might be a brilliant analyst, but that's all. In Gabriel's mind, Ryuki's handsome face appeared. How could he possibly compare to Linfen? That's obvious. He sensed the strange energy behind him and speculated, but there's something that makes him special. Gabriel frowned and began to scheme. You have no way to deny it. The people standing there could only gape at Garia lying pathetically on the ground. A small village nestled on the side of a mountain, a desolate wind blew past, carrying the lush green leaves with it. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down in the middle of this place, shattering its inherent tranquility. Ryuki held the stone in his hand, pushed up his helmet, and said, "I like this village." The system displayed A-rank upgrade stone, teleporting to a previously visited location. John asked wearily, "When are you going to open the blind boxes?" The system following behind wondered, "Why do you keep wandering around so much?" Our boy pulled his hood down again, muttering, "The number of online players is important, not just the size of the village. Too few or too many won't work." Ryuki slowly explained, "I need witnesses for what I'm about to do." He thought about his previous video and told himself, "The views increased significantly since I showed my face. With so many people watching, they can't ignore it, so they'll have to take action." His feet moved silently. Ryuki thought to himself, the target is the Linnea Guild, the leader in this virtual world and Linnea's trump card. Immediately, he enthusiastically took off his battle hood, his voice ringing with energy and enthusiasm. Time to set the trap. John excitedly mimicked, let's begin. Suddenly, someone pointed into the distance and remarked, it's time for the blind box opening. The person next to him turned and called out, hey, look over there. The two of them noticed Ryuki stretching and throwing his hood off, and one whispered, isn't that the no-name guy everyone is always talking about? The other person exclaimed in surprise, is it really him? Right here. The Jigen system announced 92 Jigen tickets, 5 guaranteed SR tickets, 8,525 RP points. Our boy stood before the screen feeling a bit satisfied, thinking to himself, login bonuses, daily quests, dungeon achievements, I've saved up quite a few tickets, although the points are a bit low. Ryuki didn't hesitate any longer and commanded, all right, let's start with 10 boxes. Immediately, 10 blind boxes dropped down like rain. After fumbling to open the blind bags, he scratched his head and groaned in frustration. Not a single SL item, not even a rainbow effect. How is this possible? John, standing nearby, laughed. The probability is beyond our control, but if you fail, I'm always ready to laugh in your face. Our annoyed boy gave the next command, use all the remaining Jigen tickets. The system continuously announced the items received. Ryuki fell to his knees as if about to collapse before the pile of treasures stacked like a mountain in front of him, but to him, it was just a pile of scrap metal. Our boy wanted to just disappear, trembling and grumbling. The SR rate is 3.6%, and after so many pulls, I couldn't even get one or two. Jigen offered some encouragement, Master, don't give up. It looked at its master slumped on the ground and said with concern, no matter what this world is like, it still has meaning. Ryuki sighed it off. It's fine, I wasn't expecting much anyway. He held up the 5 golden tickets, flashing a sly grin, 5 guaranteed SR tickets, now the real fun begins. John agreed. Of course, Master always succeeds with these tickets. Ryuki said excitedly, exactly, let's see now. Opening SR blind box. The system Jigen updated new SR Phoenix Feather, a necklace made of phoenix feathers that allows for 1 revival. Our boy stroked his chin thoughtfully. 1 revival, not bad at all. This will be useful if I get shot. He opened the next blind box. Master, don't give up. It looked at its master slumped on the ground and said with concern, no matter what this world is like, it still has meaning. Awesome. A new SR? This has to be like hitting the jackpot. The system's eyes widened, repeating the word jackpot. He just stared blankly while holding the brush in his hand. The information transmitted was new SL Magic Brush. John saw our boy trembling as he held it and teased, you're so cool, Master. You have so many brushes, and now you even have an SL Grade 1. He broke out in a cold sweat, his facial muscles twitching in disbelief. No way, does this thing have any special features? It quickly replied. With this symbol, it's truly a special item, like a reaction force that can be used outside. Ryuki hesitated and asked again, and Jigen stated the main effect of this brush. Using it regularly will prevent cavities, and it doesn't even need electricity. Our boy's blood boiled. He raised his fist and punched the system, cursing it as trash. Ryuki pondered to himself, damn it, at this rate, should I just use all my pulls at once? Will it increase the probability of getting something good? He glanced at the 3 golden tickets, then decisively made his decision, shouting, use them all at once. As the 3 golden boxes fell, Ryuki prayed silently, please. Our protagonist clasped his hands together, pursing his lips and begging silently for a weapon. Suddenly, his eyes widened as far as they could go, a question mark practically appearing on his face. The system announced 3 SL gunblades. Ryuki furiously roared, are you kidding me? How could I get 3 of the same thing? The crowd surrounding them was stunned by the sight. Now laughing like a madman, he bent over, his face drained of all color, his whole body trembling as he said, it's over. How did it end up like this? A blonde guy found it strange. That guy is doing what the hell? The person next to him wondered, should we inform Linnea? The system then seriously said, that's enough laughing. Let me inform you of some good news. Our boy looked up and asked, good news? He quickly stood up and asked again, what do you mean? Jigen continued, after pulling so many SR items, you will unlock the fusion system. It said cryptically, there are many other locked systems, which I cannot reveal right now. Just keep trying. Ryuki scowled and questioned, then why did you laugh at me? Jigen answered honestly, it's just that I couldn't control myself when I saw my master in despair. He thought to himself, I'll definitely smash you to pieces one day. You just wait. Ryuki looked at the information panel curiously. So the fusion system has been unlocked? The system, Jigen, explained that when fusing skills, the general skill gains experience points, and holding onto the fused skill creates a new skill, while for item fusion, dismantling grants blind box points, and items are upgraded according to a formula. He nodded. Fusion, huh? At least these identical items are useful now. The system's voice rang out, commencing item fusion. Target, gunblade. Inventory, 20 N rank weapons, 5 L rank weapons. Required item, 1 gunblade. The base item, a gunblade, is displayed. Not long after, it was upgraded into a gleaming golden gunblade. The system announced, New SL Gunblade Plus. Ryuki held the weapon in his hand, his eyes shining as he exclaimed, Gunblade Plus, it's so much stronger now. Is there a limit to the number of times I can do this? I can fuse them however I want. He suddenly had a thought and shouted, it seems I can. Damn it, I knew this would work out. Now, the requirement was 2 Gunblade items to fuse one more time. The system announced the base item, Gunblade Plus. Ryuki raised the gunblade high, and a golden energy shone down on him. Our boy excitedly shouted, Fuse. A second later, the weapon transformed, now featuring a sharp red blade running from the gun's barrel down to the middle of the main blade. The Jigen system updated, New SL Gunblade Plus, D-type blade. It has 3 energy charges on each side that can be used for firepower. Our protagonist stroked it with a savage laugh, making the system feel a chill down its spine. Master, your mental health is truly concerning. Ryuki hurriedly directed, let's continue with the remaining skills. Upgrading parry. Parry level 4 requires. It costs 8,400 RP to upgrade parry to level 5, ready to be upgraded into an SLR plus parry. He made his next request, what about fusing radiant parry with divine sword? The Jigen system relayed the information on the skill fusion results. The possible items to obtain included SL plus sword Saint level 1, SL plus sword God level 1, and SLC plus sword Emperor level 1. Ryuki wasn't satisfied with this, so he pointed at the system and questioned, why are the results so random? You should at least give me a choice. It casually replied, isn't this more fun? Jigen winked provocatively. By fusing skills, you can increase your current power and get something new. Why not aim for a transcendent grade skill ++? He asked cautiously, what's the probability? It calmly stated, about 2%, it's quite difficult. Ryuki was at a loss for words. I was a fool to even ask. Our protagonist placed his bet and went for it. The Jigen system announced the result. Item. SL plus Sword Saint level 1. The legendary feature of Sword Saint automatically activates Divine Sword level 3, activates Parry level 3, and Sword Energy level 1 increases experience gain. He looked at the information and wondered, Sword Saint, huh? Ryuki covered his mouth in astonishment and said, too bad it's not a ++, but that's okay. It seems to be a fusion of old skills. Wait a minute, did the skill levels decrease? It gave a wry smile. It's random. Our protagonist could only cry out to the heavens. Then he let out a long sigh and grinned. Whatever. Seeing it wasn't doing anything, Ryuki asked in confusion, Jigen, why are you just standing there? Let's try it out. The system noticed someone appear behind him and shouted a warning, Master. Suddenly, a masked man placed a sword against Ryuki's neck and growled, Are you Ryu 707? Our protagonist wasn't scared at all and even smiled as he asked back, You finally showed up. Did Linnea send you? The man angrily slid the sword, making a small cut as if he was about to slit his throat. I'm the one asking questions here. Ryuki's eyes widened as he made an excuse. Drawing your sword in the middle of town? This is a non-PK zone, isn't it? A second later, the man in black slashed him without hesitation, causing blood to gush from his neck. He looked at Ryuki, who was hunched over, clutching his neck, and mocked. Why should I care about that stupid rule? The surrounding crowd watched in shock. The man in black pointed his sword at our protagonist, explaining the rules of the game. The only rule among gamers is that you can't kill. You can inflict as much damage as you want, as long as they don't die. Our protagonist thought to himself, right, this is Linnea's style. It feels so real. He held his neck to stop the bleeding and provoked the man. If you're from Linnea, why not take off your mask? Ryuki seemed to be asking for it as he continued. Aren't you supposed to attack right after your declaration? Instantly, the man stabbed his sword through Ryuki's chest from behind. The man in black raised an eyebrow and warned, from now on, don't expect any peace in this maze. No matter where you go or where you hide, I will follow you. Even though Ryuki was so severely injured, with the sword still in his chest, he burst out laughing. The man pulled out his sword, causing Ryuki's whole body to collapse to the ground. Yet, his laughter continued to ring out. The man in black was a bit confused, still laughing. Our protagonist trembled as he turned his head back and retorted, Am I not allowed to laugh? This illusion world is Linnea's property. That's why you can act so recklessly. The man raised his sword again, threatening angrily, Keep laughing, and that laughter will turn into screams. Just as the man in black swung his sword down, Ryuki quickly used the SR skill Flash Step, using a level 3 lightning flash to leap to the side. while simultaneously drawing his gunblade. Ryuki spun around and charged straight at him. He quickly pressed the gunblade against the black-clothed man's neck. Our boy grinned and cursed him to his face. "You son of a bee." 3 times. The man screamed in panic. "What?" Ryuki said in a low voice. "The number of times you've attacked me. This is enough to frame it as a player being attacked by a vicious guild, isn't it?" The man in black trembled and said, "What are you talking about?" His tone grew increasingly menacing. "Now it's my turn." Ryuki swung his sword back, gathering a brilliant red energy, preparing to beat the man to a pulp. He excitedly uttered one word: counterattack. The crowd watched in horror at the scene before them, as the man in black's screams echoed endlessly. No, he was run through in the exact same way he had just done to Ryuki, and collapsed to his knees, begging loudly, "Stop." Ryuki kept the gunblade impaled in him, planting a foot on the man's back and taunting, "Why are you acting so weak now? Weren't you the one who said you'd hunt me to my death?" Ryuki sneered. "It hurts, doesn't it? I felt the exact same pain you're feeling now. In this virtual world, defense reduces both damage and pain." He casually added, "But attacks don't." No, he was run through in the exact same way he had just done to Ryuki, and collapsed to his knees, begging loudly, "Stop. Weren't you the one who said you'd hunt me to my death?" The man whimpered, "Why can't I log out?" John quickly explained, "Logging out has been blocked for a while now." Ryuki lifted his sword slightly and nodded. "Just as you said. In this PK-free zone, you can't lose health or die." Ryuki said with contempt, "You must be used to these kinds of screams. After all, your group has been doing this kind of dirty work for a long time." Just when it looked like he was about to pull it out, Ryuki violently twisted the gunblade, making the man in black scream in agony. All you'll feel is the endless agony of being stabbed and sliced to pieces. The system whispered in his ear, "Master." Our boy was startled, realizing they had arrived. A group of masked men in black quickly surrounded him from all sides. The leader was Cassius. He stepped forward and got straight to the point. "Ryuki, let me be blunt. Weren't you the ones who provoked me first?" With that, both his blades plunged into the man in black lying sprawled on the ground. Cassius had to admit, "You're quite insolent. I never expected you to be this dangerous." He furrowed his brow to negotiate. "Get out of this virtual world. It would be even better if you quit the game for good, and we'll act as if nothing ever happened. I'm also quite curious about that gunblade of yours. I've never seen one like it here before." Cassius stared intently at the gunblade, asking, "How did you bring that in here?" Our charming protagonist gently made a request. Ryuki snapped, then admit defeat. His eyebrows twitched, his voice full of defiance. "In your dreams. It's probably just a system glitch. If you had just exploited it quietly, none of this would have happened. But you just had to make a big scene." His pupils turned bloodshot, and every word he spoke was laced with hatred. "I'm sorry, but your little escape plan ends here." As soon as he finished speaking, his subordinates charged forward to attack. "Take off your mask, and I'll tell you." He replied, "You already know that's not going to happen." Cassius raised a hand to scratch his head, reminding him, like it was a piece of cake. The next 3 guys launched a barrage of attacks, but they couldn't even scratch our MC. Cassius rushed from behind, charging forward, thinking, "He's fast at dodging, but that's all you've got." Cassius was about to land a fatal blow, but was struck by Ryuki, who unleashed a gunblade slash that cut through half of his body. The system announced the SR Plus skill, Sword Saint, at level 1. Him like a pack of wolves hunting prey. 2 swords were about to impale Ryuki, but he dodged them with magical ease. At this level, that requires a ton of MP. Cassius thought about his nearly empty MP bar, muttering, "At this level, I dare to use such a reckless move." He looked at Ryuki's smug face and denied it. He must just be a lucky newbie. Cassius regained his composure, swiftly darted behind Ryuki, raised his sword, and with a voice trembling, said, "So weak." Instantly, our MC spun around, blocking the attack with his gunblade. Ryuki held his weapon firm, the force so great it caused Cassius's sword to crack even more. He sneered, "You think this is child's play?" In a flash, Ryuki furiously slashed at Cassius. His power was absolutely terrifying, sending Cassius flying backward with a pained scream. He stared at our MC, unable to believe what had just happened. Impossible. Cassius raised his sword defensively, thinking he had figured it out. Could it be a different skill from the Labyrinth game? If I just wait until that skill wears off. Ryuki didn't hesitate to warn him. "You still don't understand your own situation, do you? The more you push, the more you'll suffer." He calmly explained the reason. "My skill doesn't require MP." The other guys exclaimed in shock. "What?" Ryuki welcomed their challenge. "Stalling for time is fine by me. It just gives me more time to train." His contempt was obvious. "Lately, I've only been fighting monsters anyway, so fighting a person once in a while is a nice change of pace." One of the men stood frozen before the tip of our MC's blade. Training? Everyone's faces turned pale once again as a pained scream echoed through the air. In the distance, Another mysterious hooded figure calmly watched and listened to the piercing screams. The man who was just slashed trembled as he looked down at his hand, shouting, "My hand, damn it." Cassius scowled, warning his comrades not to get hit as he dodged an attack. Then, holding two swords, he shouted, "Everyone, get in position." Our MC found it amusing as they formed a protective wall in front of Cassius. "What a great performance." Ryuki bluntly pointed out, "You're even using the Black Knight Forest sword. If you're willing to use this weapon, then I guess you're not hiding your identity anymore, are you?" The dual swordsman, Cassius. Hearing his name, he froze. For a second, as if his secret had been exposed. Ryuki pictured Cassius's face, his tone dripping with disgust and contempt. "With your gentlemanly image, your fan base might not be as big as Linfin's, but it's still sizable, huh? You built up that image without feeling any shame." Hearing his persona being scorned like that, he gritted his teeth, his rage boiling over. Cassius created a radiant golden circle and roared, "I'll make you immobile," he yelled, summoning the phantom chains. The chains shot out as if with a will of their own, instantly binding our MC as if to sink him into a trap. Cassius cleared his throat and commanded, "Forbid all damaging weapons. Attack him from a distance within this area." In an instant, 3 sources of immense damage appeared. The system announced firepower, acceleration, and dragon's breath. Yet he hadn't made a move, simply standing there wide-eyed as they advanced on him. Cassius frowned, believing he had already analyzed the parrying skill. His opponent's attack pattern was completely unstable. He looked at the worried expression on the boy's face and confidently asserted that he couldn't possibly counterattack. 3 streams of energy gathered together, converging on the spot where our hero was standing before erupting in a terrifying explosion that filled the air with smoke and dust. A foot stomped firmly on the ground, followed by a voice, just as expected. Not only was Ryuki unharmed, he even wore a satisfied look. He ran a hand over his gunblade, smiling and praising it, truly worthy of its SR-CNG rank. Jay added, "The sword has a space-rending effect, and it can also deal non-physical damage." He was like a child with a new toy, swinging the gunblade up and down a few times before muttering, "But it's a little disappointing. I should have been more careful with wide area and long-range attacks. Now all I need to do is swing." Seeing this, Cassius cursed, "Damn it." He roared, "Everyone, assemble." But as soon as the words left his mouth, he took a bullet straight to the chest. They saw Cassius collapse on the spot and cried out in worry, "Boss." Ryuki taunted, "First time getting shot? Taking down the boss in one hit isn't very satisfying." He lay on the ground, bleeding profusely, his hand trembling uncontrollably. The underlings backed away, looking terrified. That weapon. Could it be? Impossible. How can something like that exist in this world? No way. The barrel of the gun was still hot, smoke billowing from it as they asked unconsciously with wide, horrified eyes. A gun? An image appeared, comparing a fight against monsters to one against humans. It could control a mob of monsters, but against people, it was a different story. The underlings gulped audibly, their fear unceasing. In the world of illusions, guns didn't exist. No matter how powerful Linea's forces were, they would have to yield to this thing. Ryuki sneered and pointed the gunblade forward. "Why are you hesitating? Our hero provoked them. You attacked me first. So get ready to become a vegetable or die from shock. Now would be a good time to prepare." He pulled the trigger, and a brilliant stream of energy spread from the barrel, illuminating his face. Ryuki, filled with excitement, asked, "Right?" Meanwhile, a mysterious bear was secretly observing the shootout on a screen, unable to hide its curiosity. What the hell is going on? A system error? It chuckled. "This is getting more and more interesting." Back with our hero, a sword lay discarded on the ground, accompanied by a trembling voice, "Impossible." Ryuki was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Jay analyzed the situation. They rely only on dodging. All other movements are unnecessary, a complete contrast to Master's attack style. By now, everyone was collapsed on the ground, unable to even lift their heads. The system chimed in, "I've blocked them from logging out, so they'll have to endure this pain for a long time." He knelt on one knee, resting the gunblade on the ground sarcastically. High-ranking members of the Leah Guild, they must have something for mental protection. Suddenly, a strange light appeared right on Ryuki's forehead, startling him. Our hero quickly leaped high into the air, dodging a vicious attack. He landed wearily beside the crater created by the last attack. Ryuki thought to himself, "This skill, this move, Our MC recalls the meteors that just came hurtling down, a sight he's seen many times in videos. Only when one masters the spear is it one of the few area of effect attack skills in the illusion world. Ryuki looks up at the sky, facing a shower of spirit stones. He recognizes this as the Starfall shower technique. Our MC quickly dodges to the side to save his life, wondering to himself, could it be? His jaw drops as he glances at the stone right next to his head. The stone transforms. The crowd stands frozen in place, unable to believe what just happened. Before them now is just a pile of rubble, and Ryuki is nowhere to be seen. They say to each other in confusion, "He's gone. What's going on?" If they're on the same side as Linnea, then could it be? Sias weakly struggles to sit up, thinking to himself, so they've personally intervened? The source of energy from high in the sky continues to chase Ryuki relentlessly. Wherever he runs, it shoots. Ryuki turns his head and exclaims, "You!" It turns out Lin Fen has appeared. He lands with a powerful aura and says, "I couldn't just sit back and watch any longer." The Vice Guild Master of Linnea, Lin Fendarius, challenges with a stern face. "How could I possibly ignore your invitation?" Right now, Lin Fen stands there smiling, his weapon slung over his shoulder, speaking calmly with a sarcastic tone. "You didn't want the easy way. You just had to charge headfirst into your own grave, huh?" The AI immediately alerts him, "Master, your heart is beating too fast." Ryuki stares blankly at the enemy before him and thinks to himself, "I've imagined this moment in my head for a very long time." He speaks in a cold voice, "I just want to ask one question. Lin Fen, do you even remember who I am?" He lets out a sigh and replies, "I have so many enemies, how could I possibly remember them all? Which is why I came here in person. Looking at you up close, maybe I'll remember something." Lin Fen ignores Ryuki's stunned expression and continues nonchalantly, "But I still don't remember a damn thing. Are you sure you have a grudge against me or something?" Our MC smiles, his voice choked with resentment. "You ruined my life, and now you don't remember anything?" He holds his face, pretending to remember, and mumbles, "Wait, Ryuki." Then, putting on a mocking expression, he continues, "Damn, I still can't recall." Images from the past begin to surface in his mind. Images of his sick mother, of himself being beaten and scorned. Ryuki's face darkens as the irresponsible words of Lin Fen echo, "Is it that important? Does it feel unfair? Do you really think whining like this will change anything?" His hand tightens around his long spear, a dense golden aura radiating from it. He lectures him in a condescending tone, "You're just blaming others for your own misfortune. That's all there is to it." Lin Fen lowers his stance, an aura radiating from his body. It seems he doesn't take our MC seriously at all, taunting him, "But since I've come all this way, don't disappoint me too much." On the other side, Ryuki smiles back and replies, "You don't have to worry. I have no intention of going easy on someone like you." He grips the SRC gunblade in his hand, his dominant aura a deadly red. The two face off, one with a long spear, the other with a gunblade. Their two auras cause the atmosphere to fluctuate. The spear in Lin Fen's hand suddenly glows with a blinding light. Ryuki tightens his grip on his sword, his face slightly tensing up as he anxiously thinks, "He's coming." In the blink of an eye, the Vice Guild Master of Linnea dashes in front of him with a cold smile and weapon in hand. A second later, it seems as if the tip of the spear is about to pierce right through our MC's eye. Ryuki grimaced in horror, wondering what kind of speed this was. A powerful stream of energy shot straight out from the spear. It destroyed the earth and rock in its path, creating a huge explosion in the distance, the air filled with dust and smoke. After unleashing the attack, Lin Fan just stood there. He continued to scoff, looking somewhat surprised. "Oh, you actually managed to dodge that?" Our boy sat beside the large trench created by the attack, which proved its power was far from simple, as his disdainful voice rang out. Ryuki grimaced in horror, wondering what kind of speed this was. A powerful stream of energy shot straight out from the spear, his face slightly tensing up as he anxiously thinks, "He's coming." In the blink of an eye, the Vice Guild Master of Linnea dashes in front of him with a cold smile to himself. Is this just his normal strength? He's so fast my guard can't even recover, and relying only on. On the other side, our boy Ryuki raised his weapon just as many times to defend, but he was constantly pushed back. Ryuki thought, "For a nobody like you, that's not half bad." Ryuki's eyes widened as he stared at his own trembling arm, thinking, instinct makes it impossible to dodge. Meanwhile, Lin Fan swung his spear upwards in a wide arc, pushing Ryuki back a fair distance. Ryuki planted his sword into the ground after skidding to a halt as his opponent's voice rang out again. "I guess I might have underestimated you a bit." Ryuki immediately shot back. "Underestimated me?" Lin Fan spun the spear in his hand, swiftly brought a strike straight down. Ryuki used all his strength to raise his gunblade and block. Lin Fan swung his spear repeatedly. Error energy, but in the past, people played games just for fun, right? He shouted, "I've been going easy. On you." He followed with an incredibly powerful downward strike that made the ground tremble, the radiating energy sending dirt. He stepped forward and declared coldly, "The fun and games are over. Nowadays, gamers are only used to harvest." He was smugly confident, "Only someone as outstanding as me can do this." The spear in his hand spun faster, and rocks flying everywhere. Lin Fan closed the distance, bringing his face right in front of our boy Ryuki. The smile never left his lips. Spear high, preparing to strike down with his skill. Meteor strike. The blow carried an immense purplish-blue energy. Its power was so immense that it shattered the ground all around our boy. Ryuki raised his gunblade to block, and thought to himself, my wrists feel like they're about to shatter. But at that moment, Lin Fan's voice held a hint of surprise. Huh, what the? Than ever before. He taunted Ryuki to try harder and get a high score. He laughed loudly, gripping his weapon with both hands and raising the blow. Then, Ryuki finally activated his skill. SR Sword Saint, level 1, with the innate skill Parry, level 3. The move knocked Lin Fan's weapon upwards. Ryuki's expression brightened, thinking to himself that, heck is this? The gunblade vibrated violently under the weight of the meteor strike. Ryuki told himself, almost there, parry. Lin Fan executed a quick spin to instantly close the distance again. This time, the tip of the spear was closer to Ryuki's body than ever before. Using parry creates an opening for his own attack, but just as he was about to counter, using his experience, an incredibly powerful swing sent our boy skidding far back. The gunblade in his hand trembled, and Lin Fan stood there, calmly assessing him. Parry? That skill doesn't exist in the phantom world. His mind, a thought surfaced. Does parry have no effect on him? This counterattack is even stronger than the Dark Knight's. Will this work? With that, Lin Fang quickly thrust the Starlight Spear straight at our MC. He quickly tilted his head to the side to dodge, wondering to himself, shouldn't parrying have worked? Does it? How interesting. He stated coldly, I guess I'll have to get a little rougher with you. Let's see if you can block this one. Is it because of the weapon? He grimaced, instinctively blocking the blows and thinking back to the data he had researched back when he was an analyst. I'm sure of it. Lin Fang quickly rushed forward, warning him, You're better than I thought. The vice captain's speed was so fast it was like he had an after-image. Ryuki focused on defending and wondered, how did he recover so quickly? The faster its speed becomes. Even with my intuition or parrying, I can't hold out much longer. Suddenly, I'm speeding up now. Try to keep up. Ryuki recalled the information about that weapon. The rare item, Starlight Spear, the more it hits. However, withstanding such immense pressure for a long time made Ryuki's face turn pale, and blood welled up in his throat, causing him to let out a dry cough. At that very moment, the Starlight Spear had pierced through his body. Lin Fang gave a cold smirk and said sarcastically, right after that, our MC launched a direct slash to counterattack. He thought to himself, this is my last chance. I have to aim for his weak spot. Just a little exciting. It's over. After that, Lin Fang mercilessly flung our MC away. Ryuki fell backwards onto the ground, a large hole pierced through his body, bleeding profusely. The vice captain said contemptuously, too bad, just 3 more seconds and you would have set a new record. He looked at him and said confidently, looks like this match wasn't very memorable. His whole body trembling with a huge hole in his abdomen, his mouth agape, unable to speak, as the man's voice continued to ring out, oh, you can't even die here if you wanted to. This is a no-attack zone, just like the village where our MC fought Cassius. It looks like a pile of ruins, and there are no NPCs around, but due to a system glitch, to be honest, I'm a little disappointed. Did you really think you could take me down at your level? He lay there, just talk. Someone else is backing you, aren't they? Meanwhile, Ryuki was trying to turn over and crawl away, inch by inch. This place is still considered a village. Lin Fang stepped forward, his voice cold. You can't escape, so if you don't want to get beaten up again. This name made the vice captain freeze. He blankly repeated the name, Sin. Lin Fang quickly stepped forward, grabbing the collar of our MC and yelled, demanding, do you know where she is? Where is that witch? Seeing his reaction, Ryuki laughed and asked back, what's this? Did she betray you? His face contorted with rage, and he continued to shout, stop talking nonsense and answer me now. Ryuki was holding something in his hand, thinking silently, my intuition has never been this chaotic. While Lin Feng was screaming, where is she? Tell me now. Our MC's hand began to glow. He struggled to sit up and shouted, shut up. If you're so curious, why don't you go ask Cynthia? Lin Feng grumbled, what the? It's nothing. You think I'm your toy or something? Meanwhile, Ryuki continued to smile and replied, you think I'd let someone else manipulate me? Ridiculous. To deal with someone like you. Why would I need anyone else's help? The vice captain glared threateningly. Fine, you won't talk, right? You're the one who chose this. Don't you regret it? Our MC gripped the gunblade in his hand tightly, issuing a challenge. You said you weren't. You remember, right? But today I'll make sure you can never forget. His sword flashed with energy along with his confident voice. It was the light bomb from the world tree. A blinding light erupted, forcing him to shield his eyes. From now on, I will face you with only 50% of my strength. John immediately called out to his master, and secretly signaled the system. It replied, understood, but don't regret it. He looked over and answered with a loud laugh, don't you regret it? Our MC gripped the gunblade in his hand tightly, issuing a challenge. You said you weren't. Regret? I threw away such useless emotions a long time ago. Not letting Ryuki wait, he quickly charged into attack. Hearing this, Lin Fen sneered. 50%, you think you can boast like that? While our protagonist stood there with a cold smile, stalling for time by parrying the blows. He quickly wanted to close the distance, then used a swift movement to get near, when he unexpectedly realized Lin Fen's leg was striking out. The force of the kick sent Ryuki flying backward, scolding at the same time, "You arrogant fool." Our protagonist defended while calculating in his head, reading his opponent's attacks with intuition. He realized that his opponent had switched to a kick in just an instant. Before he could even stabilize himself and regain his rhythm, the tip of his spear had already appeared right before Ryuki's pupils. His impact with the nearby ground created a massive shockwave. Our protagonist coughed up a mouthful of blood, the wound on his chest still fresh, avoiding a fatal blow, but it still grazed his arm. Lin Fen stood there and continued to speak with a contemptuous tone. "You're lucky, since we're in a non-PK zone. And besides, it would be boring if things ended too quickly after all that effort." His eyes widened in terror. Fortunately, our protagonist quickly pushed the spear tip to the side. "My right arm barely has any strength left to move. If I had been just a little slower, it would have been severed." His opponent raised a hand, rubbing his neck as he continued. "Besides, if I fought in town, the leader would definitely chew me out. There's no better place to fight than here, quiet and undisturbed." He immediately stood up, activating a skill on his legs and shouting loudly, "Shut up." In the blink of an eye, Ryuki moved from in front of Lin Fen to behind him, simultaneously swinging his gunblade and yelling, "Die." His opponent glanced back and sighed, "I already told you, that's not going to happen." As he finished speaking, Lin Fen swung his starlight spear backward, both nullifying the sneak attack and delivering a powerful counterattack to our protagonist. He smirked coldly as his spear continued to radiate a dense aura. Lin Fen looked over and asked, "Do you think you can withstand this move?" He used the skill Meteor Shower. A series of deep purple crystals simultaneously struck Ryuki's position, causing the area to erupt in a blinding light. He lay there amidst the smoke and dust, mouth agape, eyes rolled back, letting out a pained groan. Lin Fen looked over and assessed, "You're slowing down, aren't you? After all that boasting about fighting with 50% of your power, is this all you've got?" Ryuki's hands trembled as he immediately used his sword to prop himself up, trying to get to his feet, while his opponent's voice remained full of mockery. "I should have known it would end like this. Do you think a guild's ace gets to be pampered?" Lin Fen rested his spear on the ground, using his other hand to beckon tauntingly. "Fight harder. This is the perfect time for your revenge, right?" While our protagonist struggled to get back on his feet, his opponent watched calmly, finishing with a completely dismissive remark. "Normal. How boring, you pathetic weakling." Then Lin Fen stepped forward and grabbed Ryuki by the collar, lifting him up. He laughed loudly, then tossed him into the air effortlessly, continuing to gather energy at the tip of the starlight spear. Lin Fen said coldly, "Now that the end is here, I feel it would be a waste to finish you off so soon. Perhaps I should play around with you a little longer." He used his Meteor Shower skill, then immediately aimed the tip of his spear forward. The accumulated energy shot out with his Lightning Flash skill. A powerful beam of golden light struck Ryuki directly, causing him to be thrown backward. The spectral image of the starlight spear pierced straight through his body. After unleashing the attack, Lin Fen looked disdainful, turned to walk away, and said in a bored voice, "Truly disappointing." Behind him, a cloud of dust and debris erupted. Suddenly, a notification popped up from his system. Lin Fen glanced at it, startled, and wondered, "What is it? A call from the boss?" He muttered, "I must have been gone too long. He's about to scold me again." On the screen was a message from Gabriel Darius saying, "Stop the fight and return immediately." But at that very moment, from within the ruins, Ryuki's voice yelled out, "Wait." Lin Fen spun around in shock, thinking to himself, "Impossible. How did my attack fail to penetrate his armor?" Using his other hand to beckon tauntingly, "Fight harder. This is the perfect time for your revenge." The pain would have killed an ordinary person from shock or at least left them bedridden. He looked at our protagonist kneeling there and judged. He muttered, "I must have been gone too long. He's about to scold me again." On the screen was a message from Gabriel Darius saying, "Stop the fight and return immediately." But at that very moment, from within the ruins, Ryuki's voice yelled out, "Wait, that last attack really could have been fatal." Ryuki replied, "I have no other choice if I want to have a chance. Sensation control only adjusts sensory input to a minimum of 50%. You will feel less pain, but your movement speed will also be slowed." His eyes flashed with determination as he faced the man who had humiliated and trampled on him in the past. He continued, "You must have used some kind of glitch, but it would be better if you just stayed down." Ryuki suddenly retorted, "Are you that scared of Gabriel Darius that you'd listen to him?" This question seemed to strike a nerve. Lin Fen froze, stunned for a moment, then his voice rang out as he asked, "What did you just say?" Our protagonist smirked sarcastically and said, Did that get on your nerves? He braced his hand against the ground, secretly activating an ability, while continuing to provoke Lin Fen with his words, "Seeing you here, it's obvious you're acting on your own." A weapon materialized in his hand. It was a wind blade. Ryuki voiced his speculation to throw off the vice leader of the Lia Guild. By this time, Gabriel was undoubtedly fuming, but Lin Fen remained surprisingly calm and replied, "So what? I acted recklessly, but in the end, I still got what I wanted." The moment he finished speaking, our protagonist's weapon zipped past his neck, drawing a spray of fresh blood. Lin Fen's eyes widened in utter shock. Ryuki got to his feet with a cold smirk, hearing his opponent's sharp cry of pain which made him mock, "Look at you, underestimating me. Are you really crying out over a little scratch on your neck?" Lin Fen raised a hand to his neck to stop the bleeding, his entire body trembling. Ryuki's taunting voice continued, "Well, I guess it's understandable if this is the first time you've ever felt such pain. Your armor is supposed to reduce both damage and the sensation of it, but my attack isn't, following those rules." The cut from the blade seemed to have severed his carotid artery, blood gushed out endlessly, and the pain was excruciating, causing Lin Fen to scream nonstop. He began to lose control and cursed out loud. "You bastard." Our protagonist calmly replied, "Still doing okay? If you still have the energy to scream with a neck wound like that." He raised his index finger, beckoning him closer and taunting, "Shut up and come at me." Our protagonist had successfully provoked the vice leader of Linnea. He frantically charged forward with his starlight spear while shouting, "Shut up." At this point, the battle seemed to have evened out. Instead of taking the hit, Ryuki swung his gunblade and blocked the attack. This astonished Lin Fen, who thought to himself, "What? He's reading my attacks and he's injured too, so why?" Meanwhile, on the other side, he smiled calmly, recalling how back when he was an analyst, he had studied Lin Fen relentlessly to improve his own strategies. "I memorized all his patterns, his skills, his combat style habits, and even the behaviors suggested by his psychological profile." Ryuki counterattacked, stabbing the Linnea vice leader in the leg while thinking to himself, "He's never experienced this level of pain before. The moment he loses focus, I'll have the upper hand," causing Lin Fen to scream nonstop. He began to lose control and cursed out loud, "You bastard." Our protagonist, damn it, he thought to himself that he needed to end this fight immediately. The two now stood facing each other. After the clash, Lin Fen's entire body began to radiate a golden energy. As blood spurted from his leg, he made a decision. "I'll put everything into this next strike." He activated a series of skills. First was Sonic Spear to increase attack speed, followed by Monstrous Strength to increase attack power, and also adding Double Strike, doubling the damage of a single hit. And finally, he used the 7 stars skill to increase his critical hit rate. All of this power was channeled into his Starlight Spear, with each skill manifesting as a different color on it. Lin Fen looked over with a confident smile, thinking, "This is my awakening skill. I usually only use it for hunting tower bosses. This blow will pierce right through him." Then he used the Meteor Strike skill. On the other side, our protagonist remained perfectly calm. He frowned slightly as he assessed the attack. The Invincible Spear? Ryuki thought to himself, "I just need to hold on. As long as I don't leave the area, I'll be safe." I've used the terrain to redirect the attack and tried to endure it. Immediately after, his figure vanished from his spot and reappeared elsewhere. Much to Lin Fen's surprise, he immediately charged forward to attack, shouting loudly, "You think you can dodge with that pathetic speed?" Surprisingly, our protagonist threw out an item, a wooden doll and a rusty gear. It hit Lin Fen right in the face. He exclaimed in surprise, "What the hell?" Ryuki raised his glowing hand and thought, "If I can't dodge that attack, I'll minimize the damage and knockback by any means necessary." He threw out a series of junk items from his inventory, hoping to block him. There was a toothbrush, a rug, bathroom slippers, a trash can, a fake doll, a cheap hat, and a woman's shirt. Lin Fen's furious voice yelled, "Are you kidding me? Do you really think you can block my meteor strike with this pile of trash?" Ryuki ignored him and continued to unload his inventory. He used flash steps to jump left and right, while Lin Fen's face darkened and his eyes began to glow. He thrust the Starlight Spear forward, his voice filled with rage. "Die." The spearhead once again stabbed directly into the old wound on our MC. The blow sent him flying, creating a huge shockwave and a dense cloud of dust mixed with a powerful beam of light. Lin Fen then looked over and remarked, "You annoying little rat, you managed to dodge a direct hit." He pointed his spear at him decisively, "But there's no way you can win in your current state." Suddenly, Ryuki cracked a smile, replying in a weak voice, "I've finally reached this point." His hand gripped tightly onto Lin Fen's weapon. He snarled, "You scum, how dare you dirty my weapon with your filthy blood?" He thought to himself, this leech just won't let go. Our MC grabbed the Starlight Spear with both hands, pulled it closer, and slowly stood up, asking Lin Fen, "Want me to show you something fun?" He shouted back, What are you babbling about? Let go. Ryuki recalled the SSR item, which he had initially tested on Serial's wings. In the video, he had claimed it was a skill, but in reality, it was neither a skill nor an item. Back in the present, Lin Fen's eyes widened in shock at the blue light in front of him, and he exclaimed, "What the hell?" Seeing his spear glowing and fading in Ryuki's hands, he shouted, "What's happening to my spear?" Lin Fen was completely stunned, his jaw dropping as he yelled, "My status window." Ryuki just smiled. SSR system, delete. His spear was slowly dissolving in Ryuki's hands. Lin Fen stared blankly as his weapon turned into faint, tiny fragments. He exclaimed in disbelief, "What the heck is this?" The Starlight Spear. Lin Fen looked at his empty, seeing his spear glowing and fading in Ryuki's hands, he shouted, "What's happening to my spear?" That item is one of a kind. There's no item destruction function in this game, so how? The vice leader of Linea gritted his teeth, glaring at Ryuki with suspicion. Is it some kind of illusion technique? That's right, this guy must have used some kind of cheap trick. While he was lost in thought, with a click, the gunblade in our MC's hand was fired. The bullet flew straight into Lin Fen's right shoulder, fast and powerful, drawing blood. Everything happened so quickly that he didn't even have time to react to the new wound. A few seconds later, he clutched his chest, his whole body trembling, and doubled over, screaming in pain. Ryuki stood there with a cold smile and said, "I was aiming for your heart. You reacted pretty fast, just as expected of their ace." Lin Fen looked up, frowning, and demanded, What did you do to my weapon? Speak." He replied with a smile, "Still don't get it? Your precious weapon is gone forever." "I deleted its data." Our MC's face lit up, his tone filled with confidence and conviction about what just happened. That is the power of delete. The system displayed information for the SSR item, delete, a system intervention type that deletes data within the game's labyrinth. Activation condition, maintain contact with the target for at least 5 seconds. Uses, 4 times per week. Calculated in real time. Current uses, 1 out of 4. As the vice leader of Linea, Lin Fen quickly took out a new weapon and said, "I don't know what kind of trick you're playing, but all I have to do is kill you to solve everything. One weapon is more than enough to kill you." Contrary to his expectations, Ryuki immediately turned and fled, as if taunting him to follow. "Then come and get me. I dare you to catch me," he roared angrily. "You bastard." Then Lin Fen immediately rushed towards him, at the same time shouting, "You think I'd let you get away?" Unconsciously, where his feet passed, there was a clicking sound. It seemed Linea's vice leader had stepped on something. He looked down and wondered, what the hell is that? On the other side, Ryuki looked back and smiled as he witnessed a massive explosion behind him. After the smoke and dust cleared, Lin Fen stood in place, covering his face and screaming, "This is crazy. What the hell just happened?" Just as he was trying to figure out the situation, another bullet was shot straight into his chest. Looking at Lin Fen slumped before him, bleeding non-stop, Ryuki gave a warning. "If you want to live, stay still. I've planted a lot of mines around here." This information made Linea's vice leader's face darken. He looked up and asked, "Mines?" He continued confidently. "That cheap junk. You don't even know this place." As soon as he said that, another click sounded from under Lin Fen's feet. As if understanding his implication, our protagonist smirked and asked back, "You don't really think I don't know this place, do you?" Linea's vice leader turned purple with rage, veins popping on his face, and he screamed curses. "You son of a b times Taish." Ryuki confidently pointed his index finger to his own head. "I know everything you plan to do, from how you'd appear to how you plan to kill me. I've had a plan ready ever since I posted that video." Lin Fen was furious, standing still as he continued to listen to him speak. "This is the place where dirty bastards from the Linea gang like you pull your cheating tricks, right? I guess you would lure me here." In the middle of the crater from the exploded mine, Ryuki continued, "So I prepared a gift for you in advance. Thanks for walking right into my trap." He smiled, his eyes filled with a deadly and cold determination. "To return the favor, I'll be sure to stay and play with you until the very end." Being mocked, Lin Fen gritted his teeth, frozen for 5 seconds. Then he lost his cool, and despite the minefield, he charged straight ahead, screaming furiously, "Shut up." And just like that, more shocking explosions erupted from the minefield. Lin Fen raised his hand in front of his face. Was that the faint silhouette of our protagonist behind the dust? He thought to himself, "Damn it, like a rat." He dodged again. "The dust is blocking my view." Immediately, Linea's vice leader used his weapon to stab straight at the head of the silhouette in front of him, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. "Die, you bastard." But what was in front of him made him stop, slightly surprised. His eyes widened, his mouth agape as he uttered, "This is..." It turned out the thing Lin Fen had stabbed was a decoy trap item. Our protagonist's hand seized the opportunity, gripping his weapon tightly and starting a countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. And in an instant, it rang out. When the time was up, Lin Fen's weapon began to show cracks and faintly fade away. He screamed in horror. Impossible. How can this be? When Ryuki counted down to 0, the spear in his hand was officially deleted. He smiled and asked gently, "How about it? Are you starting to feel it now?" While he was still stunned and unable to react, Lin Fen asked with a trembling voice, "Did you pull some kind of trick? The Starlight Spear, actually." Before he could finish his sentence, the gunblade was already pressed right in front of his face. Information appeared. The Iriso gunblade had activated its full power, simultaneously activating the skill Iriso shot. The force from a full-power shot at such close range sent Linea's vice leader flying back a long distance. His eye was injured, blood pouring out as pain washed over him, while our protagonist was silently approaching with eyes full of hatred. Fen lay there, making a threat. "Damn it, one day I'll make you pay. Log out." The system displayed a notification. The virtual world confirmed the logout, but the result was not as expected. His notification screen simply vanished. Linfen screamed, "What? Why isn't it working? Log out." Just then, the tip of a gunblade pierced through his chest, making him scream in pain. Jigen appeared beside our main character and said, "I have disabled the logout function." Ryuki smiled and asked, "At a crucial moment like this, you want to run away? You're the ace of the Linea Guild. Aren't you ashamed?" He directly pushed his head down. Linfen struggled to look up and asked, "Why can't I?" Ryuki began to question him. "Linfen, Darius, do you remember the analyst from the Lea Guild named Ryuki?" He coldly and dismissively replied, "You think I'd bother remembering something like that? I would never bother to remember a nobody like you." Our protagonist immediately shot back, "Even if you won't be a gamer anymore?" Hearing that, his eyes widened in fear as he replied, "What?" Under the clear blue sky, our main character's voice rang out, "Each person only gets one account. If you lose this account for any reason, you will never get another one." Fen lay there, making a threat. "Damn it, one day I'll make you pay. Log out." The system displayed a notification. He said decisively in a cold voice, "You will never be able to forget me again." Linfen, anxious and scared, shouted, "Stop, let me go." Our main character smiled innocently and began a 5-second countdown. At the same time, he hastily yelled, his tone extremely desperate, "Don't do it." Every second that passed was filled with overwhelming fear. Linfen tried to scream, "Stop." The scene shifts to the Linea Guild's office sometime earlier, where Gabriel was sitting and ordering his subordinates to gather information on Ryuki. He had warned his younger brother not to act rashly. Linfen, this time is different. Back then, the Vice Guild Master of Linea had looked annoyed, cleaning his ear and complaining, "My ears are still bleeding here." Enough with the nagging. Returning to the present, the flashback's duration matched the countdown. Now, Ryuki had counted down to 0 and gave a cold smile. As he finished speaking, Linfen let out a long, drawn-out scream. His eyes became bloodshot, and then his body began to disintegrate, just like the weapons that were erased before. Ryuki knelt there, watching his body evaporate before his eyes. Jigen's voice rang in his ear. "It's over. Well done, Master." He stood up, mumbling to himself, "Is it over?" Ryuki clenched his teeth, his voice still full of resentment as he replied, "This is just the beginning." Then he gave a cold smile. What a ridiculous thing to say. This is just the beginning. There's still so much I have to take back. The Linea Guild, Gabriel, Darius. At that moment, hiding behind a nearby rock was a person with white hair and a mysterious hood. This person took a weapon out of their inventory. It was a blade that didn't look very sharp, but it radiated a mysterious and dark aura. The mysterious person then threw it straight at our main character. He reached out and caught it by the hilt, then held it up to look at it, wondering, "A blade? What is this?" Just then, Jigen noticed something was wrong and warned, "Master, be careful." Before he could prepare, Ryuki fell into some kind of cubic dimension. He spoke up, asking, "You, Master, are you all right?" Our main character looked around. He said, "Is this a trap?" The space has shifted, but it doesn't seem that different. Suddenly, a voice from behind rang out, causing. Ryuki was startled and looked back, turning his entire body to face the blue spatial gate. In front of him, a mysterious figure stepped through, and our protagonist immediately asked, "Who are you?" The person replied, "I am AC of Gas." Ryuki looked over, silently sizing them up. "A member of Gas, a famous guild. I've never seen this person before, but," he said, "is this a trap?" The space has shifted, but it doesn't seem that different. Suddenly, a voice from behind rang out, causing. Ryuki was startled and looked back, turning his entire body to face the blue spatial gate. "Ryuki, I'm sure you're more familiar with that name." To his utter shock, the mysterious person was the one who had betrayed him in the past. Sinta. She looked at him and continued, "I never thought we'd meet again." Ryuki, our protagonist, stared blankly, stammering the girl's name, Sinta. Memories started flooding back, the image of an innocent colleague who always had a friendly smile for him. Then, the image of that same person siding with Linfen and pushing him out of the guild. All of it made Ryuki unable to believe his own eyes. He had never thought he would see her again in this situation, unconsciously uttering her name. As for Sinta, she immediately reacted, "I'm quite sure I've mentioned before that was just a nickname. My real name is AC." At these words, Ryuki suddenly clutched his stomach and burst out laughing. While she stared at him blankly, he said, "I don't care what your real name is." Then, Ryuki lowered the broadsword he was holding and drew his gunblade, continuing, "Because of your scheme, I was kicked out of the guild, became a nobody, and lost everything." Our protagonist's voice grew grim, "And yet you've come back on your own accord. There's only one reason for that I can think of." He tilted his head up, his eyes filled with a crazed and agitated look. "You must be looking to die, aren't you?" Meanwhile, AC calmly replied, "I've been trying to find out what happened to you over the past few years. I never expected you to become a gamer." Ryuki retorted, "Thinking about taking you, Linfen, and the rest of the Linea group down is what got me through every single day. Otherwise, I might have already died, just as you wished." These words, filled with hatred, left her momentarily stunned. He regained his composure and asked, "Tell me, why are you here now?" "I'm trying my best not to kill you, right here and now." AC tucked her hair behind her ear and replied, "It's been 3 years. You've changed a lot. Too. Let me get straight to the point. Forget everything and give up on your revenge against Linea." This demand made our protagonist burst out laughing, and he asked, "What did you just say?" She immediately replied, "If you just live quietly, Linea will ease up on the hunt for you. Think about your family, at least for your mother's sake." Suddenly, AC's voice became mocking. "Ah, I forgot. I only just found out today that she passed away. My apologies." These words successfully enraged Ryuki. Things bulged on his face as his anger started to fill the mysterious space. He gripped his gunblade tightly, his voice filled with fury. "You really are asking to die, aren't you? If so, then I'll grant your wish right now." The moment he finished speaking, Ryuki charged towards AC. A hateful, murderous glint flashed in his eyes. The tip of his blade was almost upon her, but she remained standing there calmly. In the next instant, the tip of the gunblade pierced the hem of AC's cloak as she pushed off her foot and leaned from her body to the left, dodging the strike. Then, she stomped on the floor once more, and the space flashed with light. Pink. AC quickly left him behind to rush towards the dagger over there. Ryuki looked confused. Who was she? What was so special about that dagger? In the blink of an eye, she successfully grabbed it. But surprisingly, AC's eyes went blank as she watched her own hand holding the dagger fly off while blood spurted from her wrist. Our protagonist had appeared behind her at that moment. His gunblade was raised, ready to strike down. A second later, AC's head flew off her neck and to the side. Ryuki declared, "You're still a long way off. That's all you've got." "Ah!" Suddenly, her familiar voice rang out from behind him, startling him. "I didn't expect your hatred to run so deep." AC's rolling head was dissolving, making Ryuki wonder, "What is this?" Then it grew back on her body. AC continued, "Turns out defeating Lin Fen wasn't just luck. I have to go now." He aimed his gunblade at her, pulled the trigger, and then yelled out, "What?" AC replied calmly, "I didn't come here to fight to the death. I didn't expect you to have actually defeated Lin Fen." Just then, Jigen informed him, "Master, that thing isn't real." A large amount of data was transferred when she touched the dagger. This made our protagonist exclaim in confusion, "What?" It continued with a grimace, "You always call it a glitch, a cheat, but now that you've seen it with your own eyes, you're shocked. This is what a so-called artificial glitch looks like." Ryuki said, "I don't care. What matters is I can't kill you right now." AC then asserted, "Overthrowing Linzia is my mission. I don't know what tricks you pulled, but can you handle things when Lin Fen returns?" Hearing this, Ryuki gave a cold laugh and replied, "Lin Fen, I won't give up on my revenge. I don't care about the consequences." This startled her, making her look astonished at his spirit. She was slowly disappearing while issuing a warning, "You will regret this." In response, Ryuki asserted that she would never see Lin Fen in the game Labyrinth again. He held out his hand and continued, in front of AC's shocked face, "I have deleted his account completely." He was crying and screaming until the very end. She raised her voice, questioning, "Wait, what did you just say?" Ryuki affirmed once more, "So just shut up and wait. It won't be long before I make sure it's your turn." Immediately after, they both escaped from the mysterious space. He looked at his hands and thought to himself, "She played me." Ryuki slumped to the ground, deep in thought. That glitch, or whatever it was, had completely neutralized me. If AC had intended to kill me, I would have been dead long ago. He recalled, but the most surprising thing was that suspicious dagger. Ryuki blamed himself. If touching it triggered something, I should have avoided it instead of grabbing it. However, he also realized that he hadn't sensed any danger from it. "I need some more specialized information. I need an ally." Ryuki turned and asked his blind box service system, Jigon, is that thing done yet? It quickly replied, of course, master. Then continued tracking data and connecting the call. Our MC smiled and asked, you're listening, aren't you, trendsetter? An image of a teddy bear appeared, looking clearly worried, with a big question mark over its head. He recalled holding the disc in the store and continued, so you installed a backdoor in the MS version I bought from Suzuki's shop. You thought I wouldn't recognize the one who hacking my vision? On the other side, the style creator anxiously thought to himself, has he already found me? I need to disconnect. Ryuki continued in a cold voice, it's useless. I assume you saw how I blocked Cassius and Linfeng from logging out, didn't you? It hurriedly explained, I'm sorry, but I meant no harm. Ignoring those words, Ryuki continued, whether you meant harm or not doesn't matter. You tested me and then spied on me, right? Of course, that's incredibly annoying. He immediately demanded a meeting. You know Suzuki, don't you? Let's meet in person now. The time and place were immediately set. Meet me at Suzuki's shop tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. If you don't, I will trace your source and wipe all your data. A serious threat that made the style creator break out in a cold sweat. The screen on the Jigen showed a bear's face, along with the style creator's voice. All right, I understand. Just let me ask one thing. It continued, when you fought Linfeng, was it also you who cut the signal for a moment? After hearing this, Ryuki became a bit pensive and worried. Did he miss AC's communication at that time? That bug must be very dangerous. I have to catch this guy at all costs. Then he smiled coldly and replied, what right do you have to question me? If you don't want to end up like Linfeng, then show up obediently. Understand? The scene shifts to that evening at Suzuki's antique shop, where the door was mysteriously closed as it was every day. Inside, Ryuki was standing there, raising his voice. Unbelievable, you've got some nerve. I arrived at the appointed time and you still haven't shown up? Are we going to make this deal or not? Meanwhile, the shop owner asked in surprise, what are you talking about? Suzuki smiled and continued, the style creator is already here. Can't you see him? Our protagonist, somewhat angry, got right in his face and shouted, I didn't come here to play games with you. If he's your friend or something, or if you're hiding him somewhere. Before he could finish his sentence, a voice suddenly came from behind, I'm here. Ryuki was startled and exclaimed, what? The style creator appeared and introduced himself. This is the first time we've met in person, so it's a bit awkward. I am the style creator. He was surprised and thought to himself, a teddy bear? Ryuki immediately grabbed it, lifted it up, and said, unbelievable. Do you think I look easy to fool? The style creator winced and cried out, ouch, you're crushing me. Our protagonist frowned and warned, that's enough joking around. My patience has its limits. But Suzuki, who was sitting nearby, suddenly collapsed onto the table. This startled him, and he looked over. Ryuki wondered, what's wrong? Suzuki's voice rang out. I suddenly thought that instead of explaining, showing you would be much faster. Simply put, I've moved my consciousness. The slightly glowing bear continued, the person who just spoke through this body was the style creator. And at the same time, the one who spoke to you on the other side was me, Suzuki. Now, can you let me go? We're here to make a deal, after all. Hearing that somewhat familiar voice, he pondered to himself, the tone has changed to Suzuki's, then what is that thing lying on the table? The AI appeared and added, they are indeed the same person. It seems he uses multiple bodies and can adjust his personality programming. It's like a form of shared consciousness among different identities. Ryuki let go of the bear and spoke, in an astonished voice. It's insane. He can even change his own personality. Sure enough, Four Seasons 5 replied, that's some sharp observation, you noticed immediately, just like with the previous body. It waved its hand and said cheerfully, anyway, congratulations on taking down Linfen, especially with that final skill. Where did you get it? Are there any limitations? Like the number of uses, cooldown time, or any additional costs? Our MC noticed something was off as the voice changed again. So this is Four Seasons 5. He replied to it, brushing those questions aside. Why won't you tell me who you are? It immediately replied with a warning. Suzuki will explain that, but regardless, you should still be careful when using that deletion skill. Ryuki replied coldly, thanks for your concern, but it's too late. Jigen announced that the video editing was complete and the battle had been uploaded. He quickly told Four Seasons 5, the fight with Linfen from start to finish has been posted online. Its eyes glowed red and it reacted harshly. You uploaded the entire fight? You're insane. All of Linnea will be hunting you down immediately. Ryuki replied with a cold smirk. That's exactly what I want. For them to tremble before a nobody they have always looked down on. Four Seasons 5 sighed. Talking to you is like talking to a brick wall. Do you even know that you're being followed? Our MC was taken aback and immediately asked, followed by what? It slumped onto the table and switched to the opposite persona and answered, forget it, just talk to Suzuki about these headaches. Fan Yen woke up, adjusted the hat on his head, and spoke up. Four Seasons 5 doesn't like to talk, unless it's his area of expertise. Suzuki snapped his fingers and said with a smile, anyway, let's look at this first. Instantly, a map of the neighborhood appeared on the floor. Ryuki was startled and exclaimed, "What is this?" Suzuki replied. "It can display the area within a 100-meter radius around this shop in real time, which is quite useful for detecting who is targeting us." On it, the Black Snake Gang appeared, located away from the shop by 47 meters with their leader in front. Seeing them, he wondered aloud. "The Black Snake Gang, they haven't given up yet?" Fan Yen replied, "Not exactly, they're probably just bait. The ones really behind this are likely them." Inside a building was the Iron Blood Gang, at a distance of 47 meters. Our MC looked confused. "What is the Iron Blood Gang?" Suzuki explained, "It's a major criminal organization that thrives on blood and violence in the underworld. Luckily, it seems they have no connection to Linnea. The leader had to retire as a pro gamer due to a past incident, and rumor has it that Linnea was behind it." Upon hearing this, Ryuki nodded in understanding. "That's right, so they wouldn't side with the people who ruined them. But you still haven't told me what you really are." At a distance of 47 meters, our MC looked confused. "What is the Iron Blood Gang?" Suzuki explained, "Let's move to a more private location. There is a place well suited for our conversation." He followed while listening to its explanation. "Whether as Suzuki or Four Seasons 5, I have the same goal, and I've been searching for allies to achieve it." Meanwhile, Ryuki thought to himself that the shop's basement connects to the underworld sewers. Suzuki stood beside an entrance and then smiled. "This way." Jigen did its job and informed our MC. "Scan complete, no dangers detected. Let's move to a more private location. There is a place well suited for our conversation." He followed while listening to its explanation. "Let's move to a more private location. There is a place well suited for our conversation." He followed while listening to its explanation. Receiving this information, Ryuki confidently followed him inside. Before him were many puppets being, "Where I keep my goods and my bodies are where I store my greatest creations," John said in surprise. "Impressive. I don't care much about these bodies, more importantly, Four Seasons man." "Suzuki, what should I call you?" The young man quickly replied. "For now, I'm Suzuki, but as a hacker, I'm Four Seasons man, though it's quite difficult to explain to you." He snapped his fingers and continued, "Before we proceed with the transaction, I'll explain who I am." On the screen, an unknown name appeared, estimated age between 20 and 30, estimated gender female, along with Suzuki's voice. "Unfortunately, that's all I know about myself." Ryuki asked in amazement, "You don't even know who you are? Does interfering with personalities cause some kind of split?" The young man replied and asked back, "Something like that. Have you ever heard of the 707 explosion?" It was widely reported as a common plane crash with no survivors, but in reality, there was only one survivor, a body so charred that it couldn't be identified or communicate. That person was dissected in a laboratory until there was nothing left, and then some sicko turned it into a full-fledged cyborg. Hearing this information, John exclaimed, "Humans really are trash, aren't they?" While he asked doubtfully, "So you're that survivor?" Suzuki pointed to his head and explained, "More accurately, we are." That accident merged countless memories together. The young man tried to explain in the simplest terms that whether it's souls or minds, "I don't know either. I'm just artificially controlling those personalities, so I can only say that I don't know who I am." After grasping the whole story, Ryuki replied, "All right, let's just say I believe that. What do you want to trade?" Suzuki immediately threw a book towards him. Ryuki caught it, as the young man's voice stated the terms of the exchange, "Your revenge, I want in." The file in Ryuki's hands now displayed the line, "Linnea Guild and Ria Sofit." The scene changes to social media, where people are discussing, "Have you seen the latest uploaded video yet?" It's about the escape of that no-name guy at Jing in episode 6. The Linnea Guild attacked and hunted down Linfen Darius. Some opinions suggest that Linfen was completely defeated. Looks like Linnea is finished. Images of the battle kept appearing. Questions were constantly being asked. Is that data deletion thing fake? The scene changes to social media, where people are discussing, "Have you seen the latest uploaded video yet?" Some boastful no-name thought he'd get sued by the Linnea Guild to create a finale. A game that doesn't allow deletion actually had a deletion? How ridiculous. But if it's fake, shouldn't Linfen show up once to prove it? Why hasn't the Linnea Guild responded yet? Meanwhile, the main character from the video, Vice Leader Linfen, was sitting and drinking bottle after bottle. He saw the criticisms directed at him, angrily smashed the bottle and cursed, "Damn it." On the login screen, a notification for account information verification read, "No data found." Linfen laughed foolishly, slurring his words in lament. My account is gone." "You've got to be kidding." His hand holding the wine bottle trembled as he continued, "I'm Linfen. I'm the ace player of Linnea after all. That bastard brother." "Brother?" He painfully recalled the time after his battle with Ryuki. Linfen slammed his hand on the table with a loud thud. He screamed, "Just one time, please give me one more chance." Gabriel, who was sitting there reviewing documents, coldly replied, You ignored my warnings, fought on your own, and even lost your account. What kind of chance are you still expecting? Lin Fen tried to explain and plead. I was caught by surprise, so please just get me another account. From now on, I'll do exactly as you say. Then he yelled, there has to be a way, even if it means stealing an account from another gamer or getting a license to create a new one. Whatever it takes. He looked at his younger brother, frowned, and replied, as a gamer, you're truly ignorant. It's a shame that we're related by blood. Gabriel picked up a document and continued. The law states that each person can only have one account. That's it. Once it's lost, you can't create another one. He called security in and announced, your time is up. Or are you trying to waste more of my time? Lin Fen looked anxious, his face stunned, and said, don't be ridiculous. Even that nobody became a gamer. Is this really the end? He turned, shoved the security guard away, and yelled, fine. I'll handle it myself. Don't get in my way. Meanwhile, Gabriel sat there, slightly frowning and adjusting his glasses, deep in thought. Back in the present, Lin Fen was thrown out onto the street, lying there like a dog as someone scolded him. I'm sick and tired of having to clean up your messes. Don't even think about coming back here again. He lifted his head and mumbled, those bastards, before they wouldn't even dare to look me in the eye. Just then, a well-dressed person approached him from behind and asked, excuse me, are you Lin Fen Darius? Lin Fen clutched his head and replied, if you're here to beg, then get lost. I'm already in a bad mood. Don't make it worse. The person held out a card that startled him and then spoke. Beg? I'm here to help you. Lin Fen's eyes widened as he looked at the photo and continued to listen. It seems you'll be needing the power of us. This person was none other than Mr. Secret. He smiled at the photo of our main character in his hand and continued, would you like to hear my proposal? Scene change. After reviewing the documents, Ryuki voiced his question, is everything written here true? The Linnea Guild deliberately delayed progress in the virtual world, and in return, the developer game company RIA provided special benefits to the Linnea Guild, which isn't very surprising. Even Jigen had to sigh in response. How pathetic for developers and administrators like these. No wonder the final product, the game of the gods, turned into such a mess. Suzuki picked up an orb, smiled, and added, that was the secret agreement between the Linnea Guild and RIA Soft. The young man stood up, an orb in each hand, and continued, isn't it ridiculous? An agreement to deliberately slow down progress in the game of the gods. Ryuki looked over and asked, so, is RIA Soft your target? He had a slight doubt. The world is currently sustained by resources from the game of the gods. Is it really worth confronting a major corporation with a monopoly on the game's development? Suzuki replied, it would probably be better if they disappeared. They once led the development of the game of the gods, but now they're just a rotting stone hindering progress, the world's progress. Ryuki tilted his head, still confused. Your anger seems hard to understand, just for that reason? The young man repeated without hesitation. Didn't I already tell you that I'm the sole survivor of the 707 explosion? Suzuki recalled that incident and revealed some incredibly surprising information. The object that exploded on the plane at that time was an in-game item from Iris. In front of the two of them now was a female puppet. Our main character's voice rang out, I see. So that's why your mind is so disturbed? Are you saying RIA Soft was behind that explosion? Suzuki continued, I am almost certain of it. Hearing this, Ryuki thought to himself, if we target Linnea, it will eventually lead to Redia. Suzuki's intention wasn't just to destroy Linnea. At this point, he turned to ask, are you planning to erase the entire virtual world? The young man closed the wooden chest and replied with another question. Do we really need such a terrible game? Just because it supplies over half of society's resources? Nonsense. Suzuki explained, the new games from Retia are all just garbage. The only success that's keeping it alive is the virtual world. And even its resources are slowly running out. Society might be stable now, but what about 5 or 10 years from now? Can Retia possibly create another success by then? These incompetent fools will just continue to monopolize the development of the gods' game. These words sparked a thought in our main character's mind. The Demon God Tower, the main content of the virtual world, still hasn't been conquered. The Linnea Guild is controlling it and planning to dominate it, but Suzuki's idea is to destroy their entire foundation. Immediately, Jigen's screen displayed a nuclear explosion along with its own opinion. Do it, master. That game is crude and boring. It's unbearable to watch a withered branch cling on for so long like that. Ryuki turned and replied, I'll consider it. Anyway, let's put that aside for now. You haven't forgotten the reason I came here, have you? He gave a cold smile and held out his hand, demanding, the mods. Hand them all over. A while later, our main character was leaving by climbing up through a sewer pipe. John announced, I've checked all 13 mods that Suzuki provided. The camouflage mod seems quite useful. He continued, there's a lot to think about, but that was certainly an interesting exchange. By the way, have you investigated the incident Suzuki mentioned? The system replied, "The records of the incident that Suzuki mentioned do exist. Have you?" He gave a cold smile and held out his hand, demanding, "The mods. Hand them all over. A while later, I suggest a separate investigation into this Suzuki fellow." It spoke sarcastically. After all, humans are untrustworthy creatures. Ryuki pushed up the manhole cover, poked his head out, and added, "I completely agree." Anyway, Suzuki mentioned the back alley near the hotel in the entertainment district, right? Behind him, a random guy was slumped over. Our main character continued, "It's far enough from Duchen Square to be considered safe, but calling it safe sounds ridiculous." He looked at the man sitting there and wondered, is that guy drunk? It looks like he's still breathing. Then he was startled when he saw something on him, his voice faltering. "This is?" John looked down and answered, "Drugs." Ryuki stood up decisively. "That's right, digital drugs. I've heard about them." He stood there and mumbled, "I heard they're really popular recently, probably because this is the entertainment district." Suddenly, a sound from behind startled our main character. It was a man's shouting voice. "Over here." Ryuki quickly leaped into a nearby dark alley to hide. A group of men approached. Their leader, wearing a white vest, walked towards the slumped-over guy and said, "This guy really causes a lot of trouble." The system alerted him that they were wearing the same type of uniform as the people monitoring Duchen Square. The leader frowned and continued, "Making busy, guys like us run all over the place." Ryuki took out a dagger and muttered to himself, "Suzuki, did that bastard dare to say this was a safe route, or is he trying to set me up?" This man was Ona, a member of Iron Blood. He crouched down, grabbed the collar of the guy who was high on drugs, then sneered and said, "Running all the way here after ditching our stuff? Huh, quite impressive, don't you think?" He swung his hand and slapped the guy so hard he toppled over, then stood up and watched the body tremble, while dusting off his hands and ordering his underlings, "Idiot, drag him away." Meanwhile, our MC was still hiding nearby, silently observing, ready to act if anything happened. Ona put a cigar to his lips, and an underling immediately lit it for him as he began to question them. "So you lost the target?" The underling beside him quickly clasped his hands and replied, "I'm sorry, I'll track them down as soon as possible." Quite impressive, don't you think? He swung his hand and slapped the guy so hard he toppled over, then stood up and watched the body tremble. This made Ryuki wonder. "A client?" Over on the other side, Ona said in a low voice, "Suzuki, that guy is always too cautious." "Well, whatever. For now the client is still only asking for surveillance, but just watching the building won't help us find them." Ona squeezed his subordinate's shoulder hard and coldly demanded. The leader ordered his underlings to continue monitoring Duchen Square for now. The underling looked confused and spoke up, "Wait, at least until your efforts are reviewed." "Get what I'm saying?" The underling didn't dare say another word and replied, "Yes, sir." "Hey, just do as you're told." He smiled, his voice full of menace. Jigen processed the information and commented, "So Suzuki really isn't setting us up? I mean, Master has had bad luck more than once." In the middle of the crowded street, Ryuki asked the system to guide him to the least crowded route possible. A while later, he stood before a door and reached for the handle. A smart lock device lit up with the words "card lock." Ryuki quickly held up the key card to open the door. He stepped into the room, took off his hood, and sighed. "Am I the only one here?" Our MC sprawled out on the bed in the most comfortable position, then let out a long sigh. "I'm so tired." Ryuki looked up at the ceiling, murmuring, "After spending a few weeks in the God's game, I can't even remember the last time I lay down in the real world." He just lay there, enjoying the rare moment of rest. Suddenly, a sword flashed in the darkness. Then a slash was unleashed, cutting the bed in half like a piece of cake. Ryuki, holding his dagger, leaped to the side, dodging the dangerous blow, and at the same time, used the Jigen system to activate the Holy Sword skill. He quickly closed in on the assassin, delivering a swift slash that wounded his arm, causing blood to spurt out. The dagger came down, covered in blood, as the assassin let out a blood-curdling scream of pain. Ryuki looked over, as the man desperately lunged out the window and jumped down to the street. He smiled and thought to himself, "Did that guy just use a special skill item from Iriso?" Then, Ryuki excitedly jumped down in pursuit, thinking loudly, "You think I'd let him get away that easily?" Landing on the ground, he followed the blood trail on the road and thought to himself, "Excellent. He couldn't have gotten far. I just need to follow the blood. I'll definitely catch him." A notification appeared for stealth support, presence, concealment, and detected a slicing effect. So he's using a reality-altering item. Our protagonist said while chasing, "If it weren't for my intuition, even I wouldn't have noticed." He followed the trail, deducing in his head that there were no ambushes or traps in sight. The blood trail led to a corner to the right. Ryuki quickly dashed forward at high speed, a thrilled smile still on his face. "He's right here." As he reached the entrance of the Komsov, "I'll definitely catch him." A notification appeared for stealth support, presence, concealment, and detected a slicing effect. So he's to stone. as our protagonist continued to question him, "Who sent you here? The Black Elder or the Iron Blood Guild?" Without bothering to answer, he directly pointed his sword to the sky, and it immediately began to radiate a dense, blue energy. Then he instantly slashed straight towards him. Ryuki grimaced and leaned to one side to dodge. The slash created a long gash as if it had to stone. As our protagonist continued to question him, "Who sent you here? The Black Elder or the Iron Blood Guild?" Without bothering to answer, he looked at the mark left by the sword energy and assessed it. "I know this weapon is great." He looked towards the man sarcastically. "But your swordsmanship isn't suited for this kind of power. That's not your main weapon, is it?" A moment later, using his skills, Ryuki zipped behind the assassin, grabbing his sword arm and said in a cold voice, "Damn it, why didn't you put that troublesome thing down first?" As soon as he finished speaking, he unhesitatingly stabbed his sharp dagger straight in the man's hand, forcing him to drop the sword. It fell to the ground with a clang, accompanied by a pained scream that echoed through the alley. Blood dripped down relentlessly. The assassin's figure gradually materialized, along with whimpering sounds. Ryuki smiled and continued, "Now, let me get a good look at that smug face of yours." He sighed sarcastically. "Look at this. The guild's former ace is now trying to pass himself off as an assassin? Isn't that humiliating?" Linfen Darius. He stood there looking completely disheveled. The wounds on his hand didn't stop him from yelling, You nameless bastard." Linfen gritted his teeth, scowling as he looked at his own injured arm, his trembling voice continuing to curse. "Damn it, you bastard." Then he quickly lunged for the sword, intending to grab it while yelling, "I'll kill you." But before he could even touch the sword, our protagonist met him with a painful knee to the face. The force was so strong it sent Linfen flying backwards, coughing violently. Ryuki stepped forward, picked up the sword, and asked, "Is this an Iriso item? Where did you get something so formidable?" He looked over at him appraisingly. "How could you possibly be using its full potential as if you were its true master? But I guess this is more than enough for trash like you, right?" Linfen sat up, his face still twisted in an ugly expression as he looked over, and continued to curse. "You son of a b." Then he immediately turned, clutching his arm, and fled. Ryuki watched in surprise and asked, "You're trying to run away in a situation like this?" He gripped the sword and quickly gave chase, adding, "I don't think that's a wise choice." Linfen thought to himself, clutching his bloody hand. "This psycho, how the hell does he have that kind of power? Don't smile like that, there's still a way out." Meanwhile, Ryuki continued his pursuit with a determined glint in his eyes. He darted out of the alley, heading towards the crowded streets, calculating in his mind that no matter how strong that bastard was, well, it didn't matter how famous he was still just a nobody. The moment people on the street saw him, they immediately recognized him and started to stare and gossip. "Isn't that Linfen? What's that? There's blood on his hand. Is he fighting someone?" Just then, Ryuki also appeared. The crowd gathered with whispered questions. "Who is that? Is that sword an Araso item?" "That's him, the one who escaped the deep sea." Our protagonist paused. They immediately recognized him and started to stare and gossip. "Isn't that Linfen? What's that? There's blood on his hand. Is he fighting someone? Are they fighting in real life too?" He looked over at our guy with a sarcastic smirk. "How dare a nameless like you kill a gold rank? That's the most serious of all crimes." Observing and listening to his surroundings, didn't he already beat Linfen in the virtual world? Linfen continued to put on an act. A nameless chasing a gold rank with a sword, and with so many people watching like this. Ryuki fell silent for a moment, looking at the sword in his hand. Then he made a decision, throwing the sword in front of Linfen and told him, "Arrest me." He was startled and asked, "What did you say?" Ryuki smiled and answered, "As you said, if I, a nameless, attack you, a gold rank, then if you attack me, it would be self-defense, right?" He raised his two hands suggestively. "If you kill me now, you'll still be innocent. Isn't this your golden opportunity?" You. But our main character didn't forget to add a taunting, sarcastic smile. "Of course, that is if you can." He successfully provoked Linfen, his brows furrowed, his face turning pale with anger, his jaw clenched tightly as veins bulged on his face. He broke into a sweat as a series of questions popped into his head. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Does he have some kind of plan? No, he's probably just bluffing. Just as he said, "This is an opportunity." Linfen's expression changed as he confidently assessed the situation. "With so many cameras around, I can get my revenge for the humiliation in the game and boldly declare my comeback." And so, he reached down to pick up the Araso item's sword. Without a moment of hesitation, Linfen charged forward, slashing relentlessly at Ryuki while screaming, "Die." Our protagonist calmly dodged, tossing out a few taunts. "You're too slow. What a pity. I don't feel worried at all." He screamed, "Shut up," then furiously unleashed waves of sword energy forward. The destruction sent dust flying everywhere. One attacked while the other dodged, and just like that, flashes of light and slash marks spread down the street. Ryuki tilted his body and assessed with a smile. You're not used to a sword, that's why your slashes are so off. You should have brought your main weapon, that spear of yours, right? Oh wait, you don't have it anymore, do you? Hearing this, Lin Fen screamed in a rage. Damn it, how much longer are you going to keep dodging like this? At that exact moment, our protagonist's fist was already in front of his face. He threw a powerful uppercut to counter, causing him to cough up blood and fly backward. Ryuki paused and calmly continued, I think you've misunderstood something. This isn't a friendly match, you should probably call your brother. Ah, that's right, you said he kicked you out, didn't you? Lin Fen covered his mouth as blood continued to trickle out. His voice trembled from the humiliation. How dare you? Then the former vice leader of Linnea screamed, Die. He then continued to unleash his sword energy, destroying everything it touched and sending debris flying. Our protagonist, on the other hand, leaped back to dodge. Lin Fen charged forward while holding his bloody mouth, thinking, I have to kill you. I absolutely must kill you. His frenzied state started to give Ryuki some trouble. He raised his arm to defend himself. Shards of brick and stone flew at him. Seeing our main character look confused, he gloated, flashing a smug smile and charged forward thinking, This is my chance. He raised his gleaming sword, ready to strike, while telling himself, How dare you let your guard down against me? It's time for you to die. Ryuki quickly raised the small dagger in his hand to block the deadly blow. A blinding light flashed at the point of impact. He looked over and said to him, You've gone too far, Lin Fen. You've not only turned the city into a mess, but you've also attacked innocent civilians. Even if you're gold-ranked, it's useless. Hearing this, he froze, looking over in bewilderment and asking, What the hell are you talking about? Lin Fen asked, When did I ever attack civilians? The scene in front of him slowly came into focus. Behind Ryuki was a girl, and he had used his dagger to block the slash aimed at her. Lin Fen was startled and exclaimed, Wait, what is this? It wasn't just that girl. Other disheveled young people nearby were helping each other up and screaming, Run. Lin Fen has gone mad. Medic, call for a medic. Before the former vice leader of Linnea was a scene of a ruined street with traces of his sword aura. People were frantically shouting, There are injured people over here too. When will the police get here? He stammered out, What have I done? Lin Fen was stunned. He froze as he realized, his face turning pale with worry as he spoke. You blocked my vision. Since when has this been happening? He turned back to our main character and roared insanely. Since when? Before he could get an answer, the continuous clicking of camera shutters echoed around him. Lin Fen froze in the camera flashes. The people around were taking pictures of him while speaking out. Lin Fen, you damn psycho, your life is over. A sea of phones was raised, their flashes, blinking non-stop. The crowd murmured, Did Linnea really treat a madman like this as their ace? You deserve to be kicked out. Lin Fen was rooted to the spot, trying to explain in extreme panic. No, stop. Just stop. You think the media will take your side? Ryuki smiled and said to him, But from the moment you stood here swinging your sword, you already became a headline. He continued to swing his sword towards the sound, and cursed, You bastard, but ended up striking an innocent person. They quickly dodged and screamed, Get out of the way, that psycho is going crazy again. Lin Fen, with an ashen face, yelled an explanation. No, it's all his fault, that guy, if I can just kill him. Right at this moment, hundreds of pairs of eyes in front of him and millions of viewers online were watching him. His whole body trembled as our protagonist's familiar voice rang out, Let me congratulate you, Lin Fen. He gave a cold smile and looked at him decisively. Your useless life is over. Hearing these familiar words made him stare wide-eyed, but Ryuki wasn't finished. He asked, You still don't remember me? A scene from the past flashed by. Lin Fen had his arm around AC, patting our main character's shoulder mockingly. You were talking trash behind my back, weren't you? Someone like you who doesn't know their place. Wants to be a strategist. Have you forgotten who you are? Then he turned his head and said sarcastically, But I'll still congratulate you because your useless life has come to an end. Ryu. The image of him in the present appeared in the pupils of Lin Fen. He finally remembered and screamed, Ryuki, with a long eye. The scene changes to the next morning. In the media started buzzing about that incident. Breaking news, a terrifying event occurred last night. On the screen, an image of the former Vice Guild Master of Linnea being arrested by the police, Lin Fen Darius, appeared. The suspect claimed at the time of his arrest that it was all a script by Ryu 70, but after analysis, the police concluded it was his unilateral action. Gabriel stood there, watching and listening intently. The whereabouts of Ryu 70 are still unknown, but fortunately, there were no casualties in this incident. A member of the Linnea Guild approached, holding a paper in his hand, and asked, Guildmaster, did the press conference go smoothly? Gabriel's voice boomed with authority, making the man break out in a cold sweat. A murderous aura emanated from his entire body as he declared, "From now on, we will mobilize the entire Linea Guild without sharing any means or methods, even if it means paralyzing the entire virtual world." Gabriel gritted his teeth in anger and asserted, "We must find him at all costs. I'll deal with him myself." On the media screen now was an image of the Linea Guild master during the press conference. Along with that was the news anchor's voice. As previously announced, we will now begin the emergency press conference of the Linea Guild. Gabriel, representing his guild, stated, "Linfindarius was expelled due to internal issues, and at the time the incident occurred, he was no longer a member of our guild. Therefore, we declare that this incident has no connection to the Linea Guild. The former vice guild master has been arrested and is currently detained at the city police station. However, many questions were still raised by reporters. Is it true that Linfin's account has been deleted? Why did the Linea Guild attack Ryu 70? He continued to answer, "We have been investigating the player Ryu 717 who declared war on our guild. According to the data we've collected, a power forcibly deleted data within the game's labyrinth. The hypothesis is that this power can be used not only in the virtual world but also in other game labyrinths. Therefore, the Linea Guild believes that Ryu 7017 is the cause and that they have utilized all of the guild's resources to hunt him down." In front of the camera flashes, Gabriel asserted, "The Linea Guild, we will protect the virtual world from the hands of Ryu 70. He raised a hand to adjust his glasses, concluding with a sentence that revealed our main character's identity, or in other words, from the hands of Ryuki. The press conference video was immediately broadcast live and posted on multiple platforms. Along with it, negative comments appeared, utilizing all resources, my A****. It's been a month since the declaration, and you still haven't caught him? Lin got kicked out, and you can't even catch one no name. Linea's reputation has hit rock bottom. Just a bunch of leeches feeding off the virtual world, right? The keyboard warriors relentlessly attacked and mocked the strongest guild. Ryu 70 is still hiding, hasn't been caught, and there are still no videos being uploaded. Did he get scared and run away? A Linea Guild employee here, that no name even leaked personal information, you think he'd run?" The guild's analyst read every single comment. "If I were in the Linea Guild, I'd be platinum ranked by now. I think this long message is from him, isn't it? Disgusting no name." She then clenched her fist and slammed it on the keyboard. Ragna sighed in anger and cursed, "These idiots. Why hasn't Ryuki posted a new video in a month?" Suddenly, a little red-haired girl approached from behind and asked, "Ragna, what are you muttering about by yourself?" "What?" She turned around, startled, and asked, "Becky, did you clear the dungeon? How's the guild master?" The little girl rubbed her head and replied, "Gabriel went to meet that pig. This damn guild is really draining everyone." Ragna turned in her chair and sighed. "Why hasn't Ryuki posted a new video in a month?" Suddenly, a little red-haired girl approached from behind and asked, "Ragna, what are you muttering about by yourself?" But the risk of the game shutting down is making us work even more in the virtual world. The little girl leaned back. "Gabriel went to meet that pig. This damn guild is really draining everyone." Ragna turned in her chair and sighed. "Is it really necessary to use all our resources to catch that guy?" Ragna sat silently, listening in frustration. Why are they making such a big deal over some nobody? Then she shot up and reacted fiercely. "You don't understand. The existence of Ryu 70 is completely different from other players. His very existence is an anomaly." Becky wondered, "So where is this indescribable guy? He declared war on us, made us run around in circles, and now he's hiding. Can he do anything else?" Hearing that, she became a bit flustered and stammered, "Well, only Ryu 70 knows." Then Ragna was startled and instinctively turned back to the screen. A new video had been uploaded, and her face turned to a look of astonishment, wondering to herself, "What is this?" The scene changes to the Redia headquarters, a building with a triangular block-like architecture near the iriso tree. Inside, a man's voice asked, "They still haven't dealt with Ryu 70. Gabriel was kneeling there, offering an apology. The man sitting there replied, "Is an apology enough? Didn't I tell you that if you can't handle it in the game, then handle it in real life?" He turned to face him, questioning in an annoyed tone. "He's just some nobody who cheats. Isn't that right? And you can't even catch a guy like that." This portly man is the CEO of Rediasoft, a platinum ranker, named Stevero Redia. He continued to ask, "Did I overestimate your abilities?" Stevero pressed on, "I heard that our flagship product, the virtual world, is still in decline, right? The management of the Linea Guild is getting more and more disappointing." Gabriel thought to himself, "Talking to trash like this is making me lose my patience." But on the outside, he remained humble. "I apologize." The fat man continued, "That thing is about to become obsolete." He looked at the thing in front of him and added, "But it would be very inconvenient if the virtual world collapsed now, at least not while things are still unfinished." Stevero laughed loudly, glancing over and saying, "Shall I introduce you to the future of Redia? A masterpiece that will turn the entire gaming industry upside down." The Linea Guild master then looked up, thinking to himself, this is. But right after, he glanced over as the communication system displayed a notification for a new video. People on the street also received the same notification. Everyone looked at their screens, murmuring, "That guy has appeared again. Why did he suddenly come back? Didn't he run away because he was afraid of the Linnea Guild?" In the video, "This is Deep Sea Escape 6. Destroy the Game of God." A hand waved and a familiar voice was heard. "Hello everyone, I am Ryu 7217. Ryu smiled and continued, "I saw the Linnea Guild's press conference. The guildmaster called me a public enemy." Ryu rubbed his chin and asked, "Being called that is ridiculous. Right? Who would call someone that? You don't need to rush me. I will crush this virtual world soon enough." He gestured towards the current game and introduced, "Today's video is just a summary of what's about to happen. This is the game Greed Builder. The visuals are similar to Minecraft," Ryuki explained. "This game used to be very popular but was abandoned due to viruses and increasing difficulty. Usually, abandoned games like this would be deleted." He tossed the blue cube in his hand, entered the game, and continued to pose a question to everyone. But this is very common. So, under what circumstances would a game dungeon be deleted? A gold coin from the game appeared in Ryuki's hand. Then, he answered his own question. First, the game's resources have been depleted. Iriso values entertainment the most, so usually, a game considered a masterpiece must have abundant resources to exploit. In contrast to the plummeting resources of the fantasy world, its limits are becoming more and more apparent. A game with depleted resources will be deleted. Ryuki stepped forward and continued to explain. Second, when the number of players decreases, if the player count drops below a certain level, it will be automatically deleted. This dungeon was closed for that very reason. He looked up as a shadow was cast down. And finally, the third case, the right time for it to appear, the Greed. Cube God, an entity that can create cubes within the game dungeon, is also the reason this place turned into a wasteland. Ryuki then took out his gunblade, declaring confidently in a cold voice, "Now, I will destroy this cube god." Watching this, Jasper exclaimed in astonishment, "What the hell is that?" Something like that shouldn't be catchable within the system, right? Rana sat there thinking, that weapon is the same type he uses in the purple fantasy world. How can he use the same type of weapon in different dungeons? Each system has its own external limits. Cube soldiers released by the Greed Cube God descended to attack our protagonist. Ryuki quickly charged forward, swinging his sword and slashing them to pieces. He continued speaking, "While the video is being live-streamed, the cube soldiers are nothing special. They're numerous but weak, and their attack patterns are simple, but the reason this game was abandoned is that the goal is the boss high above. To put it simply, you are constantly attacked, which causes everything you build to be destroyed because the difficulty can't be adjusted." Ryuki used the cube soldiers themselves as stepping stones to jump upwards. He raised his gunblade, preparing to strike down, and pose a rhetorical question. "So what if we eliminate the root of the problem itself?" A powerful thrust struck the Greed God directly. As if it had a mind of its own, it widened its eyes and cried out, in pain. Ryuki sat on the boss's cracking body, placed his hand on it, and simultaneously announced the final method for deleting a game dungeon when a critical error occurs in the system. He smiled, frowning slightly as he continued, causing the game to be unable to continue. From our protagonist's palm, the familiar blue light of the system seeped into the cracks on the boss's body. It was the SSR skill, deletion. The Greed God's body continued to crack into many pieces, to the boss's own horror. Ryuki jumped down and landed as the massive body shattered into many small cubes and fell apart. A white light emanated. Now that the Greed Builder's management system has been deleted, this game dungeon has automatically closed. Now, even the cube soldiers are beginning to vanish along with it. They all cried out in terror. Over here, Jasper was utterly shocked, exclaiming, "Impossible. What? Did he really destroy the entire game's maze?" The analyst Ragna was also extremely surprised, thinking to himself that the skill that deleted Linfin's weapon and account could even delete the game's maze. Ryuki spread his arms wide and enjoyed the sensation while sending a message to the viewers. "Thank you all for watching the entire video. You will get to see more content like this in the virtual world." His image also slowly evaporated from the game, and he left a final message. "I would like to correct the words of a certain high-ranking individual who said that if the virtual world were to disappear, the world would collapse." Gabriel was pensively watching as the final sounds of Ryuki's voice rang out. "If the virtual world disappears, what will be destroyed is not the world, but the greedy and lazy Rhea and the Linnea Guild." Our protagonist pointed directly at the screen and declared, "I am not an enemy of society." He affirmed, once again, what he was aiming for. "My only targets are all of you." The scene changes to the virtual world, the Green Shadow Dungeon. At the entrance, a fully equipped party stood guard, while outside, there was a long line of players queuing up, waiting for their turn. One of them held a wanted poster for Ryuki. He checked each person carefully and only let them pass when he was certain they were not him. This annoyed the other players. A girl wondered, "It's been a whole month. Every time we enter the dungeon, we're closely monitored. Why do we have to endure this just because some guy named Ryuki is hiding here?" The man with her replied, "Even if they think this is their territory, this is going a bit too far." Behind them, a person in knight's armor, with a helmet completely covering their face, listened intently in silence. "Shh, they'll hear you." When it was this person's turn, the inspection team's leader immediately demanded, "We will be conducting an inspection from here, so we ask for your cooperation. Please remove your equipment and place it on the ground." Hidden behind the helmet was a familiar smile. A gunblade was drawn, and our protagonist's voice rang out, "Is this the equipment you're talking about?" The whole team hastily backed away, getting into a defensive stance. Their leader shouted, "That's a gunblade. It's him." The man beside him, Ryu 70, ordered someone to call the organization. Ryuki quickly took off his helmet to face them and said sarcastically, "In broad daylight like this, it must be so hard to find an unknown person like me." Jao wondered, "If you didn't want to hide, why did you disguise yourself?" He pulled back his hand and replied, "I was just testing a new skill and warming up a bit before entering the dungeon." As soon as he finished speaking, Ryuki dashed through the crowd, leaving behind his sharp sword slash, followed only by screams of pain and spilled blood. That person was blown right out of the virtual world. A notification appeared. Jigan System Eijutsu SR, Level 1, quickly draws the sword from its sheath to attack. Speed plus 50%, power plus 20%, critical hit 30%, cooldown 30 seconds. Ryuki raised his hand and took out a sword, wondering to himself, "Should I try switching weapons?" Immediately after using it, he quickly took down the second guy. New information, Jigan System Soul Sever Sword SR, a weapon that can destroy souls, increases the critical hit rate against souls. The last member of the group, holding a large axe, prepared to strike from behind, shouting, "You arrogant bastard, I'll kill you." Before he could even finish his sentence, his face met our protagonist's fist. With just a single blow, the aura of the punch still lingered with the image of a golden dragon. The man lay collapsed behind him, covered in blood. The onlookers screamed in shock. "That's insane. Those things don't even exist here. Just what the hell has he been doing for the past 1 month?" The scene flashes back to 1 month ago. Ryuki arrived in a certain land and announced, "I'll be staying away from the virtual world for a while. Now I have to act very cautiously. Otherwise, the Linea Guild and other players will find out," Jigan asked. "So that's why you came to a game dungeon?" Ryuki replied. "Well, I also need to test if I can really destroy a game dungeon, and maybe find some new items and skills too." He thought to himself that just his deletion skill and intuition weren't enough to act decisively. He entered the game Heavenly Dragon Sword Online, produced by Ria Soft, a martial arts action game. Here, our protagonist defeated a series of in-game NPCs and told himself he needed new power. Ryuki stood facing a dark shadow before him, determined to gain enough power to fight Linea and Ria Soft without losing. But when he fought the boss of this game, he failed repeatedly. Again and again, the "You have died" notification popped up. It's impossible to know how many times Ryuki challenged it, but the result was always the same: failure. It got to the point where the boss even laughed at him mockingly. "After all that, you still want more?" In front of our protagonist was the final boss of Heavenly Dragon Sword, the Sword Demon. He looked at him and remarked, "You're pretty stubborn, aren't you? Let me show you what true mastery is." Ryuki slammed his fist on the ground, shouting, "Damn it." He said angrily, "Even for a final boss, if it's this difficult, nobody would play it and the game would shut down. This is a dead dungeon. There are no strategy guides. There has to be a way." Jigen seized the opportunity to tempt him. "Just roll the gacha. It's time to use all the RP we've earned, by any means necessary." Ryuki immediately pushed it away, retorting, "How many more times do I have to say it? That's only for upgrading skills." Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind. "Wait a minute. By any means necessary." That's it. The scene shifts to the Heavenly Dragon Stronghold, the final stage. The demonic sword demon was still sitting there, laughing heartily as he said, "You don't even know how to give up, do you?" He looked down with some confusion and asked, "Don't you think all your efforts are just futile? An ignorant fool should know his place." Ryuki stepped forward and replied, "I've heard your lines so many times, I have them memorized." This took him by surprise, and he asked, "What?" Ryuki smirked and retorted, "You damn old geezer, still talking big at your age, huh? Enough talk, bring it on." The sword demon, furious, furrowed his brow and shouted, "You insolent whelp." He quickly charged forward, adding, "How dare you insult me? From the sword in his hand, a blast of purple energy shot out, aiming straight for the spot where Ryuki stood. The sword demon shouted again, "Let's see how far you get." Ryuki quickly turned and fled, thinking to himself, "Damn it, what kind of broken game is this? Are all of his attacks really area of effect?" In the blink of an eye, the final boss appeared behind Ryuki, sneering coldly. "Is that all you've got? All bark and no bite." He quickly spun around, raising his gunblade to try and block the attacks. The sword demon let out a cold laugh. "So you know how to fight back? Not bad. In that case, let me show you the true power of the Heavenly Dragon Blade." But just then, he had already thrown a grenade. A massive explosion erupted right next to the final boss, while our protagonist had already taken cover behind a boulder, without him even realizing it. The enraged sword demon continued to charge forward, shouting that the thunder bomb, disguised as a pinecone, was a filthy trick. He charged relentlessly, shouting, "That brat is over here." Ryuki dropped grenades as he ran and smirked triumphantly. Behind him, a series of massive explosions erupted one after another. The final boss shot out from the smoke, his voice filled with fury. "Do you think you can defeat me with these childish toys?" Another bomb was thrown, and the sword demon swung his sword, slicing it in half as compressed brown gas burst out. He wondered, is it poison this time? For someone like me who is immune to all poisons, it's probably. Before he could finish his sentence, Ryuki quickly took out an R-quality gas mask, muttering, "This will work, it's not poison, and your keen senses are perfect for this." After inhaling the substance, the final boss's face darkened, and he pinched his nose with both hands. This smell was coming from an L-quality skunk bomb. For someone like me who is immune to all poisons, it's probably. Before he could finish his sentence, Ryuki quickly took out an R-quality gas mask. "Damn you! Are you mocking me?" Ryuki continued his assault, quickly putting on sports goggles and earplugs, while throwing out a bunch of flashbang grenades. This blinded him, forcing him to cover his eyes. The sword demon shut his eyes tightly, gathering purple energy into his sword and declaring, "Even if my eyes are closed and my ears are plugged, killing you will be a piece of cake." He used the Heavenly Dragon Sword Online Ultimate Skill, Heavenly Thunder Dragon Piercing Blade, but before the sword demon could unleash the attack, his eyes shot wide open as a hole appeared in the middle of his forehead. Seeing the boss collapse in front of him, Jigen exclaimed in shock, "Master, are you even human?" That was terrifying. Ryuki, who had just taken him down with a single gunshot, replied to his system, "You were the one who told me not to hesitate no matter what." He continued coldly, "Grenades, stink bombs, flashbangs, and a gun. In a martial arts game like this, how would he know how to deal with them, right?" The Jigen system announced his victory. For defeating a heavenly demon, he received 15,000 RP, 1 magic stone, and 1 box of elixirs. Afterward, Ryuki appeared outside the game. The people standing there looked at him in awe. Is that the Dragon Key technique? From the now-defunct Heavenly Dragon Sword Online game, a new skill was acquired, the Dragon Key technique, R+ quality, which increases physical abilities. The crowd kept wondering, could it be that collapsed labyrinth? Ryuki waved as he walked away, not forgetting to leave a message, "Say hi to Gabriel for me." The scene shifts to another game, where the final boss, the Bloodwood Spirit Dragon, is known for its ability to turn the surrounding environment into its own body. Our protagonist was standing there with Jigen, observing quietly as piercing screams echoed continuously from within. The Jigen system, R+ quality, with small RAM, was at level 1, resembling a summoned black dragon with the level 1 special skill Black Flame, a dragon born from darkness that grows by absorbing the darkness of other creatures. Ryuki looked at it and assessed. It might not look like much, but it's a fearsome creature. Jigen agreed. There's no need to waste time wondering if it'll be useful in battle anymore. He smiled with delight. With this, my other SSR and SR skills will be further enhanced. The screen displayed information about the Green Shadow Dungeon, a forest filled with lost souls. Rank number 1 was Ryuki, and number 2 was Gas's account. Along with that came a message of praise from the system. "Congratulations, Master. You have broken the record by a huge margin." However, that familiar name standing. The second was what made our MC stand stunned for a moment. Then he started to walk away and said, "Let's go, there's nothing left to see here." Then Ryuki coldly stepped into the spatial gate. Before that, Jigen called out to him as if he wanted to say something. "Master," but our MC immediately cut him off. "I know." Ryuki stepped through the gate, entered, and said with a smile, "That damn illusion." In front of him was a crowd of players, and the person sitting there reading a book was surprisingly the guild master of Linea, Gabriel. Seeing him, Ryuki asked excitedly, "I thought you quit the game a long time ago." "You're back?" Legend, Gabriel Darius. He also noticed Ryuki's presence and decisively closed the book in his hand. Witnessing the scale of what was before them, Jigen was also startled. "I had a feeling ever since you appeared in this area, but it's still surprising to see them mobilize so many people just to capture you." "Master, Behind the guild master is a massive force from the powerful Linnea Guild. Ryuki spoke up again. At a glance, there must be at least 1,000 people here. Has Linnea really fallen this far? Setting aside these no names, couldn't you do any better than this? Gabriel put his book away and replied, Rue 70, no, Ryuki, I have a proposal for you. Our MC was puzzled. A proposal? With these numbers, isn't this more of a threat? Just get straight to the point. He adjusted his glasses and replied, return to the Linnea Guild, and we will not only restore your status but also guarantee you will reach the gold rank, a level that's difficult for anyone to achieve in a lifetime. Ryuki remained silent, listening. What about the position of the guild's heir? Are you interested? He slightly shifted the gunblade in his hand and replied, you're really pulling out all the stops to recruit me, huh? You're even planning to hand over the entire guild to me when my goal is to destroy it? Ryuki laughed loudly and fired his gun, shouting at the same time, my answer is hell no. The moment he finished speaking, Gabriel appeared behind him with his sword in hand. He exclaimed coldly, so that's how it is? Our MC reacted instantly, spinning around and raising his gunblade to block. The Linnea Guild Master continued, to celebrate your decision, I'll tell you something interesting. You know of the Saints Hospital where your mother was staying, right? Ryuki wondered to himself, how the hell does this bastard know where my mother was? Gabriel revealed, your mother's cause of death was not a natural illness. This left Ryuki utterly shocked. Then he swung his arm, knocking Gabriel away, and shouted, you think I believe you? The man replied with a calm smile, why don't you try to confirm it for yourself? In any case, my mission here is complete. I came today to give a hint and to confirm something. Gabriel's voice was firm. Skills and items that don't exist in the original game. Seeing them with my own eyes has made me quite curious. He decided to leave, leaving a message behind. That's all for today. I'll be waiting for you at the top of that tower. Ryuki yelled, what the hell? Who gives you the right to make decisions here? Gabriel used a flight skill and called down from above. Of course, that's only if you can get past all these gamers. They stood there, looking at our MC with incredibly excited and determined eyes. Every one of them was gripping their weapons tightly. Gabriel flew away and announced to the thousands of players below. At that time, I will officially announce those who will be accepted into the Linnea Guild. Along with that comes an incredibly tempting reward. Whoever takes down Rue 70, the offer made to him was relayed to everyone. He thought to himself that no matter how extraordinary his power was, it was impossible for one person to fight against thousands. Gabriel believed that once he subdued him, the secret would be revealed. Just as he was thinking this, a player was sent flying right to his location. A terrifying large-scale explosion had just occurred, right beneath the crowd of players. Ryuki's small figure stood there with a gunblade in hand. A stream of energy had just been fired from it. While the gunblade's barrel was still red-hot, he called out loudly, Hey Gabriel! Ryuki continued confidently, I think you've misunderstood. Who said you could leave? Jigen System, an SSR system item that breaks all target limitations. The gunblade, with a duration of 5 minutes. Quality SRC+, a large gun type. The gunblade is a weapon used against large opponents and can be used at long range. The defeated players sat there wondering, no way, how could one shot of his take down 100 people? Another player reassured them, don't be scared, he's just one person after all. Those who weren't hit prepared to launch their skills, their words more confident. The majority always wins against the minority. An archer in the group of players shouted, everyone, attack from a distance. United by the allure of the reward, they unleashed their ultimate skills. Will become the next guild master. Ryuki just stood there smiling, ready to receive their attacks. A barrage of full-power attacks from the players was unleashed, creating terrifyingly large explosions. After the explosions stopped, all that was before them was a cloud of dust and a faint shadow. Within it, the crowd murmured, wondering, did we get him? The result was unexpected. The spot on the ground where Ryuki had been standing was now empty. One of them shouted a curse, damn it, he dodged it. The players held their heads in frustration. No way, don't tell me he has a teleportation stone. Another person was confused. It should take at least 10 seconds to activate. How the hell? A foot landed on the ground as the crowd shouted, ah, he's appeared. He must have teleported nearby. Find him. Gabriel stood on a pile of rubble looking down and remarked, I can't believe it. He stared into the distance and said, I've lost this time. Ryuki, but there won't be a next time. On the other side, Ryuki smiled gently. This fight was quite interesting. Next time, I'll kill you and destroy the entire tower. It turns out he had used the Jigen System's SLR skill, instant teleportation, the ability to teleport to a specific location, having used 4 out of 5 charges with a 1-hour cooldown. Ryuki looked at his system screen and muttered, anyway, the SR items. A list of SR skills and items appeared. The skills included teleportation, meteor strike, lightning step, Aido, spearmanship, path of light, and wind boots. The items included the sacred dragon gear, the soul-slaying sword, V10, energy armor, and summon young beast Ramu. And the SSR items included 2 skills, limit break and enchantment. He exclaimed with some dissatisfaction, "Are you kidding me? I spent a whole month earning 1,000 tickets just to get this pile of junk." Jig immediately reacted. "You received an SSL, so you should be grateful." Ryuki fumed, sighing, "Seriously, every time I look at it, my blood boils." It turned to ask him, "So what is your plan now?" Our protagonist replied, "What else? It's time to begin. Let's prepare to go to the tower." On the general ranking board, the number 1 position was none other than Ryuki. This sparked a wave of discussion among everyone. One guy is holding all the dungeon records. What is the Linea Guild doing, right? His speed is insane. At this rate, he'll reach the tower in another month. First, he set a new record at the Blue Land Labyrinth dungeon. Many people found it hard to believe, commenting that even the fastest would take at least 2 years to reach the tower, right? This speed is impossible. Then came another new record at the Secret Lake dungeon. Some people even thought our guy was cheating. Isn't that Ryuki guy just a cheater? He's the type to just skim through the game's labyrinth. But then he set another record at the Misty Fog Plains dungeon. The more realistic people, though still finding it hard to believe, began to suspect. My blood boils. It turned to ask him, "So what is your plan now?" Our protagonist replied, "What else?" The scene shifts to some dungeon, where a member of the local residents shouts, "We've spotted Ryuki in a nearby dungeon. Assemble quickly." Inside, a tavern owner laments, "I've witnessed the closure and destruction of many game labyrinths. The people here have no choice but to accept it. But the youth of today are really different." A person with blue hair sitting there, after hearing those words, seemed curious. The youth? Outside, a rallying cry continued to echo, catching this person's attention. "To all the people of this world, how much longer must we bow down to this game?" A young native with red armor and red hair stood under a flag bearing a red logo, raising his fist and proclaiming, "This is our world, our reality. We were born here, and we will die here." The surrounding crowd was drawn in and moved closer to listen. "We must drive the invaders out of here and reclaim this place." This person is Kugan, the leader of this youth group. He continued his call to arms. "We, the Blood Sun Squad, will prove that the existence of this game does not require players. Tomorrow, we will attack the dungeon." The people below responded in unison, cheering, "This world is ours. Those gamers are crazy." The tavern owner continued, "The Blood Sun Squad are passionate young people, but they don't see the full picture." He came out to clean up and then reminded the young person, "All the customers have left. Let's call it a day. I'm closing up shop. You should head home too." The form of this person changed, revealing none other than Ryuki. He had just used a disguise skill, and after reverting to his true self, he immediately asked, "Is that all? Any more information?" On the other end, the Four Seasons man seemed to answer excitedly, "The Blood Sun Squad. Interesting, right? They're a group formed by the locals, led by that guy who was just giving a speech. His name is Kugan," he continued. "It seems they've tried to enter the dungeon a few times already, and only now are they bold enough to declare they'll conquer it." John added, "That's not just reckless, it's a suicide mission. The people here can't level up." The players held their heads in frustration. "No way, don't tell me he has a teleportation stone." The Blood Sun Squad are passionate young people, but they don't see the full picture. He came out to clean up and then reminded the young person. This information made him pause. He recalled her image and wondered to himself, AC colluding with the Game Labyrinth server. Don't tell me it's a system error. Ryuki pulled up his hood and said, "I've got a bad feeling about this, because the system doesn't exist for them. If they die, they can't respawn." Ryuki wondered, "So the NPCs still haven't found a way to conquer the dungeons? I was wondering why those Fionan hangers-on were swarming into the dungeon like ants. So it was them." The Four Seasons man replied, "Probably not. More importantly, there's a rumor that Gas has been colluding with the Blood Sun Squad." John, flying beside him, also complained, "The entry limit only applies to gamers, but residents are allowed in without restriction. They have their tricks." Ahead, a large number of adventurers gathered with shields and weapons in hand. But thanks to that, we were able to pretend to be commoners and sneak in. Recalling a moment ago when they had gone deep inside, Ryuki, disguised as an adventurer, glanced around and observed carefully. He narrowed his eyes and wondered, but what's the use of unlimited entry? Aren't they weaker than gamers? How are they planning to fight? Suddenly, a large pink scorpion appeared, blocking everyone's path. Without warning, it immediately swung its sharp tail toward the group of adventurers. Fortunately, everyone was on guard and managed to dodge the attack. Its tail stabbed deep into the ground, creating a long crack. Kogan, who seemed to be the captain, shouted a command. First wave, retreat. Second wave, attack. The entire party of adventurers immediately got into a fighting stance, making Ryuki nod in approval. Even though they are NPCs, it's best if I keep an eye on them. The scene shifts to a deep pit in a monster nest dungeon. Ryuki is hiding behind something, muttering, "That blade severed its tail. and at the same time, the others nearby charged in one by one to attack the scorpion, causing green blood to splatter everywhere. John's voice rang out, "We've detected a pattern similar to Gas AC's dagger. If we can obtain that weapon, we can perform a structural analysis on it." His eyes were still glued to the situation, his mouth repeating the system's words. Gas might be even more troublesome than Linnea. On the adventurers' side, they had managed to defeat the scorpion. Everyone cheered excitedly, "We got it." But during the fight, one person had been seriously injured. One of the party members shouted out in extreme worry, "Coogan, what do we do? Our teammate is in critical condition." That person looked at their teammate's body, which was covered in a green substance, and informed Coogan, "It looks like they've been poisoned by the scorpion." It answered honestly, "They will be absorbed into the Iriso and be reborn in a different form. You can think of it as being similar to reincarnation." Everyone cheered excitedly, "We got it." But during the fight, one person had been seriously injured. One of the party members shouted out in extreme worry, "Coogan, what do we do? Our teammate is in critical condition. Use the medicine I distributed for severe injuries." He then poured the medicine into his injured teammate's mouth. John's voice rang out, "We've detected a pattern similar to Gas AC's dagger. If we can obtain that weapon, we can perform a structural analysis on it." Causing everyone to exclaim in surprise, "The fatal wounds are healing. It's a miracle drug." Ryuki, watching from the side, remarked, "A dark spear, a dark potion, one suspicious item after another." He recalled the black weapon from before and the healing potion, thinking to himself, "Just the aura it gives off is concerning. I didn't feel anything from AC's core before. Has my intuition improved?" The party of adventurers was immediately invigorated. They discussed amongst themselves, so that guy was telling the truth. "With this spear and this miracle drug, we can do it too." Suddenly, one person wondered, "But why did that gamer give these things to us?" Coogan could only stand there silently. He crossed his arms and said, "They claim not all gamers are enemies. Handling the giant ants," he explained. "Their motives are very clear. They want to recruit people and turn them into sacrificial pawns." On another side, the adventurers were either helping their injured comrades heal or chugging down that potion. Coogan bluntly declared, "But we won't just sit back and be used." At this point, the ant corpses were piled up like a mountain, and his voice still echoed as he affirmed to his comrades, "We absolutely will not be used. We are the ones who do the using." The scene changes and the party of adventurers has reached a new area. Everyone wore a fearful expression. Coogan said worriedly, "We finally arrived." This monster, an ant with a colossal body, appeared before everyone. He shouted to his comrades, "The final boss of this dungeon." A notification also appeared, "Monster Nest, Dungeon Boss, the Predator, Abad." Coogan commanded everyone to charge and attack while reminding them, "This monster has a habit of burrowing underground. Attack it with everything you've got before it digs down." Suddenly, the monster dove straight into the ground. Everyone panicked and shouted, "It's going underground." Ryuki was still hiding nearby. He watched them fight it while thinking of a solution. "You guys need to analyze the enemy's patterns and prepare for such a high-casualty battle beforehand. If it were me, I would use my intuition to pinpoint the exact moment to attack." At that moment, it had already finished digging a hole and went down. Coogan reorganized the formation. "Keep moving. Don't stop." A few people were worried. "Once we fall into its trap, it's all over." "Damn it, where did it hide?" He slammed a flag-like object into the ground and shouted the skill, "Activate Va." The ground gradually transformed into small square blocks. The boss hiding underneath was fully revealed, making the adventurers excited. "We found it." Seeing that it could no longer hide, Abad burst up from the ground in a surprise attack. He exclaimed in amazement, "Using a radar? That's cheating. How is that fair?" Gia then teased, "Master, where did your conscience go?" The monster used its pincer to sweep across the ground, kicking up a blinding cloud of dust and debris, which flew everywhere due to its movement. The adventurers were relentlessly attacked by the shower of rocks. Coogan grasped the situation and ordered anyone injured fall back and use a potion. He took his black spear and slashed a long gash across the monster's body, while also boosting morale. "Just hold on a little longer. Victory is within our grasp." Coogan shouted to build momentum and channeled power into his arms to enhance his strength and finish off Boss Abad. The system window appeared. "You have successfully conquered the Monster Nest dungeon." He stood on the giant ant's corpse, celebrating amidst the excitement of his comrades. "We did it. We really did it." Someone clapped and spoke up. "So touching, isn't it?" Coogan's entire body froze in recognition. He shouted, "You, Ronro?" The man, with his face hidden by a hat, stood next to the flag, clapping continuously and chuckling as he praised the group of adventurers. "I can't believe you guys actually managed to clear it." Coogan, however, showed no goodwill and asked loudly, "Dungeons are supposed to be isolated from the outside world. When did you guys get in here?" Ron lifted his hat, smiled, and replied, "So cold." He got closer and closer, then said, "And I even helped you conquer the dungeon you've always dreamed of. Kugan said warily, I'll always remember that, but we can't trust you. You're planning to use us for something, aren't you? Hearing this, John Doe placed a hand on his chin and retorted, Didn't you yourselves say you would conquer the dungeon at any cost, right? He looked at everyone and said with sincerity, In any case, congratulations on your success. This achievement will probably bring some pride to the residents of the game's labyrinth. Suddenly, John Doe's expression turned sinister as he said, Unfortunately, the heroes of this change are not you. Kugan narrowed his eyes and warned, I don't know what your purpose is, but Chofandan has only just begun. Once we get out of here, the village will. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by John Doe, who asked with a sinister face, You all drank the black potion, right? With that, he suddenly pointed his hand towards the adventurers. The group who had just drunk the potion immediately fell to the ground in pain, following the movement of John Doe's hand. He then took out the black potion and explained, This potion doesn't help you recover to your original state. It just continuously generates error codes in the damaged areas and then gradually infiltrates the user's body. John Doe looked sinisterly at the kneeling Kugan and continued to explain the plan. Gas's goal from the very beginning was this experiment. To see what would happen to you after using that thing, a closed space with 50 people was the perfect condition to carry out this experiment. Streams of black blood poured from the corners of Kugan's eyes and his ears. He gritted his teeth, cursing angrily. You! What do you take us for? John Doe just laughed and said, Just some flashy NPCs in a game, that's all. His warm blood gradually turned black. Now, Kugan could only curse, John, go to hell, you outsiders. Just like that, the group of adventurers, after a period of agonizing pain, finally took their last breath and closed their eyes. Meanwhile, Ryuki, on the cliff above, was still observing John Doe arranging the corpses into a neat row. He observed the transforming corpses and mused, Let's see, number 32 and 41 are failures. Number 21 is also a failure. Those corpses gradually melted, flesh and bone. John Doe's voice was cold as it rang out, Failure, this one's a failure too. Number 7, 11, 14, 25. All failures. He narrowed his eyes, annoyed. Streams of black blood poured from the corners of Kugan's eyes and his ears. He gritted his teeth, cursing angrily. You! What do you take us for? Now, Kugan could only curse, John, go to hell, you outsiders. Just like that, the group of adventurers, it's finally a success. Kugan's entire body gradually turned completely black and then floated up. A gloomy voice rang out, repeating continuously, Awaken, resident. Kugan's entire body was enveloped by black threads and said, almost completely annihilated. The ones left are. Then suddenly John Doe stopped and looked at Kugan's corpse. On Kugan's corpse, forming a sphere. After a short wait, the cocoon opened. John Doe looked at Kugan's body and said happily, This is the first test subject that hasn't collapsed. While he was off guard, Ryuki appeared right behind him. The system activated a skill, Shing, John Doe, danger, but it was too late. He glanced at the blade held to his neck and stammered, What? How can an outsider? Ryuki narrowed his eyes dangerously and interrogated him. Don't move. What is Gas plotting? John Doe stubbornly played dumb. Gas? What are you talking about? Are you calling my bluff? Weren't you the one who just mentioned Gas? He still gritted his teeth, refusing to submit. Why should I tell you? Ryuki pressed the blade against his face and demanded, Explain the error code first. Joe finally spoke, reluctantly explaining, Fine, I'll talk. It started as a study on Arizo's data interference. It took quite a while to bring it to life, but now it's almost successful, he concluded. So we wanted to conduct one final experiment. Flashing back to a time in the past, Kante and his team were there. He looked at the red-haired boy in front of him and asked, Your name's Kugan, right? Are they messing with the NPC dialogue? The boy heard this and got annoyed. I'm not an NPC. I'm a resident, Kugan proudly declared. One day, I'll be like you, guys from the outside world. I want to hunt monsters and explore freely. Kante smiled at him and said, I can feel your seriousness, kid. And since we're looking for a few things here, how about we make a bet? Back in the present, Joe had escaped from Ryuki's grasp. He ran off while mocking him internally. Hey, you fool. These are dark tentacles simulated after the Dark Knight. I'll kill you with this masterpiece, based on your own videos. Seeing the tentacles lunging at him, he appeared completely calm and even wore a sinister smile. Jigen system, instinct skill level 2 activated. Kid. And since we're looking for a few things here, how about we make a bet? Back in the present, Joe had escaped from Ryuki's grasp. He ran off while mocking him internally. Hey, you fool. These are dark tentacles simulated after the Dark Knight. A huge question mark appearing in his head. He was stunned, raising his hands to shield his face, and at the same time became disoriented and shouted. Immediately after, a green item with a pin appeared in Ryuki's hand. Jigen system information. This is an L-grade stun grenade. Our MC threw it straight at him. Joe stared blankly at the thing beside him that was emitting light. Spit it out. He looked at the black vortex where Kugan was and demanded to know, what is that black thing swallowing up this dungeon? You bastard! Where did that stun grenade come from? Ryuki quickly closed in. Did you catch feelings for those NPCs or something? The MC lost his patience and asked one last time. So you refuse to talk nicely. Is that it? Ryuki slowly lowered his body. Joe panicked at his sudden action and screamed, What did you do to the Blood Guild? Jodo was still being stubborn and sneered. Ha ha, why so angry? And immediately a piercing scream rang out. Joe, in agony, cried out, Damn it, log out. I'm going to log out, damn it. Wait, what are you planning to do? Our MC didn't hesitate for a second, slamming his head hard into the ground. Ryuki smiled, raising his blade threateningly. Log out has been blocked. I want to see if you can still be stubborn after I slice you into pieces. Give up and start explaining what you've done. Joe looked at the gunblade in our MC's hand, felt a surge of fear, and yelled, Wait, let me go first. At that moment, a dark shadow gradually formed inside the vortex. Meanwhile, he was still questioning his existence. Why? Why isn't it working? Exploding with a loud bang. He was startled by this, stammering in fear. What? How is that possible? The MC glanced over and thought, Instinct level 1 could sense danger. But level 2 could identify the source and outcome of that danger. The problem was that even level 2 had difficulty detecting bugs in the game. Joan immediately shouted a warning to Ryuki, Hey, behind you. Hearing that, Ryuki froze. Behind him now was the glitch-filled Dark Kugan, drawing closer. At the same time, a brilliant red pillar of light shot straight towards the two of them. From his hands, a series of powerful energy blasts chased after Ryuki's steps. He kept dodging and slid back a long distance. This wave of attacks also left him with quite a few injuries. Ryuki sighed, cursing angrily. What the hell? He looked at the still-standing Dark Kugan and wondered in doubt, Is that guy still alive? Those dark energy blasts shot towards Joan. He didn't have time to dodge and raise his arm to block. Joan clutched his arm as it began to disintegrate due to the game bug and screamed in pain. The problem was that even level 2 had difficulty detecting bugs in the game. Joan immediately shouted a warning to Ryuki, Hey, behind you. Hearing that, he kept dodging and slid back a long distance. Is that guy still alive? Those dark energy blasts shot towards Joan. He didn't have time to dodge and raise his arm to block. Joan clutched his arm as it began to disintegrate due to the game bug and screamed in pain. Is that guy still alive? Those dark energy blasts shot towards Joan, not by logging out. Meanwhile, Dark Kugan was still there, with a mysterious source of power, and a hole appeared in Kugan's head, a part of it blown away. He stood there, his gunblade pointed forward, the barrel still smoking. The bullet just fired by our main character had knocked Dark Kugan back, leaving him lying on his back. After landing the hit, Ryuki frowned and said, Interesting, is he really still alive? Joan explained, On the outside it seems so. Explain the error code first. Joe finally spoke, reluctantly explaining, Fine, I'll talk. Too slow, slow. The scene flashed back to the past when Kugan was a child, but on the inside, he's just a mass of bug code. A black liquid flowed out of his body. At this moment, a thought formed in Dark Kugan's mind. Remember what I said before? If you can hit me with that sword, I'll take you out of this village. Just then, a woman with a basket of fruit in her hand asked, Oh, Kugan, what are you doing here? She was the young boy's mother. Kugan's mother frowned in annoyance and asked, I've been looking for you all morning. Have you finished chopping the firewood yet? The boy clenched his fist and said with a smile, I'm not doing that boring stuff anymore. The people from the outside promised me. If I win, they'll take me out of this village. But before Kugan could say more, a sword cut his mother's head off. A cold voice rang out, Found it. Kugan blankly watched the apples and his mother's head fall in front of him. A man in blue armor approached and asked, Are you sure? Kante grabbed the necklace from Kugan's mother's neck and replied, Yeah, this is an NPC. They said the next clue for the dungeon is on her necklace. Seeing this, the young boy was stunned and demanded of them, Why did you hurt my mother? Kante narrowed his eyes in surprise. Huh, this kid is still here. He took the necklace and sneered. You think we'd bring a dumb NPC like you along? You were just bait to lure her out. His teammates shouted, Oh right, we need to confirm if it's the real deal. We shouldn't have killed her so quickly. Meanwhile, Kugan was in shock, unable to believe what was happening. The scene shifts back to the present. Ryuki, holding the black spear, muttered, Excellent, we've got the black spear and the antidote, everything we need for analysis. Now there's just one last thing to do. He quietly approached the spot where Kugan lay, looking at the strange black energy enveloping his body. Ryuki asked, Any last words? I'll listen to your final wish. Kugan's deep, muffled voice rang out, Gamers, I will never forgive you. The image of his mother's mercilessly murdered face appeared in Kugan's vision. He seethed with hatred. I curse you. Immediately after, a barrage of black lightning struck down from above. Our MC, caught by the surprise attack, also reacted, raising his gunblade as a stream of light appeared in front of him. After the impact, a powerful energy radiated out in a large circle all around. Ryuki looked at the scene, sighed, and said, "I don't know much about this Kuban guy, but that desire to change the world reminds me of myself. Maybe we could have gotten along." He continued sympathetically. "Anyway, G is about to be destroyed, so I'll get revenge for you. I hope that in your next life, you'll be born into a better and kinder game." The sky slowly turned to dusk, and the voice of Four Seasons 5 rang out. The video wasn't recorded due to an error. I underestimated Gas, who would have thought they'd use the Blood Guild as test subjects. He inquired, "How's the analysis of the information I sent?" It replied, "Still processing, but I think it will yield some interesting data." "Continue with this Joe Doen guy?" Ryuki narrowed his eyes, calculating. "It's a bit later than expected, but it's time for me to get my Phantom certification." He stood on a mountaintop, watching the sun set. Ryuki declared resolutely, "It's time to conquer the Demon Tower, the final stage of the Phantom World." The scene shifts to another area, the Phantom World, the final stage of the Demon Tower. A tall tower stood in the middle, surrounded by players walking around. Somewhere in the area, a red-haired girl sat grumbling. "What kind of nonsense is this? Instead of climbing the tower, we're stuck here acting as guards?" This person's name is BQ from the Linnea Guild, a high-level phantom. The girl next to her laughed and said, "They say there's a 90% chance that Rue 7E will become a phantom and appear in the tower this week." According to guild information, this girl's name is No from the Linnea Guild, is a high-level phantom. No continued, "Maybe Gabriel is worried after receiving the wanted order from Moon." BQ looked visibly annoyed and said, "Since when did our guild master start acting so human? That snake is definitely plotting something, as usual." The girl looked up and continued angrily, "The information from headquarters was all wrong from the start, and the support is terrible. The tower conquest has been stuck on the 47th floor for a whole year now. They keep creating obstacles, which is why everyone is getting fed up, quitting, and openly mocking the guild." No also smiled and replied, "It's true that the Phantom World has been a bit chaotic lately. A group of NPCs calling themselves the Blood Guild conquered a dungeon on their own, and the dungeon completely collapsed right after due to an error." She recalled the image of players arguing and sighed. Now the gamers think the NPCs are the cause and is harassing them, making the situation worse. There's actually evidence that someone interfered with the Blood Guild, but since the data was deleted along with the dungeon, verification has failed. The guild suspects it's related to Rue 717. She heard the details from Jiang Nga. To her, Rue 717 is almost like a god. She continues, "The techniques in his video are impressive. If only we had a player like that on the Conquest team, things would be so much easier." Bai Kui asked in surprise, who would believe someone would do something as dangerous as deleting data? She recalled the image of players arguing and sighed. Now the gamers think the NPCs are. A mysterious image of our main character appears along with no sigh. That's right. Suddenly, a mocking voice rings out. She heard the details from Jiang Nga. To her, Rue 717 is almost like a god. She continues, "The techniques in his video are impressive. If only we had a player like that on the Conquest team, things would be so much easier." That's Burst Sword of the Linnea Guild, a high-level illusionist. He pats the little girl's head and teases, well, who do we have here? A little kid?" A guy approaches and says, "So the little Conquest crazy kid has finally been dragged out of the tower? You think I came here just to look at your ugly face?" Burst Sword points to himself and says, "I'll make you my lackey." No, standing beside them, tries to mediate, "Hey, Rue 717 is confidential information. Don't shout like that. Let's decide who will be the guild's next ace." Bai Kui grits her teeth and replies, "Oh yeah, why don't we settle this once and for all? Whoever takes down Rue 717 will inherit Lin Fen's position." He challenges. Burst Sword wonders doubtfully, "What is it? New news? Did they unlock a new level or something?" No also says in disbelief. Hearing this, Burst Sword gets annoyed. "I'm starting to lose my patience. Maybe he got scared and ran away?" Suddenly, a notification pops up, surprising everyone. "Huh? What's this that just appeared? We haven't even cleared the 47th floor yet." Bai Kui's eyes widen in shock. It's not about the 47th floor, hidden area, the starting garden. After reading it, Burst Sword shouts in disbelief, 18 hours, no way. This notification is from the system. Tower Floor 1, a new speed, clear record has been set. The system displays information for Tower Floor 1, a new speed, clear record has been set. 18 hours, 27 minutes, and 32 seconds. Undiscovered area, the shortest time ever recorded to clear the first floor was 72 hours, and that was with a guild support. No also breaks into a cold sweat muttering. She glares and says, "What is this?" On the system board for Tower Floor 1, clear rankings, The top spot is Ryuki. The little girl screams in horror, "Ryuki! Is that Ryuki? Ryuki, what is happening? When did he even enter the tower? I can't believe there was still an undiscovered area on the first floor. This new record must mean they found a new route." Baikui stares blankly at the notification, wondering who on earth could it be. When she sees who is on the board, clearing the first floor would be a piece of cake. Burst Sword looks at the little girl and asks, "Hey kid, if you tried the first floor again now, do you think you could set a new record?" Burst Sword calculates and says, "Actually, this record makes some sense now. I don't know when he entered, but isn't he the one who defeated Lin Fen?" No remarks in shock. "With those skills, I'm pretty confident." Baikui narrows her eyes and mutters, "If I prepared enough, I think I could also do it." But then her expression sours as she says, "But who would want to redo the first floor? Especially." She looked up at the tall tower and realized, "But now I understand why Gabriel was so cautious. Ryuki is not someone to be underestimated. I should have faced him with everything I had from the start. Is when it will reset the tower's entire progress." She said nothing, just looked up at the sky and thought, "I was completely wrong. With an unknown nobody like him." The scene shifts to Ryuki. John was speaking regretfully, "Master, is when it will reset the tower's entire progress." She said nothing, just looked up at the sky and thought, "I was completely wrong. For over 18 hours. Is that all you have to say?" Fuming, Ryuki shot up and retorted, "Now that I think about it, that's pretty irritating. You're the one who shortened the estimated time." John squirmed and said, "I always set." John quickly fabricated a reason. "Ah, perhaps they lacked intuition? You can't blame them. Our protagonist was because we ran into an unexplored area. How did they clear this place and still miss a hidden area on the first floor? Achievable goals based on your abilities, Master." He narrowed his eyes, wondering, but the delay. Return to the real world. Ryuki's body began to materialize in the real world. He mumbled, "It's been a while." Wasn't half bad. At that moment, a beautiful natural landscape appeared before Ryuki. He decided, "Let's." Stood up to leave, saying, "Anyway, the preliminary battle is over, isn't it? My first time clearing the demon tower. Unlike the time with Linfen, there were no signs of a break-in. I just hope nothing happens until." Since I last logged out, Ryuki looked outside, pondering, "Is it because Suzuki prepared this place? Don't be so cold. I went through the trouble of arranging an unsupervised place just for you." He scoffed. Of the 15th floor was impressive. He shook his head and said, "Cut the crap and get to the point." Suzuki whined, Now. I'm contacting you for a reason. Can you come over for a bit?" Ryuki then received a request. "There's something I want to discuss with you in person." He asked, surprised. "In person?" At that moment, Suzuki's image appeared, looking haggard, laying it bare. "We're just using each other for mutual benefit." Suzuki agreed, "Well, you're not wrong. Anyway, and be careful. Quite a few people have been hunting for you in the entertainment district lately, and when you get here, you'll witness my new body." After hearing those words, he quickly ended the call. Then, Ryuki stomped his foot in frustration. The face of her avatar was cracked. She smiled and said, "It's rather important. Can you come right away?" "Shut up." Our protagonist stepped into the hallway. John asked, "Are you really going to go?" Ryuki replied, "Of course." It began. "To analyze, the risk percentage of going out right now is quite high. And her calling you out is very strange. Could it be a trap?" He replied, "I don't completely trust her." Ryuki added, "But I don't intend to betray her either. I'm sick and tired of it." Suddenly, a loud explosion roared from behind. Our protagonist screeched to a halt in horror, exclaiming, "What the?" Why all of a sudden, Ryuki looked at the large plume of rising smoke and realized. John spoke his thoughts for him. That was the owner's recent hideout, and it seems they've targeted it. His eyes filled with suspicion as he looked over, anxiously muttering Suzuki's name. A moment later, the scene shifts to the antique shop, which is engulfed in flames. Ryuki, hiding to one side, watched this scene and clenched his fists, cursing, "Damn it, they went this far? John, can you locate Suzuki?" The system immediately reported it was scanning, but Suzuki was not in the area. Ryuki frowned with worry and said, "I can't even contact him." John suggested, "It might take some time." An image of Ruga secretly watching the antique shop in the past flashed, making him terrified. Ryuki said angrily, "I was going to let it slide for you since I was busy, and now Ryuki is attacking Ruga." Caught by the surprise attack, he trembled in fear. Our MC spoke up, "Aren't you tired of constantly showing up, Ruga?" Ryuki cracked his knuckles, looked down at him and said, "I know you've been following me and Suzuki for a while, and you're also involved with those men in black." An image of Ruga secretly watching the antique shop in the past flashed, making him terrified. Ryuki said angrily, "I was going to let it slide for you since I was busy. I know you've been following me and Suzuki for a while, and you're also involved with those men in black." Ryuki frowned with worry and said, "I can't even contact him." John suggested, "It might take some time." Terrified, Ruga told him everything he knew, and now Ryuki is attacking Ruga. Caught by the surprise attack, he trembled in fear. Our MC spoke up, "My apologies for underestimating you. From now on, I'm prepared to kill you at any moment." Ruga tried to explain, "They rule the entertainment district, arson and murder are just everyday things for them. Not even you can stand against them." Terrified, Ruga told him everything he knew. "Wait, just listen to me. I had no other choice. The iron blood made me do it." He confessed. They froze when they saw Ryuki and their boss sitting on the ground. The thugs exclaimed in shock, "The Nameless One." As for Ryuki, they froze when they saw Ryuki and their boss sitting on the ground. The thugs exclaimed in shock, "The Nameless One." As for Ryuki, "They rule the entertainment district, arson and murder are just everyday things for them. Not even you can stand against them." He angrily scolded, "You're too late." Ruga became confident, "How foolish, you're finished." He crossed his arms, walked towards his underlings, and then looked over with a contemptuous smile, threatening, "This time won't be like the last." He crossed his arms, walked towards his underlings, and then looked over with a contemptuous smile, threatening, "This time won't be like the last." He angrily scolded, "You're too late." Ruga became confident, "How foolish, you're finished." Master Swordsmanship level 4, SB Yahello level 1, Hawkeye level 1, Icefall level 1, and Instantaneous Movement level 1. His entire body radiated terrifying pressure as he said, "You should be the one begging for my mercy." A frightened Ruga immediately commanded his underlings, "What are you doing? Don't just stand there. Shoot him." The underlings immediately opened fire on Ryuki. "Didn't I already tell you?" John's system displayed a series of items and skills. Intuition level 2, Charm level 1, his eyes filled with despair as he blamed himself. "I shouldn't have gotten involved with them from the very beginning." From behind, Ruga thought in shock, "Maybe I shouldn't have confronted him. Following the iron blood was a mistake." After a while of attacking and cleaning them up, Jig spoke up. "I've checked the surveillance cameras and found footage showing that Iron Blood has kidnapped Suzuki." It continued to give its assessment that Iron Blood's capabilities surpassed even a dark user. Then, Jigan made a suggestion. With their strength and intelligence, a flashback appeared, and Ruga thought with regret that he shouldn't have stepped into that random store that night. "It will be very difficult for you to deal with them with your current strength. I recommend abandoning Suzuki." Ryuki brushed his hair back and said firmly, "Their target is me. I have to go." Jigen scoffed. "Master, do you have that kind of fetish?" He retorted, "No way. I just can't afford to lose such a valuable ally." Ryuki let out a smile. Well, since they've so politely invited me." He stepped out of the warehouse, leaving the gang of thugs lying defeated behind him, and said, "So I have to go." The scene shifted and a man spoke. "This is our first time meeting in person, isn't it, Suzuki? I told them to bring you here carefully." He retorted, "No way. I just can't afford to lose such a valuable ally." Ryuki let out a smile. It's because the digital drug had no effect on her. She resisted quite fiercely. So, Crow pulled up a chair, sat down, and cursed. "Are you stupid? Of course it wouldn't work. She's the one who interfered with us using a drug nullification program, a digital one at that." He looked at Suzuki and sneered. "Anyway, you look pathetic." Her body covered in injuries, she retorted, "I didn't even get a chance to conceal my artificial body, thanks to some tactless person who launched a surprise attack. By the way, I saw some pretty interesting things on my way here." She glanced over at the weapon rack and asked, "Those things aren't easy to come by. Where did you get them?" Crow mocked Suzuki. "Do you think you're in a position to ask questions? Time is precious, so let's get right to it." He pulled out a gun, aimed it at the young woman, and asked, "Where is Ryuki?" Suzuki calmly responded with another question. "Why are you targeting him? Aren't you also up against Linnea?" He threatened impatiently, "If you keep dodging my questions with more of your own, I'll blow that fancy cybernetic brain of yours to pieces. I'm not very patient." She continued to smile tauntingly. "You quit being a gamer because of Gabriel, didn't you? It would be great if you joined us to fight Linnea." Crow heard this and furiously shot Suzuki's face, shattering it. He looked down at her broken android parts and said, "I told you I don't have much patience." Then Crow raised his gun again and demanded, "Stop playing games and answer me now. Next time it won't be just a warning." Suzuki clutched her head and replied, Well, that's quite a threatening warning." He sat down, placed his gun on the table, and asked in a softer voice, "I'm asking for the last time. Where is Ryuki?" The young woman calmly replied, "All I know is the hideout I provided for him, but he's long gone from there, so I have no idea. Besides, all communication channels have been severed, so there's no way to get in touch." Crow's eyes narrowed in anger. He asked again, "Then what exactly is the technology that he's using?" She laughed and answered, "Sorry, but I know nothing about that. I pride myself on my knowledge of technology, but his skill is an exception. It's not a man-made technique." Crow continued, pulling out his gun to threaten him. "Stop with the nonsense. Do you think you can keep hiding the View 70 information forever?" Suzuki suddenly burst out laughing. Several small, bright red system screens appeared in front of her as she confidently replied, "It's not that I'm intentionally hiding anything. I'm just trying to buy some time." "Oh, is that the Thucadia virus chip?" Crow exclaimed, surprised by the sight. "How did you do that?" Suzuki continued. "Thucadia, the virus was discovered in a sci-fi game maze laboratory. When injected into a real human host, it causes irreversible effects, and they're incredibly terrifying, right?" Then she said admiringly, "I was quite surprised to learn that even the digital drugs are based on aerosol's technology. But isn't this going too far? I remember there was a huge riot over it about 10 years ago, and it was completely banned. An image of the aerosol tree appeared behind the silhouettes of guilds and major powers." Suzuki warned, "Just imagine what would happen if the public found out." After hearing this, he gritted his teeth, realizing she hacked our information. Even while being held captive, Crow stood up, pointed at the young woman, and ordered, "Keep a close eye on her until I get back. If she does anything suspicious, shoot her on sight." Suzuki looked at his men surrounding her with guns and sneered, "Coward. What now?" The scene changes, and a system announces a connection failure. "If you wish to leave a message," on the screen displayed the text, "Connection failed." Crow angrily slammed his hand on the table. Damn it, did they just disconnect themselves? Who do they think they are? Then he looked at the glowing wooden chest in front of him, comforting himself. "It's fine, I got what I needed, so it doesn't matter anymore." Crow picked up the sword and exclaimed in amazement, "I can't believe she actually gave me an item from." Information appeared, Snow Ice Sword. An item from aerosol, freezing everything with extreme cold. He thought ambitiously, "If I can possess the technology of Ryu, 717, I can get out of this armor, reach a higher level, become stronger, and return to being a gamer." Crow smugly imagined himself holding the sword in a suit of silver armor. He let out a sinister, calculating laugh. "Just you wait. Gabriel Darius, I'm going to punch a huge hole in your face." Suddenly, there were strange noises from outside that caught Crow's attention. He went to the detention cell and asked his men, "What's going on?" His subordinate stammered, "Boss, Suzuki." In contrast, the young woman was still calm, and despite her body glowing, she asked, "Oh, you're back?" Crow's eyes widened in shock at the sight before him. At this moment, Suzuki's entire body was enveloped in a layer of yellow light. She smiled and said, "While you were away, I was thinking that maybe I'd prefer being a damsel in distress, but life is about survival." Suzuki then self-destructed, cheerfully adding, "So I came up with a better idea." A huge explosion occurred inside the building, light radiating out like falling shards of broken glass. Crow slammed his sword into the ground, creating a barrier, and exclaimed, "She's insane." She blew herself up, but above his head, numerous small, spherical robots had appeared. Suzuki's voice rang out, "As you can see, not exactly self-destruction. Quite an interesting sight, isn't it? The female shell has exploded. Now, Suzuki's mind is hidden within. The spheres," he explained. "To be precise, I only blew up my body. The most important part of me is my head. In other words, my brain is hidden in one of these drones." Hearing this, he cursed, "This monster." Suzuki replied in his original male voice, "I don't want to hear that from drug-peddling scum like you." "The spheres," he explained. "To be precise, I only blew up my body. The most important part of me is my head." Suzuki replied in his original male voice, "I don't want to hear that from drug-peddling scum like you," hastily asking, "Boss, are you all right?" Suddenly, it exploded. He shouted a reminder, "Suzuki's real body has split up and fled. Don't just stand there, spread out and find him." Crow looked at the path ahead and gave an order. "There's only one path. Leading outside, bring the tracking device here." The system displayed the information, Hunter's Eye, a collar for tracking a boss, within a certain range. Crow hurriedly shouted, "Share the drone locations and destroy them on sight." The men immediately received the signal and began the hunt. "Over there, shoot it down." Two underlings had weapons in hand, including a bubble gun. It shoots bubbles to trap a target, and a lightning spear that fires a bolt at the speed of light. They aimed at the target in unison, the drones flying in the sky. Two drones failed to escape and were captured. Then, those two drones exploded, right in midair. The massive explosion was thunderous. The two men reported, "A drone has been destroyed. This one, too, is down." They discovered another drone and shouted, "There's one hiding here." Suzuki was slightly annoyed and thought, "What a hassle. They're destroying the decoy drones faster than I thought." Crow suddenly appeared behind one of the hiding drones and said, "Tag, a real child's game, so annoying. So the main body is scurrying around like a rat?" He said with a displeased expression, "I'll give you credit. You're the first person besides Gabriel to make me put in this much effort." Suzuki spoke up. "I was very confident in my stealth technology, but once a tracking device is used, it's no longer viable." Then a beam of light shot straight at the drone, as the voice of Suzuki continued to echo. "Of course, that doesn't mean I've given up. Crow held up the gun and asked, "A single gun. Can't do much, can it?" He replaced the gun with his sword and muttered, "I wanted you to slowly feel the pain from all the trouble you've caused me, but now I'm sick of it, so I'll kill you just as you wish." Suzuki suddenly asked, "Do you like to gamble?" He asked doubtfully, "What?" As the sword was about to strike the drone, Suzuki's voice rang out again. "I'm not much of a gambler, but this time I'm betting my entire life." The young man's voice trailed off. "I've done all I could. Now, all I can do is wait for the result." Crow sneered. "That gamble is what put you in this pathetic situation." The cold air from the sword caused the drone to freeze over. He raised the sword in his hand and said, "Now, I'll end it. Your pathetic life. Right here." In that life or death moment, Ryuki appeared just in time, blocking the way in front of the drone. Raising his wooden sword to block the slash, his cold voice rang out, "Trashy drug dealers like you. These guys were ready to die." Our protagonist was truly enraged at this point. "How dare you touch my allies?" Ryuki swung his sword, slashing and pushing Crow far back. Then he turned and asked Jigon, "What's the condition of Yugo and Suzuki?" It looked at the frozen drone and said, "Luckily, they're both safe. They're in a state of hibernation, right here." In that life or death moment, Ryuki appeared just in time, blocking the way in front of the drone. Is that Suzuki? It's a stretch to even call that a living creature now. Seeing that reinforcements had arrived, Crow yelled, "You useless bunch, get over here and help. You came from underground, yet you couldn't even protect the stairs. What the hell are you even doing?" Honda, representing the frightened underlings, said, "We're sorry." The group took out their weapons and said, "We'll take care of it immediately." Ryuki held the drone in his hand and cursed, "Damn it, they just keep coming in waves like this." Ryuki threatened angrily, "I'll let it slide this time because I'm in a hurry." Suddenly, he saw something underneath on the ground, tiny little chips, and wondered, "What's this?" Ryuki's entire body froze. Jigen shouted, "Master." It looked at the attacks flying towards him and warned, "Master, danger." Immediately after, a huge explosion occurred. Streams of light and red fire erupted with smoke and dust. A moment later, when everything cleared, the scene showed Ryuki having defeated all of the underlings. He was holding Honda by the neck, who was desperately begging, "Please save me." Crow watched this scene, horrified. "Damn it, that trash. I even used items and he still handled them so easily." Jigen secretly sighed in relief, saying, "I thought I was going to die for nothing. Luckily, I'm still safe." Crow, standing nearby, blustered, "I don't know who you are, but if you know what's good for you, get lost before I deal with you too." He tried to justify his actions. "I have no personal grudge against you. I'm just following orders from my superiors." Ryuki, holding a staff, looked at him and asked, "Oh, is that so?" His expression turned furious as he growled every word. "No personal grudge, huh?" In the past, inside a morgue, his mother lay there with a white sheet covering her face. Her image appeared on a screen. The person from the morgue announced, "Why don't you try to make this a more positive situation? The unpaid hospital bills alone are not a small amount. An unknown person like you, how do you plan to pay?" Ryuki stood frozen on the spot, looking heartbroken through the glass door. Inside, his mother was lying there, along with someone's voice, looking at the body. "Your guardian will be kept at the hospital for 3 weeks. They continued with the announcement. "If you can pay the debt within that time, the body will be returned. Otherwise, we will be forced to dispose of the body." The important matter behind the door was that preserving the body also cost more money. That person proposed a solution, so the body will be auctioned off on the black market. The main clients are perverted collectors and researchers. What will they do with the body? A pickaxe came swinging down, along with an angry voice, as Ryuki screamed, "Shut up." Dressed in a miner's outfit, he was frantically swinging his axe. Ryuki angrily cursed, 3 weeks. All I need to do is gather that much money in 3 weeks, right?" Our protagonist had almost fallen into despair. His voice choked with sobs, "Then get mom out of the hospital." And then, he trembled alone in the mining area, telling himself he would handle the funeral, that he had to accept reality. Suddenly, someone approached, whispered in his ear, facing reality, "Whether it's 3 weeks or 3 years, it won't make a difference. The amount of money a nobody can earn will never reach that amount." The stranger placed a hand on Ryuki's shoulder and said, "But as fellow nobodies, we have to help each other to survive. Why don't you try volunteering for an experiment?" The person offered a small chip and explained, "This chip contains the security data for the entire city. With it, we'll be able to infiltrate the hospital." An image of the hospital appeared as the stranger's voice continued. "Anyway, it's still in the testing phase, so it needs verification. Don't you think this is a deal that's not so bad for both of us?" The scene shifted. He had changed his clothes and was holding the chip with suspicion. He said, "This is security data? That's ridiculous. The Holy Hospital isn't a place that can be hacked so easily." Then he closed his eyes, sighed, and said, "Loading data." Suddenly, an astonished expression appeared on Ryuki's face. He looked in horror at a 3D map materializing before him. This has to be a lie, right? Is there really security data for the entire city here? It even includes the data for the Holy Hospital. Ryuki became determined. With this, I can save Mom. In a hospital room, an alarm blared loudly. A second later, the room's door suddenly opened. A compartment for corpses was wide open, but it was empty inside. It turned out that Ryuki had dragged his mother's body container away. Even though he was exhausted, he continued to pull it without any delay. A while later, Ryuki was so tired he collapsed face first onto the ground. His expression turned joyful, his mouth forming a strange, pain-filled smile as he mumbled, "I did it. This is truly a miracle." Ryuki looked back and wondered, it's all thanks to the data in that chip. Where could such a massive amount of data have come from? Suddenly, his supposedly dead mother sat up, looked at him, and called his name, Ryuki. Our protagonist stared blankly, looking back, light reflecting on his face as he stammered, "Mom." Two streams of tears flowed from his eyes, and he asked in a choked voice, "How, Mom?" Immediately after, our protagonist hugged her tightly, saying, "You're still alive." Suddenly, the sound of applause came from behind him, and a strange voice rang out, "Congratulations, Ryuki." A appeared and said, "You've finally done it." Beside him, Lin Fen added, "Now we just need to go back to Linnea, and we're done." He looked surprisedly at the two of them. "Lin Fen, Linnea." She smiled and said, "I'm truly sorry, let's go back to the association now." But his mother's body was evaporating, causing Ryuki to cry out in horror. "What is this nonsense? Why are you two here?" He panicked, filled with anguish and confusion as he watched his mother's form gradually disappear. Ryuki suddenly jolted awake, shouting, "Mom!" Just then, Crow appeared behind him and asked, "What's this? You woke up sooner than I thought. Did you have a good time?" Then he gave a sinister smile. "Well, I guess the trial version is about to end, so I'll give you that as payment for the experiment." Crow looked at Ryuki's devastated expression and sneered, "You seem confused. That chip 70 that you happily downloaded back then, that was a digital drug." Then his eyes darkened as he revealed the truth. "I don't know what you saw, but it was all just your own hallucinations and delusions, that's all." Ryuki cried out in disbelief, "Damn it, I'm sure Mom was." Crow held up the chip to reassure him. "Calm down and look. Take a good look around again." Upon closer inspection, "It's a dormitory." He asked, "Do you know where you are?" Then Crow continued, "From now on, you'll have to pay a fee to play." Immediately after, a fist flew straight into his face. Ryuki, enraged and having lost all reason, attacked furiously. He was immediately dragged outside and beaten by several men in suits. They beat him half to death. They angrily cursed, "Damn it, you weakling, have you lost your mind?" Then he said, "Just give me the money and I'll give you the chips." Lying on the ground, Ryuki trembled and said, "My mom, I have to save my mom." He was completely stunned, thinking, wait, how much time has passed? He quickly ran towards the hospital. His mind was consumed with thoughts of his mother. He didn't know how much of those 3 weeks was left. Ryuki stood in front of the hospital, as scolding voices echoed in his head, "You fool, it's been over a month. Stop spouting such nonsense. She has already been auctioned off." Those words continued to ring in our protagonist's head. "We don't need the hospital fees anymore, so don't come back. Do you have any idea how many complaints we've received about a nobody like you just wandering around here?" Back in the present, he was attacking Crow with a wooden club, enraging him. You bastard. My ice blade." He charged straight at Ryuki, continuing his assault while yelling, "You, insect, you nobody." Our protagonist swiftly thrust the wooden club toward his throat. A dull thud echoed, followed by Ryuki's murderous voice, "You said you didn't have any personal grudges, right? Well, sorry, but I do." Crow staggered back a few steps, clutching his throat and coughing dryly. Meanwhile, Ryuki taunted him, "Giving up already? The Iron Blood clan isn't so impressive, huh? I just need to get Suzuki back, so if you know what's good for you, get out of my way." He gritted his teeth, his furious voice echoing, "Damn it, how ridiculous. I'll show you my true power." As soon as the words left his mouth, the surrounding air was suddenly engulfed in a strange, cold aura, and the floor began to freeze solid. Crow's men, who were lying defeated on the floor, were also affected, their bodies slowly going numb. They gasped and groaned. "It's cold. So cold." Having regained his composure, Crow triumphantly raised his ice blade. John hastily warned, "That item is extremely dangerous. Master, your wooden sword won't be able to withstand it." He continued his warning as the man brandished his weapon. The blizzard was causing considerable trouble. Even if Ryuki tried to keep his distance, his movements were hindered, and his body heat was gradually being sapped away. A prolonged battle would be extremely dangerous. Yet, our protagonist didn't waver in the slightest. He decisively threw his wooden sword forward, making a confident declaration. But Crow easily used his ice blade to swat away the pathetic wooden sword. He smirked contemptuously. That's useless. Then, he said something that startled Ryuki, my blizzard, can even deflect bullets. Instantly, Crow dashed in front of him at lightning speed, saying excitedly, by wielding this power, I can do things like this. Our protagonist was incredibly agile, constantly, leaping in every direction to evade the attacks. However, his opponent was just as fast, chasing him down and unleashing a storm of slashes. The scene devolved into utter chaos. A moment later, Ryuki was slammed down onto the shattered floor. He struggled to raise, his wooden sword blocking the descending ice blade. Seeing his own sword gradually freezing over, Ryuki thought in horror. He thought to himself that even rushing was barely enough. The cold was clearly slowing him down. Crow attacked with all his might, his heart filled with confusion. How could you dodge the attacks within the blizzard of the frost ice sword? How can you possibly move like this in the real world? As our protagonist skillfully leaped backward, he finally realized and hurriedly asked, I get it, your power comes from an Iriso item too, doesn't it? Hearing this, Jigen was filled with annoyance, saying sarcastically, to compare that thing with me is a true insult. Ryuki replied nonchalantly, great, I'll let you continue with your misunderstanding. After that remark, Crow suddenly became excited. He stomped his foot hard, creating a powerful shockwave, his aura blazing as he issued a challenge. My frost ice sword versus your item, let's see which one is stronger. The blizzard suddenly grew fiercer, howling with stronger gusts that made everything start to blur. This caused him to curse inwardly. Damn it, my vision. While he was still struggling with the blizzard, Crow had already appeared unexpectedly behind Ryuki, preparing to unleash a lightning-fast slash. But just as the sword was swung horizontally, he managed to spin around in time, raising his wooden sword to block the attack and creating a deafening clash. That guy Crow laughed victoriously after the attack, arrogantly stating his condition, your luck ends here. If you hand over Suzuki, I'll let you off with a broken arm. A layer of frost was clinging to his jacket and pants, causing parts of Ryuki's body to freeze. He tightened his grip on the wooden sword and replied calmly, all right, I admit it. With his sharp eyes, he glanced at Crow and asked contemptuously, you have the power of a level 1 sword master. Is this all you've got? His confident expression made the other guy shudder. He was suddenly reminded of Gabriel's face. Crow went berserk and immediately lunged forward, cursing, you nobody. Once again slamming the frost ice sword down, Crow screamed uncontrollably, it's me, don't you dare look down on me. While parrying the attack, Ryuki sneered in disdain. A piece of trash who can't even beat a nobody like me is still talking tough, living like a parasite in the shadows of the entertainment district. Crow poured all his strength into his sword, still screaming relentlessly, I'll kill you. I'll steal that so-called incredible power of yours. I'll take it from you. The blizzard grew even more violent. The group of his soldiers were now completely frozen solid. The container holding Yugo and Suzuki was also frozen over. That guy leaped up with a darkened expression, activating a whiteout skill and lunging at our protagonist. As the ice sword thrust toward his face, he grimaced with worry before launching a counter. Right after, Ryuki launched his counterattack. He made a few swift slashes with his sword, causing the frost ice sword to be flung far away. Just then, the Jigen system displayed a notification, Holy Sword SR+, parry level 4. Crow looked on in fear, his heart filled with unease. He blocked my attack head-on, he thought, trying to reassure himself, but his weapon shattered too. The wooden sword in our protagonist's hand had broken into many pieces. Ryuki then summoned a small dagger, then smirked at the other guy, a big move comes with a big risk. I'll teach you the basics as a fellow player. Crow gritted his teeth, his eyes widening in terror. The Jigen system displayed a skill notification. Skill, Starstream Strike SLR level 1. Ryuki dashed forward at lightning speed, sending him flying with a flash of his blade, the ice snow blade in the other guy's hand. Just then, John's system appeared, granting him SR level 1 swordsmanship as our protagonist landed on the ground gently. Crow, on the other hand, fell flat on his back in immense pain. He snapped his head around, feeling uneasy, and immediately asked, feeling that something was wrong, are you hiding another item under your clothes? The other guy slowly sat up and answered arrogantly, that's right. A layer of light then appeared on his body. It was the black iron armor, which helps the wearer reduce physical damage by half. His body crackled with lightning from the armor as Crow looked up and said, it's as thin as paper, but its defense is absolute. Sorry, but your attacks are useless against me. However, our protagonist remained very calm, letting out a long sigh before speaking scornfully, you idiot, it would have been less trouble if you had just died. As he rushed forward and grabbed the other guy's collar, he was still confident in his belief, shouting triumphantly, no matter how you attack, but before he could even finish his sentence, Crow was thrown down hard by Ryuki, sending up a thick cloud of dust. Ryuki's face darkened as he turned his hateful eyes on him, each word dripping with venom. I was just thinking that maybe I should get used to a more realistic feeling. Why don't you be my sparring partner? A stream of yellow energy swirled around Ryuki's hand. Now, his fist was covered in blood. After a barrage of punches, Crow collapsed to his knees, his strength completely depleted. His eyes were barely open, the image before him blurred, and a sense of despair welled up with the question, "Is this it?" Tesk. Crow recalled Gabriel's treacherous face as he uttered a threat. How pathetic. As we agreed, I'll be taking your account. It was as if he gained strength from some passive ability, growling in a fit of rage and then screaming Gabriel's name, after which he sprang to his feet, gritting his teeth in anger and brutally kicking Ryuki. The other guy got into a fighting stance, while Ryuki was suspended in midair, raising both hands to cover his face. Our protagonist's eyes widened in shock as every word that came from Crow's mouth carried a terrifying fury. I am the strongest. In that instant, he turned the tables in a flash, charging forward with the ice snow blade and successfully slicing Ryuki in half. Blood splattered everywhere as he collapsed. While the upper half of our protagonist's body flew through the air, Crow resolved to himself, I will aim for even greater heights. An image began to form in his mind, a scene of himself climbing over an endless mountain of corpses. The next thing that appeared was the hateful face of Gabriel. That person made Crow even more determined to reclaim his status as a player. As Gabriel's face became clearer, the hatred within Crow grew even more intense. I will take everything from you. I will definitely take it all back. A gloating image of Crow himself appeared in his mind, unable to stop laughing maniacally at the thought. Back in reality, Crow was still laughing uncontrollably. Despite being tied up, he continued to shout mindlessly. Gabriel, how does it feel? I am the strongest. It's me. The blaring sirens of police cars rang out, accompanied by an announcement. The remaining members are either frozen to death or have fallen into a state of digital drug addiction. Also, I heard the Chucadia virus chip has appeared. All recording devices were destroyed, so no details could be recovered. Hearing this, one person couldn't help but remark, they deserved it for getting involved with illegal items. The crowd was still buzzing with discussion. The use of digital drugs was supposed to. It would have been fine if they knew how to control themselves, but they dared to mess with Chucadia. What a bunch of idiots. Damn it, a unit is about to be formed for a large-scale investigation, so it looks like we're going to be very busy. The police officers looked towards the Crow member who was lying there laughing like a maniac, feeling a sense of regret. There is no hope of saving those guys now. What a shame, they were such big spenders. On the rooftop, Jigen suddenly tells Ryuki, I just copied the data from the digital drug and inserted it. I did not expect the effect to be this potent. Seeing them laugh so happily, he quickly replied, they are probably having some sweet dreams right now. It quickly added, now that they have been dealt with, there is no one monitoring Master anymore. Ryuki replied with some relief, that is right, even Suzuki, who was under surveillance, is now safe. Suddenly, his face grew somber and his voice filled with thought. But there is one thing that still bothers me. When Rose was delirious, he accidentally blurted out, what about it? Young Sprout, I already told you, I am the most suitable person for this job. Choosing me was the best decision you could have made. Then he quietly stated his deduction, Young Sprout. I do not know what that is, but it is highly likely to be the source of the Eriso items they were using. Remembering the two names, Linfen and Darius, Ryuki froze for a moment. He then recalled the sight of him holding a sword glowing with golden energy when he tried to assassinate him. Our main character wonders, but has not something similar happened before? Could the weapon that guy used also be from that place? After a long while, the Jigen system displayed the 4 words, search complete. Steam rose from the teapot on the table, along with the system's announcement. There is no information on Young Sprout. I do not know what they are doing, but their security system is extremely tight. Ryuki sat down on the floor, sighing with immense disappointment. In the end, we got nothing. The place Suzuki prepared for me has been exposed. Now I have to live in the basement storage. He was filled with regret, silently cursing himself. We need information about Young Sprout. Damn it, I should have focused on the Demon Tower. Just then, Suzuki, in the form of a cute little girl, pushed the door open, waved friendly, and said, hello. Our main character was a bit startled and asked in disbelief, Suzuki? She walked in with a smug smile and said, of course it is me, who else would it be? Jigen, who was beside him, could not help but be bewildered, exclaiming in awe, how surprising, she looks exactly like a normal human, no different at all. This level of precision is far beyond the usual standard. The girl stood there staring intently at Ryuki, with no suspicious air about her. He still could not believe it, asking in a bewildered tone, let us put the android body aside for a moment. But what happened to your voice and way of speaking? Did your personality change along with it too? Suzuki struck a cute pose, kicking one leg up and said, it is a modification. Now we are closer, right? Ryuki heard this and replied helplessly, I guess this is fine too. She immediately moved closer, grinning from ear to ear and teased, what is this? Do not tell me you like this type. I am just not as conspicuous as I was in my old body. He replied wearily, if you include the way you talk, the old body was better. Suzuki flopped onto a cushion, utterly disappointed, and complained, so boring. Are you some kind of pervert? As he poured hot tea into a cup, Ryuki explained, there's no desire involved, it's just an artificial appearance. She then said hesitantly, well, that's not entirely true. This body is the original model I created with my blood, sweat, and tears. He lifted his teacup and took a sip. Puzzled by what he had just heard, he immediately asked, the original model? Suzuki held nothing back and told him everything. It's a simulation of the body I would have had if the plane crash hadn't happened that day. She looked up at the ceiling. Her eyes filled with melancholy as she said, I call this body 00, an untouchable illusion, a dream full of regrets. But Suzuki quickly pulled herself together and immediately changed the subject. Anyway, that's enough of that. Now that I've shown you my true form, let's work hard together from now on. She flashed a bright smile, endlessly boasting about her achievement. This body is on a completely different level compared to the previous prototypes. You're the first person I've shown this to, so you should feel honored. Suddenly, he asked a question that made Suzuki freeze. So does this mean from now on I can only see you in the 00 body? She was taken aback for a moment, then tried to compose herself, replying with a smile. I don't think so. Looking up again, Suzuki explained with a smile on her lips. I like this body too, but if I stay in 00 for too long, I feel so empty. Hearing this, Ryuki didn't probe any deeper. He poured some tea and offered it. Have some tea, I brewed it while I was waiting. I was bored, so I gave it a try. She accepted the teacup, and after taking a sip, she stared at it in surprise. Suzuki couldn't help but be delighted, continuously praising Ryuki. This is delicious, not at all like those instant teas. I didn't expect you to be so skilled, replying with a smile. I don't think so. Looking up again, Suzuki explained with a smile on her lips. His voice turned melancholic. She taught me so thoroughly, down to the temperature difference of every single degree, but in the end, I still couldn't score high enough. He smirked with satisfaction, boasting. The person who taught me was extremely strict about flavor. Recalling the image of his dedicated mother teaching him, he couldn't help but ask doubtfully, Your machine body has taste sensors too? She drank her tea, annoyed, and replied with distaste, I shouldn't have praised you at all. Anyway, what happened last night got Iron Blood wiped out. But just as he finished, Suzuki said something that made Ryuki's eyes widen in surprise. It's okay, I like it. It shouldn't have been easy to hide illegal goods. Then she asked seriously, Ryuki, do you know how these illegal things came to be? He immediately replied, well, probably because they go against the social order. Suzuki added, it seems the entertainment district had close ties with the police. No matter how rotten things were, an absolute power that cannot be shaken. The kind of person you want to become now. You're starting to understand, aren't you? A symbol of authority and death appeared. Hearing that information, Ryuki became excited and couldn't help but reply with delight, Isn't it great to be able to do whatever you want? It's well worth climbing to the top. As soon as he finished his reply, Suzuki scratched her head and spoke. You really are that kind of person. Right after that, she continued to provide the information he needed. So the remaining problem is Sprout. I've heard some rumors in the entertainment district. It seems there's an organization named Sprout that suddenly appeared and made an offer. They're even putting up a massive reward. Suzuki scratched her head and spoke. You really are that kind of person. Right after that, she continued to provide the information he needed. So the remaining problem is Sprout. I've heard some rumors in the entertainment district. There isn't enough information about the Novice Broom's goal or why they have so many Iris items. With that thought, Ryuki slowly stood up and laid out his strategy. It's not just gas, but also other unidentified individuals. This is such a headache. Maybe I should start from the root of the problem. Suzuki agreed with that idea. After all, we can't do anything until we've dealt with that thing. Suddenly, she grinned and told him something. I have an idea too. I will tell you after I've thought it through. The scene changes to the 10th floor of the Demon Tower, where a monster has been beaten, senseless. After the battle with the monster, Odo and Pazzo were breathing heavily, complaining endlessly. We almost died. The difficulty spiked from the 10th floor onward, but at least the monsters appear one by one, so that's a relief. The white-haired young man tried to reassure everyone. All right, now only the boss is left. He is Agos, the captain of my Crimson Shield squad. Right after, he rallied them. Let's defeat the boss and advance to the 11th floor. Everyone started moving after Agos's reminder. Before entering the boss room, do a final check. The red-haired guy was still struggling with the large pack on his shoulders when someone shouted loudly, Hey, Porter, hurry up. Right after that, the whole team stopped to rest, gathering around a small fire and chatting. Agos started the conversation. You know what? I've been hearing a lot about Ryuki lately. Apparently, they've updated the raid rankings for the 9th floor. Odo was still unfamiliar with the name Ryuki. The captain explained while gobbling down a piece of meat. Ryuki, the guy who said he would take down W. He raised a flask to drink. Odo scoffed contemptuously. It's probably just an act. That Doki Doki Builder video was probably staged too. Paza, on the other hand, seemed very interested, turning to the captain to scheme. If we take him down, we'll definitely become famous. Agos agreed in response. He's probably on the 10th floor, just like us. Before we take on the boss, let's deal with him first. The porter, who was checking things in the back, heard this and asked timidly, "Wait, do we really have to fight him?" The plan didn't say anything about that. As soon as he finished, Agos got annoyed. He walked up to him and asked irritably, "Hey porter, do you think I'd lose to some no-name?" The porter still said very timidly, but even Linfen lost to Ryuki. Immediately, the captain landed a powerful kick to the man's stomach. A fierce killing intent filled the air. Agos shouted angrily, "Linfen is just some high-ranking puppet from Linea. Are you comparing me to an amateur with zero real combat experience?" Then he grabbed him by the hair, looking disgusted as he warned, "If you want to stay in this group, you'd better know your place. You're just a useless burden who's no help at all." The porter, terrified and in pain, said, "I'm sorry." Agos threw him down hard and turned to the other two, saying, "What a pain. Let's just beat the boss and move on." Odo then said dejectedly that he didn't know when that Ryuki guy would show up. Waiting is tiring. The insults towards the man continued to ring out. Besides, you're no help at all. Besides carrying things and doing odd jobs, what can you even do? That's right, there's another thing. You talk way too much. After a long while, the entire Red Shield team opened the door to the boss room. The scene that appeared before the four of them was dark and filled with danger. The group stepped inside together. The team leader scanned the area and asked in confusion, "It's strangely quiet in here. What kind of boss is it this time?" A member immediately answered, "Of course, it's just a palette swap Giga Minotaur. It's Leah's typical lazy way of not bothering to create something new." Suddenly, the porter broke out in a cold sweat and hesitantly warned, "Wait, something's not right." Agos' face darkened as he shot a sharp glare at him and yelled, "Shut your mouth." He gritted his teeth, his every word sounding like he wanted to eat the man alive. "Useless trash like you needs to stop whining." The moment he finished, thousands of bright red error notifications appeared before the team. Everyone's face turned pale with fear as they asked, "What is this?" Then, the whole group made a mad dash for the door behind them as they realized what was happening. "Damn it, it's a game bug. Run for the exit." Agos and Odo noticed something, glancing behind them, and were horrified by what they saw. The game bug had spawned a ferocious Giga Minotaur. It roared maniacally as it chased after the team. The porter also realized the grave danger of the situation and ran for his life, dashing forward and telling himself he had to run faster. Even though he was slowed down by all the gear, it was still fine, as long as the boss didn't catch him. The Giga Minotaur was closing in fast, wielding a giant axe in its hand. Seeing his teammates escape one by one as light from the outside still streamed in, the porter silently reassured himself, "The exit is still open." He pounded his feet with determination. "If I can just get out of this boss room." But unexpectedly, a foot shot out and kicked him backward, and his final glimmer of hope for survival vanished in an instant. As the door slowly closed, the vile face of the team leader appeared with his rotten words, "I'm leaving the job of stalling to you, porter." His eyes filled with terrified tears as the young man desperately reached out, grasping for his life. However, the three heartless teammates outside slammed the door shut. Agos finally breathed a sigh of relief. That was too close. Ba and Odo stood blocking the door. She asked in confusion, "Why did a bug have to happen right now?" Then added with concern, "But what do we do now, leader? We still have to defeat the boss." However, he was completely unfazed, resting his sword on his shoulder and replying smugly, "Actually, this turned out for the best." He had already devised a plan, thinking that the door would likely be opened by Ryu 70. "We just need to make sure he opens the boss room before us. We'll follow him in and then strike." At that very moment, another hand was grabbing a monster by the head and lifting it. It was our main character. He brutally tossed the monster's head aside and casually asked Jigen, "Once the boss is defeated, that means the 10th floor is cleared, right?" Suddenly, Jigen started sulking, saying, "I don't want to talk to you anymore, master." The young man looked at Jigen in frustration and sighed endlessly. "Here we go again. Time is of the essence." Ryuki approached the door, his clothes drenched in blood. Jigen wholeheartedly praised him. "You truly have nerves of steel, sir. All the way to the 10th floor without using a single ticket." However, the young man scolded back in annoyance. "Be quiet. You should go get your gambling addiction treated." Behind him, he left a pile of corpses strewn about, belonging to the bull-headed monsters. In this dire situation, memories of his first time meeting the team suddenly flooded the porter's mind. Agostos had enthusiastically said back then, "You lack combat ability? That's fine. We're not looking for a fighter. How about it? Want to join our team?" He extended his hand, which was a lifeline for Porter at the time. His calm voice continued to echo, Let's conquer this tower together. But now, when he was just one step away from escaping a life or death situation, the one who cast him out was none other than that same Agostos. When he sat sprawled on the ground and called out, "Captain," Agostos uttered cruel words. "What is that useless bum trying to run from? Just stay there and buy us some time." As the door slowly closed, Porter's shock grew even greater at the words, "At least be useful for once." He dropped his gear and ran frantically everywhere, endlessly cursing, "Damn it, damn it." A feeling of utter despair washed over him, tears welling in his eyes as he thought, "I know I've always been a burden to the team, but I never thought I'd be abandoned in a situation like this." The place where Porter was abandoned was System Error 666, where thousands of corpses were piled like mountains. This error is also known as the dead game. In this error zone, you can't log out and the connection is unstable. Anyone who enters shares the same fate. He ran for his life, silently reminding himself, "Dying here means game over, so I have to escape this error zone first." However, the boss, the Giga Minotaur, had noticed Porter. It swung its axe, sending him flying. The immense force slammed Porter into a wall, which shattered on impact. Afterwards, he bent over and coughed a few times, blood spewing from his mouth, his body completely drained of strength. Porter looked up in fear at the ferocious boss, his face smeared with blood and tears, and he screamed desperately in his mind, "I can't breathe. I don't want to die here." Even so, he tried to rally his spirits, silently telling himself to get up and escape immediately. As he reached out to try and crawl away, the monster behind him had already raised its axe high, bringing it down violently. That was the moment Porter lost all hope of survival, thinking, "But even if I escape, what will change?" Suddenly, from out of nowhere, a beam of light shot forward, rocketing into the Giga Minotaur's stomach and causing it to lose its balance and fall backward. Porter had narrowly escaped death. A smoking gun blade was brandished in this deadly place. Our MC proudly raised his weapon and said smugly, "After all, taking down a big monster with just a gun is impossible." The monster staggered to its feet, but he continued to toy with it. "Aiming accurately is also difficult, so I guess I'll have to go with close combat." John reported some news. System Error 666 is like Iris's wrath. It appears when the labyrinth becomes unstable. Hearing that, he said with annoyance, "That's a bit much, isn't it? So many people have died because of this wrath." It immediately replied, "It's insane. Besides, Master, you've never spun a single gacha box in this tower. If we die here, we won't even be able to retrieve our bodies. Are you planning to throw away all the tickets you've accumulated?" Ryuki asked in exasperation. "It sounds like you care more about those tickets than you do about me." Across from them, Porter was gaping as he realized this person was Ryu 717. Seeing the surprised expression, our MC asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Did your team get wiped out?" Our MC's voice suddenly turned menacing as he warned in a stern tone, "Are you two ambushing me? Answer carefully." "Careful. Do you know this is a glitched area?" The porter took a few steps back, while Ryuki pointed his gunblade and stammered loudly, "That's not it. Absolutely not." He quietly listened to the man's explanation. "Just a moment ago, my team was in the boss room, but a glitch suddenly occurred, so we had to flee." The porter's voice lowered, filled with despair, as he continued word by word. "They told me to buy time and then abandoned me because I was weak and useless." Looking at his state, Ryuki suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. The image of himself sitting alone and helpless in the past came flooding back. Then, he asked seriously, "If you survive this, what do you want to do?" The porter's tear-filled eyes brimmed with resentment. He gritted his teeth and shouted two words, "Revenge." That expression was coincidentally just like the Ryuki of in the past. He smirked, pleased by that answer, then turned to leave, not forgetting to give a word of advice. "Stay put in that corner until this is all over. If you die, everything will be meaningless." Facing the huge, ferocious monster, Ryuki declared clearly, "That stubborn oaf is my prey." At that moment, the door to the 10th floor creaked open. The three members of the Crimson Shield team stepped inside together. Baga opened the member locator and announced in surprise, "That porter is still alive. He's got some talent for being bait, huh?" Hearing that, Agost smirked contemptuously and replied, "Talent for what? He's probably just hiding while Ryuki 717 is fighting the boss." "Huge, ferocious monster," Ryuki declared clearly, "That stubborn oaf is my prey." At that moment, the door need to lie in ambush and wait for the perfect moment to launch a surprise attack. The last one standing is the winner. Returning to the battle, the monster was raising its axe high, growling with rage. The Jigen system displayed the information. Boss Giga Minotaurus has appeared in the Phantom World, guardian of the tower's 10th floor. A minotaur with the bloodline of a giant. The very next second, it brought down an earth-shattering blow, engulfing the air in a thick cloud of dust. To the battle, the monster was raising its axe high, growling with rage. the Jigen system displayed of the Giga Minotaurus. Without the defensive skills of an excellent tanker, it's impossible to block. Teams that aren't well prepared would be wiped out right here. But the axe suddenly appeared over Ryuki's head again with the Giga Minotaur's breakneck speed. However, his agility was no less impressive. He instantly leaped back to the ground, waiting for the beast to make its move, unable to help but feel smug. Of course, my case is a bit different. The porter, hiding behind a rock, watched in shock at the battle before him. Ryuki alternately raised his gun blades with both hands to block each incoming beam of light, reassuring himself, "I'm facing the Giga Minotaurus' attacks head-on. So far, so good, as long as I can keep this up." The two horns on the monster's head began to crackle with flashing electricity. It was preparing to unleash its next move. The Giga Minotaurus' second attack was about to begin. Its horns were accumulating a massive amount of lightning energy, accompanied by a countdown from Ryuki's mouth. 1, 2, 3. Just as he finished the 3-second count, the monster's entire body flared with killing intent. It let out a terrifying roar, unleashing a crimson lightning skill that caused the surrounding air to be engulfed in deadly electricity. He tried to escape the attack's range while muttering with concern. 7, 8, 9. Just as he counted to 10, a bolt of lightning instantly caught up to Ryuki's speed. It grazed his shoulder, leaving a scratch. Seeing the blood, he muttered apprehensively, as expected. "It's too fast to track with the naked eye." Ryuki immediately spun around, one hand covering the wound, the other raising his gunblade in thought. "The lightning strikes are random. If it weren't for my intuition, I would have been toast long ago, but if I can just endure a little longer." His train of thought was cut short, as the monster let out several roars, its horns charging up with enough energy to become two massive cannons. It fired terrifying spheres of great lightning forward, making the air incredibly suffocating. Our protagonist instinctively turned his head, intending to keep running, but unexpectedly found himself cornered. He glanced back at the Giga Minotaurus, and worriedly thought, "Damn it, there's no escape." As he counted to 39 in his head, Ryuki slowly regained his composure, gritting his teeth against the anxiety in his heart and praying, "Please work." When he uttered the 40th count, everything started to return to normal. The deadly lightning bolts had completely evaporated in an instant. Looking at the horns, now depleted of energy, Ryuki celebrated inwardly. It was just as planned. The second lightning phase lasts 40 seconds. Porter's jaw dropped in astonishment, still unable to believe what he was seeing, and said, "Red lightning, also known as the 40 seconds of hell, he endured that all by himself?" The Giga Minotaurus then raised its head to the sky, roaring relentlessly. Our boy had already assumed an offensive stance, ready to fight as predicted. When the second attack ended, the monster opened its maw wide, letting out a series of earth-shaking roars as it began to gather energy. The crackling lightning and its ferocious aura couldn't stop Ryuki. He stood defiantly with a question in his mind. "Everything so far has gone according to plan, but what I really need to confirm is whether or not I can block the Giga Minotaurus' strongest move, its third attack." The axe in the monster's hand was covered in lightning. It shot a sharp glare towards Ryuki, which only strengthened his resolve. His instincts were screaming warnings to get out of there immediately, but now was the time to bet it all. Our protagonist tightly gripped his gunblade, which was enveloped in streams of light energy. The AI immediately appeared with a reminder, "I understand your reasoning, sir, but we are currently in a dangerous situation with the system error still active." Seeing that he didn't say a word, and instead stood defiantly pointing his gunblade forward, made it even more frantic. "Master, are you listening to me?" The final attack of the Giga Minotaurus was finally about to begin. It opened its mouth wide, growling, and raised its lightning-wreathed axe high. Its two horns were also blazing with electricity. Ryuki looked at the intense aura surrounding the monster, not flinching in the slightest because he knew there was no escape anyway. He was determined to face the boss, the Giga Minotaurus, head-on. The skill, Red Lightning Slash, was unleashed. The axe slammed down, creating a violent tremor, as overwhelming streams of energy erupted, looking as if they would swallow space itself. But below, our boy, with a confident demeanor, held his gunblade and charged straight into the descending blow. The moment a spark of lightning flashed before his eyes, his face suddenly froze, his eyes staring blankly at it. The attack, imbued with immense lightning energy, struck down, creating a blinding flash of light, along with an explosion that shook the 10th floor. Porter, who was behind, didn't dare to face the chaotic scene. Chaos out there, hiding behind a rock in utter fear. He slowly peeked out to observe Ryuki's situation and was completely shocked. He thought to himself, "Is that guy even sane?" As beams of light clashed in the battle, Porter was still, unable to understand. Even if it's a lower floor boss, it's still a boss monster. It's way stronger than any of those solo players, not to mention he's all alone. Even Fan Tae Rum, the top-ranked player, wouldn't dare to face it alone. The crimson lightning slash is impossible to block, dodging or dying and respawning are the only ways. Suddenly, his eyes flew wide open, as if he had seen something terrifying. The sight of Ryuki single-handedly using his gunblade to block all the attacks. He thought to himself, is that guy even sane? As beams of light clashed in the battle, Porter was still, but the power was too overwhelming, and a moment later, he was forced down to one knee to brace himself. Even so, he didn't. That were raining down from the heavens left. Porter stunned, wondering to himself, is he really planning to face that head-on, lose heart, gritting his teeth and muttering a skill? A spark of electricity flashed by, and the next two words were uttered, drawn all sorts of items and skills from random boxes. But this one was the absolute worst, John asked in surprise. Sir, are you talking about the SSR system you just drew? He replied wearily. Yeah. It's a skill that allows an item to evolve until it reaches Iriso grade or the next level for a limited time. But now, the skill has been activated. The Jigen system announced SSR system limit break. Target SR Holy Sword level 4, time remaining 5 minutes. Holy Sword SRC+, level. After the item's evolution, Ryuki seemed to enter a berserk state, gritting his teeth and launching an all-out counterattack. He opened his mouth wide, let out a few loud shouts, and then unleashed a powerful sword strike. The immense power from the Holy Sword completely overwhelmed those terrifying lightning bolts, shattering them in an instant. This incredible comeback left Porter dumbfounded, his jaw dropping in amazement. The axe shattered into pieces. John couldn't help but say worriedly that this is an extremely reckless way to fight. At this rate, I'm afraid I'll have to find a new master soon. Our main character, however, was completely satisfied. He replied calmly, if you want to reach the higher floors, this kind of risk is unavoidable. The Jiga Minotaur swung its arms around, searching everywhere for a weapon. Ryuki also slowly stood up, gripping his sword with both hands, taking an attack stance and speaking arrogantly. The warm-up is over, it's time to hunt. Immediately after, he stomped his foot hard and launched forward, the ground beneath him shattering from the impact. While the monster was still fumbling around, looking for a weapon, a brilliant sword slash struck it straight across the face. That was immediately followed by a barrage of slashes. The attack was executed by Ryuki by combining flash, step, and draw slash. A simple movement skill was transformed into a super speed attack skill. System John Chun level 1. Target flash step SRC level. Additional effect draw slash senior. Level 1. Duration 10 minutes. After that last attack, the Jiga Minotaur became utterly enraged. It roared wild, swinging its arms wildly. It threw a lightning-fast punch at the spot where our main character was standing. However, he had already quickly leaped to another spot. With a smile on his face, he charged forward again with a taunt. You're too slow, you bullhead. A barrage of slashes that seemed to tear through space was unleashed once more. The Jiga Minotaur could only roar in agony. At its feet, the monster also had a sharp sword strike slash into its tendons. It lost its balance instantly and fell flat to the ground. At this moment, Ryuki shot a bullet-like glare at the huge beast, muttering to himself, now for the second enhancement. Gripping the holy sword in his hand, a brilliant golden energy surged within it. He was certain of one thing. After countless experiments, he had found the strongest combination by adding the effect of Astral Flow Strike to the Holy Sword and using the energy accumulated from Astral Flow Strike. Suddenly, the Jiga Minotaurus extended its sharp claws toward Ryuki, startling him for a moment. It growled menacingly as it tried to reach for him. In that surprising moment, our protagonist promptly placed his hand on the trigger, then dashed forward and delivered a clean slash to the monster's neck. Its head flew far from its body, successfully ending the life of the Jiga Minotaurus. The body remained standing behind while the head had already flown straight ahead. Once it was over, he turned his head and let out a sigh of relief. Standing in the middle of the chaotic battlefield, Ryuki joyfully shouted, Floor 10. Complete. The Jigan system announced the match results. Victory against the Jiga Minotaurus grants a random 5,000 FB points and a converted box. The magic stone of the Jiga Minotaurus, the axe of the Jiga Minotaurus, and the horn of the Jiga Minotaurus. First sub-boss achievement. In the tower completed. Reward 10 times Jigan tickets. Defeating the Jiga Minotaurus completed. Reward 1 SL guaranteed ticket. Clearing the 10th floor of the tower completed. Reward 1 SL guaranteed ticket. The gloomy red aura has gradually dissipated. John also announced the bugged area has been cleared. It seems it was linked to the boss. Then, he cheerfully praised, anyway, congratulations on clearing the floor. Although it was 2 minutes later than expected, our protagonist was very satisfied with that. He excitedly said, I've shortened the record by 1 hour compared to the first ranker. Let's move on to the next floor. Just as he took a step, the porter suddenly came out from behind and shouted, Ryu. No, Rukiyama. Without waiting for a second, he immediately voiced his question. Before you go, can you tell me how you got so strong? Ryuki didn't even bother to turn his head, responding indifferently, I was just lucky. That's all. Suddenly, Agos appeared from nowhere with a scheming smile and said, nice job killing the boss. The porter was startled when he saw the guy, exclaiming, Agos, Captain. He then turned to praise him, you did a decent job as bait. Approaching with his two cronies, the arrogant captain ordered, either way, you're going to disappear along with the wanted criminal, so don't resist, and hand over the loot to the red shield. One more step from Agos landed. Immediately after, a world-shaking explosion erupted right where the three of them were. The porter froze. As he watched their bodies burn to a crisp in the flames, he couldn't help but ask in shock, what the heck? Ryuki then explained, you were hiding near the boss room from the beginning, right? So I planted mines at the entrance beforehand. He then kindly reminded the still-stunned porter there are still a few that haven't exploded. Don't get too close to the door. Before leaving, he turned back to smile at him, lowering his voice to encourage his spirits. You want revenge? Then get stronger first. As soon as he stepped outside, John excitedly shouted, it's time for the fun random box opening. Ryuki gave a pained smile, clenching his fist with determination and saying, with both the login rewards and the mission rewards I've saved up. Today is the day I'm opening all these random boxes. That again. Suddenly, he became serious, silently calculating and reasoning, but he couldn't be complacent. Even with the rate-up feature, probability adjustment, the rate for an SSL is only 1%. Then he pointed at John and cursed him out. I used a whole 1,000 boxes and only got 2 SSRs. Are you kidding me? I retorted irritably. Are you doubting the UR system? If you think it's useless, then just quit the game. Hearing that, Ryuki ignored it and proceeded to open his tickets as usual, his voice still laced with frustration. Talk is cheap. Let's start by opening all the regular tickets first. Suddenly, a dazzling beam of light shot down from the sky, making our MC freeze. A rainbow-colored box slowly materialized as Ryuki shouted in surprise, SSR, from a regular ticket, and on the very first pull too. Even Jigen was stunned in disbelief. The Jigen system displayed the item's information. Item, SSR Illusion World System, a system type with intervention authority that applies the characteristics of an illusion world to the user. At this point, our MC looked at the open box and asked suspiciously, the system's characteristics have changed. Holding the SSR box, he remarked unenthusiastically, it feels a bit weak for an SSR, John quickly urged from the side. Why don't you try using it, sir? Instantly, the Jigen system activated the illusion system at level 1, FB 0 out of 100, HP 160 out of 160, MP 80 out of 80, STR 22, Dex 30, AGI 20, INT. After reading the stats, Ryuki's excitement completely deflated when he saw the words level 1, while the system in the distance laughed as if it had hit the jackpot. Suddenly, a bear's face appeared on the Jigen screen, cheerfully saying to our MC, Ryuki, you've cleared the 10th floor already? Congratulations. He asked, a bit surprised, Suzuki, aren't you too Queen-Am? It was extremely curious, and, interviewed him, you're the only one to reach the 10th floor this quickly. How does it feel? In contrast, our MC looked fed up. He plopped onto the ground and replied wearily, I'm sick of this trash game. Then he continued to complain, the dungeon on the outside looks like it was just slapped together. The boss design and its attack patterns are just a rehash of the regular mobs. It's no different from when I was an analyst. Images of the Minotaur-like monsters and the 10th floor boss flashed through his mind. After his comment, Nam suddenly became serious, speaking slowly. Do you remember when we first met? In that formless state, I've been thinking about something recently. It hesitated slightly before speaking. Perhaps it's time to tell you. Then it announced loudly, I have a proposal for you. Ryuki was extremely curious about this proposal. At that very moment, the fat man Stavero was sitting in a room filled with countless data statistics in front of him. He let out a triumphant laugh, then said with certainty, once this project is over, everything will change. The crazed look on his face was revealed. Every word he uttered dripping with conspiracy. We, Redia, will usher in a new era. The entire space was illuminated by a brilliant golden light. The light emanated from a small cave where Ryuki was opening each of the random boxes. After finishing the box opening session, Jigon let out a sigh of relief and said, it's finally over, dealing with hundreds of saved-up tickets is such a pain. Looking at the Jigen System's results screen, Ryuki said with some resentment, I opened more than 20 tickets, including the guaranteed SL and regular tickets. But the reality that appeared was something he couldn't believe. The Ice Emperor asked again, only one? Ryuki collapsed to the ground, tearing his hair out in a daze and said, If according to the rates, I should have gotten about 5 SSRs. Yet there was only one, just one. The system quickly tried to calm him down. If the rates were perfectly accurate, it wouldn't be called a random box anymore. Hearing that, the master had no choice but to accept reality and wearily asked it, I only have the level 1 SSR from the start. What is that system? The system quickly explained, the system currently applied to you is my UR Jigen system. Since the original system can't be used, you are forced to rely entirely on random boxes. However, this allows you to surpass the system's stat limitations. In return, the system applies your level and stats starting from level 1, and you cannot accumulate random box points. After hearing the announcement, Ryuki couldn't hide his rage. He yelled, "So I have to do everything all over again from scratch?" John quickly spoke up. "Master, before you do that, I have something to tell you." Our MC at that moment was furious, turning around and yelling, "I'm already annoyed enough, what is it now?" It could only timidly announce, "A new system has been unlocked through the latest random box. Please check your achievements." Ryuki was confused after hearing that and exclaimed, "Achievements?" Then, an announcement immediately rang out from the Jigen system, "The pity system has been unlocked. Achievement, open random boxes over 1,500 times completed. Reward is unlocking the pity system." The very next second, he couldn't hide his astonishment and asked, "Pity, what is that?" The system hurriedly explained, "For every 300 pulls, you are guaranteed one highest grade item, which means you get 1 SSR for every 300 pulls." The Jigen system said to Ryuki with great pride, "You just unlocked the pity gacha as an achievement reward. This is the perfect chance to pull another SSR." As soon as he heard that, he furiously shouted, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" It could only answer quietly, "I was too absorbed in watching your desperate expression, your master." After punching the system until it started smoking, Ryuki excitedly pointed at the energy vortex in front of him and cheered in anticipation. Perfect timing, let's pull. As the random box began to materialize from the galaxy, John suddenly issued a warning. "By the way, there's a chance you might pull another system." Hearing that, he pleaded in agony, "Please, let it be something good." As rays of light illuminated the rainbow-colored box, he fell to his knees, clasping his hands together in prayer, "I'm begging you, please." A moment later, the John system announced the item, SSR Demon's Blessing Level 1, Skill Type, bestows the blessing of the demon that looks down from the tower's peak, amplifying all abilities by 1 level, increasing the damage of attack skills by 1 level, and reduces the cooldown of all SR rank and lower skills by 1 level. After receiving the notification, Ryuki raised his arms and turned to stone, 2 streams of tears running down his cheeks. Then he wondered and asked Jigan, "Demon's Blessing? Does Gob have a skill like this?" It immediately answered, "This is a skill for the boss in the Demon Tower, not a player skill." The moment the system finished speaking, an idea immediately flashed through Ryuki's mind. Increased attack power and basic skills, plus reduced cooldowns. A passive skill with effects like these was truly worthy of an SSR rank. Our MC then made a request. "Let's check the next SR skills." He looked at the numerous items that appeared, examining them carefully. He skipped past Fireball and Tai Chi. Berserk and Warcry weren't a good fit for him. His fighting style. An energy gun, a Holy Knight's shield, a 7-star sword. In the end, Ryuki chose 1 item pack from among them. Then he continued, "Perhaps the only usable thing is the power pack." A second later, the Jigen system immediately displayed the information. SR Power Pack, an expansion part type that adds 10 energy to compatible models. John then turned to tell him, "It's compatible with the power armor you drew earlier." Our main character also suddenly remembered, the broken armor set I couldn't use because it lacked energy. It quickly spoke up to analyze. This power pack will allow it to operate for about 15 minutes. Hearing this, he let out a soft laugh and exclaimed, "Finally, something truly useful," and then shouted with joy, "My skill setup is complete." The system window displayed lines of skill information: Annihilation SSR, Limit Break SSR, Intuition Level 2 SSR, Chanting Level 1 SSR, Sword Saint Level 4 SRC+, Evasive Footwork SRC, Dragon's Breath Aura SRC+, Flying Swallow Cut Level 1 SR, Hawkeye Level 1 SR, Teleport Level 1 SR, Starfall Strike Level 1 Senior. Then he excitedly shouted, "Transfer all remaining skill experience to Sword Saint, and invest all remaining points into Sword Saint and Quick Draw." The system immediately showed the upgrade window. Sword Saint Level 4 to Level 5 requires 35,200 RP, Sword Saint Level 5, Sword Saint Z, Quick Draw. Quick Draw Level 1 to Level 2 requires 700 RP, Swordsmanship Level 2 to Level 3 requires 1,400 RP. North Husu Swordsmanship Level 5, Quick Draw Level 3 to Level 4 requires 2,100 RP. Looking at the system window before him, Ryuki couldn't help but grin with excitement and proceeded to request a skill combination by fusing high-rank quick draw and hidden evasive footwork to create a new skill. Immediately after, he released a brilliant golden aura, muttering, "Hidden evasive footwork and quick draw, skill fusion." He rejoiced inwardly. This way, I'll have a skill that is both for super fast movement and extremely powerful attacks. In a flash, the Jigen system displayed a notification. Godspeed, SRC Level 1. Immediately after, he released a brilliant golden aura, muttering. Ryuki couldn't help but grin with excitement and proceeded to request a skill combination by fusing high-rank quick draw and hidden evasive footwork to create a new skill. He dropped to his knees after this devastating news, lamenting the loss of his evasive footwork, a skill type that increases attack speed, movement speed, and casting speed by 130% for 15 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. As soon as those notifications appeared, Ryuki asked in disbelief, "A 5-minute cooldown? Are you kidding me? How am I supposed to use this in a fight?" The system quickly tried to cheer him up. "Come on, master. Hasn't this kind of thing happened a bunch of times already? That the two of us will create a new labyrinth strong enough to compete with G." After hearing this, Ryuki was momentarily stunned, his face showing clear astonishment. The one Four Seasons 5 mentioned earlier? A moment ago, Four Seasons 5 made an announcement. An interesting idea, isn't it? This is a much more rational plan than those foolish ideas of the human race. He fell silent, then said blankly, "A new labyrinth." Before he could finish, Four Seasons 5 quickly interrupted. "We're still in the preparation phase, but if it really comes to fruition, it'll be fun, won't it?" Our main character didn't think too much about it, and suddenly, he felt interested in this matter. Of course, you never know until you try. Even though we're only in the preparation stage now, if we really want to surpass Quack, this plan is worth doing. An image of the tower appeared along with the words. Ryuki was resolute. "But first, I need to conquer this demon tower." It was early in the morning at the base city. Inside the demon tower, the streets were bustling with residents. Some people were constantly chattering about our main character. One person asked with great doubt, "Isn't him defeating the Giga Minotaurus alone just a rumor?" Another replied confidently, "It sounds absurd. I know, but he set a new record on every floor, up to floor 15. Looking at the system panel before them, the person on the left said in amazement, "And he crushed the clear time on each one, a skill level that surpasses even the..." The young man next to him asked skeptically, "Or maybe he found some kind of loophole in the system?" Hearing this, the man glanced over concerned. Lin was defeated because she underestimated him, but ultimately, he's just a nobody. In a corner of the city, under the shade of a tree, Ryuki was, hungrily chewing on a piece of bread. Just then, John spoke with a concerned voice. "This pace is beyond imagination. Even if the strategies for the lower floors are common knowledge, this is still too much." In contrast, he was very calm, eating his bread, as he casually replied, "This is nothing yet. The top of the tower is still a long way off, but isn't it a bit noisy?" John couldn't help but worry, his words filled with unease. The conflict between players and residents is getting more serious. They brought it on themselves. But now things have come to this. At that moment, Ryuki clenched the loaf of bread in his hand. The sound of footsteps approached with a shout, "Ryuki!" He was surrounded by many players, weapons in hand. All of them were staring at our guy. The system immediately recognized the problem and announced, "Master, you are surrounded. There are 16 of them." Ryuki summoned his gunblade as he stood up, annoyed, and asked, "How many times has it been now? This is getting really boring." A man with a sword approached and politely stated his intention. "We're here to shatter the order of W," but before he could finish, Ryuki raised his hand to stop him, then cut in. "Hold on, I don't need to know who you are. Let's just get this over with." The man's face twisted in annoyance at that attitude, and he angrily threatened, "Just because you defeated Lin Fen, you're this arrogant. We, who have caught Linia's attention, can do it too." Once again, our guy cut him off, a smirk playing on his lips, as he sneered and warned them, "Defeat Lin Fen? Even with double the number of people you have here, it wouldn't be enough." Those residents didn't wait another second, simultaneously charging at our guy with their weapons, screaming curses. "You arrogant, nobody, charge." Immediately after, a nuclear-like explosion erupted, sending black smoke billowing high into the sky. John coughed a few times from the shockwave, then immediately turned to our guy and asked with concern, "Han, are you okay, master?" Ryuki leaned on his sword, his head lowered in slight exhaustion, then stated his assessment firmly. "As I thought, it seems they only know how to attack head-on." The group that had been shouting and charging just moments ago now lay defeated and pathetic on the ground. Then he walked over and picked up someone's sword, asking doubtfully. A few of them wanted revenge, but isn't it a bit strange? Stroking the blade in his hand, Ryuki spoke with a smug tone. "I've been attacked by so many players, but not once. Congratulations on clearing the 15th floor. I have a proposal to discuss, so let's meet and talk." The sender of the message, What are you going to do? A second later, the blond man's own sword pierced through his shoulder, sending blood splattering everywhere. He gritted his teeth, glaring hatefully at Ryuki, one hand gripping the blond man's hair and the other raising his sword. Then he gave a savage smile and replied, "The reason? I'm about to show you firsthand." The white-haired man wouldn't stop, screaming, "Let me go! What are you planning to do?" Gripping the hilt of his sword, Ryuki maintained his sinister expression and uttered one word, "Eradicate." As he placed his hand on the ground, a blue light began to appear, and the cowards in the distance had already noticed. A bald guy announced, "That's the skill, the one he used on Linfen." The blue-haired guy beside him quickly urged, "Run!" While that group was fleeing, our main character stood up abruptly and complained, "So boring." John, who was beside him, couldn't help but ask doubtfully, "You've truly gotten stronger, my lord. Are you really the same clumsy master from before?" Suddenly, he received a system notification. He turned to look and after a moment of surprise, wondered aloud, a message from the Four of Spades. He asked in confusion, why text instead of calling, then his face stiffened as he read the incoming message. "Run!" While that group was fleeing, our main character stood up abruptly and complained, "So boring." John, who was beside him, was none other than Gabriel. The message read, "I'll share the information you want to know, but since we're being watched, couldn't help but ask doubtfully, you've truly gotten stronger, my lord. Are you really the same clumsy master from before?" Suddenly, he received, "Has anyone ever come back for revenge?" The blonde-haired man watched his weapon, stammering in fear, "My Sombringer." Suzuki commented with concern, "It's obviously a trap. Anyone would think so." The young man sighed. On top of that, he even went ahead and chose the location and proposed a private meeting. "Even knowing him, I can't figure out what he's thinking," John added. Couldn't help but ask doubtfully, "You've truly gotten stronger, my lord. Are you really the same clumsy master from before?" Suddenly, he received, "He isn't exactly the sharpest tool in the shed." Hearing that, Ryuki immediately grabbed and tormented him, then asked, "Do you know the place he mentioned?" Suzuki explained, "It's a well-known spot in the underworld. Because of its strict security system, it's often used for secret transactions and negotiations involving high-profile figures. Looking at it from the outside, no one would ever guess. It's a tavern." Then, the young man handed our main character a pair of glasses and added, "Since it's a well-known place, it's unlikely anything strange will happen, but if you decide to go, take this with you." It was a pair of disguise glasses, practically a full costume. Ryuki thought to himself, what could he possibly want to talk about? Is it worth the risk? Meanwhile, Suzuki's voice continued, "About that investigation you asked me for." He asked back, "Investigation?" The young man waved his hand, creating a model in front of him as he replied, "It's about St. Iriso General Hospital. It took a fair bit of time, but I've managed to gather some information." Suzuki quickly relayed what he had found. St. Iriso General Hospital is known for accepting donations and doing charity work. Its sponsor is Radia Soft. Ryuki listened intently. In reality, it is used to improve Radia Soft's public image. When people think of Radia, they usually think of the charity work done there. He became lost in thought for a moment, although it didn't seem directly related to the nameless. Suzuki continued, "Since it's a medical facility, I initially suspected it was involved in organ trafficking or narcotics, but the more I investigated, the more I found. Many suspicious things, and there's still much that remains unclear." The young man closed his eyes slightly, bowed his head, and warned our main character, "But perhaps now is the right time to show you this. Brace yourself before reading the document." Suzuki then opened his eyes, his voice full of seriousness. "Even I, who have lived in the shadows for so long, find this disgusting." Ryuki stared intently at the screen and exclaimed in shock, "What is this?" He then recalled the words Gabriel had once said, that the reason his mother passed away was not due to illness. He remembered Gabriel's face from that time, along with the words that he once found confusing. "You know of St. Iriso General Hospital, right? That's where your mother was hospitalized." Gabriel had once reminded him, "Go find out what happened for yourself. Your mother's name is definitely on that list." Ryuki then moved his hand to click on his mother's picture on the screen. The words "verifying data" appeared. We don't know what he read, but our MC's expression was now one of pure rage, veins popping on his face as he gritted his teeth and screamed. The scene changes to the previously arranged meeting point, where Ryuki was now disguised as a successful middle-aged man, thanks to the disguise glasses Suzuki had given him. Gabriel was sitting there, checking his watch and complaining. "A nobody making me wait a whole 8 minutes. You must think I'd actually wait, huh?" he said in a reproachful and provocative tone. "Lately, you've gotten quite bold." Our MC immediately took off his glasses, reverting to his true appearance, and calmly replied, "Let's get straight to the point." He stood there and questioned him. "The human experiments conducted at the hospital. When did you find out about them?" Gabriel picked up a bottle of wine, poured a glass, and answered, "So you already know that much, huh? It seems you found a pretty reliable ally." He raised his glass and continued, "I have to say, it was quite a while ago, and by the time I realized, it was too late. Your mother was also one of the subjects of the human experiments." Upon hearing this, Ryuki furiously lunged forward. He grabbed his collar and yelled in his face, "Gabriel!" He grabbed our MC's wrist and pulled it away, frowning as he asked, "You didn't come here to fight me, did you? First, calm down and listen to what I have to say." As Ryuki pulled his hand back, Gabriel continued to explain, "The real mastermind behind this is someone else." Ryuki immediately wondered, is it Rediosoft? But why would the people who control the entire world do something like this? Taking a sip of wine, he replied, "Their ultimate goal in those experiments is transference." This information caused even a system like Jigon to be completely shocked. Gabriel continued, "But it's not simply about connecting a mind to an avatar in the dungeon through a connector. The leaders of Rediosoft are aiming for a much more advanced form of transference." Then, an item from Iriso appeared before them, a sharp sword. Even though it was data from the dungeon, when it was transferred, it could appear in the real world. So they thought about it the other way around. What if a human body could be transferred into a part of the dungeon? After that info dump, Gabriel just sat there pouring wine, calmly remarking, "Well, what you've investigated is likely the result of that." Jan immediately tried to calm him. "Master, please be calm." Ryuki, still angry, spoke up and asked, "Why are you telling me all this? If this gets exposed, wouldn't Rediosoft and the entire Linea Guild collapse?" He took another drink of wine and replied, "You're underestimating the power of authority. The CEO of Rediosoft is platinum rank. An accusation from a nobody means nothing with him at all." Then, Gabriel slammed his glass on the table and continued resentfully, "Your misfortune also happened because of that power. You should have just quietly stayed and taken care of your mother." He frowned and said in a low voice, "You must have been scrambling with those handbooks and trying to earn money for the surgery, right? The real problem was that the content in that handbook seemed very trustworthy. Linfen doesn't like interference. Neither do the higher-ups conducting the experiment." This made Ryuki feel confused. He tried to dig deeper by asking, "What are you trying to say?" Gabriel replied, "To prevent interference with the experiment, I convinced Linfen. Following orders from above, I had your rank lowered to nameless. When your only guardian was gone, disposing of the body became simple." This information stunned our protagonist. No one knew the whereabouts of the subjects who had been transformed in the experiment. Even though the data showed the transformation was successful, despite some numerical instability, their physical bodies in the real world could no longer be considered human. Gabriel said coldly, "Most of the errors in the virtual world are also a side effect of that." In the already chaotic labyrinth, forcing the reflection of unstable data into it only made the situation worse. He spoke of what happened. Sometimes they became residents of the labyrinth or, if unlucky, turned into monsters and were hunted. Perhaps you were the one who hunted them with your own hands. Ryuki's eyes widened, his face contorted, and his pupils constricted. He was completely agitated by the information about his mother's death. Our protagonist quickly drew his weapon, the game knife clenched tightly in his hand, and he slashed the table at his feet to pieces while yelling, "You bastard!" Gabriel remained calmly seated and said, "I repeat, I'm just an ordinary low-level grunt. You don't intend to end your grudge with someone like me, do you? Let's get straight to the point." Ryuki's hand trembled as he tried to listen to him. "I have a proposal for you." Our protagonist immediately retorted, his voice full of suspicion. "You think I'd believe you?" Ryuki continued to ask, "The vanguard team of the Demon God Tower Conquest Party is on the 47th floor, right? What are you plotting?" Gabriel then left his seat, walked over and patted his shoulder, then replied, "You'll find out if you log in next Monday." Ryuki turned his head and retorted firmly, "Don't think I'll follow your plan. I'll take down Spredius Sofit, you, and the Linea Guild." He was completely agitated by the information about his mother's death. Our protagonist quickly drew his weapon. Only our protagonist remained, rooted to the spot in deep thought. The scene changes to a certain cave, where a voice echoes, "When I heard it from your own mouth, I thought it was impossible. But the fact that error code 666, which I poured all my effort into, was defeated so easily. Things are heading in a completely different direction than I anticipated." AC and another member of GAS were standing there. He continued, "Is this what they call the aftermath of Ryuki single-handedly defeating the boss? Even if it's just the 10th floor, this level of destruction can't be ignored." While she remained silent and observed, the person next to her gave a cold smile and reassured her, "Don't worry too much, AC." He added, "In the end, we, GAS, will be the final victors. We will be the masters of that sky." She remained silent, observing and assessing the situation. Even if it's just the 10th floor, this level of destruction can't be ignored. While she remained silent and observed, he pulled open the room's door and said, "I'm looking forward to it. See you next Monday then." After Gabriel left, AC and another member of GAS were standing there. He continued, Is this what they call the aftermath of Ryuki single-handedly defeating the boss? After that, he mumbled to himself, "Do I really have to follow his plan?" Just then, a red-haired girl shouted, his plan to take down powers like Rydia soft with a determined expression and extremely confident eyes, turned to ask him, "Master?" Then Biki laughed with thrilled excitement and said, "Finally, we meet." Ryuki raised his gunblade to block the blow and realized, "You're the mad dog, Biki." He then slashed, pushing her back a distance. As she landed, Biki picked her ear contemptuously and asked, "You know me?" She lowered her large axe, smiled, and continued, "It's an honor for a famous player to know who I am." Ryuki replied, "How could I not know the future ace of Lindia?" He then smirked provocatively, "I have to at least remember the names of those I'm about to take down." Immediately, Biki took a combat stance. She raised her axe high and responded, "You're more arrogant than I thought, so show me what you've got." With that, her large axe came crashing down on him repeatedly. Our protagonist used his gunblade to try and block. He silently assessed that her speed and power weren't on par with Linfin's, but they were still very impressive. Truly the future ace of Lindia, Biki poured immense force into her next attack. "Hey, terrorist!" Before our guy could react, she charged forward and swung her large axe at him. Before he could even recover, our protagonist was startled because at that very moment, Biki had appeared behind him with her sharp axe ready to dig into his back. Ryuki shouted, "Demon's Blessing activate, Jigen System, SSR Demon's Blessing Level 1. The girl was completely caught off guard as his fist was already right in front of her face. A devastating blow slammed Biki flat on the ground, the space around them seeming to shatter. At the center of the explosion, a beam of light flared up, and the surrounding ground was destroyed in chunks. The mad dog Biki lay there with her eyes rolled back, motionless. Ryuki looked at his palm and rejoiced inwardly. This level of speed completely surpassed any previous battle he had fought. As expected, SSR was on a whole other level. If I had enough RP, I could have upgraded it even further. Watching her struggle to get up, he spoke. "So this is why Gabriel told me to send my coordinates? I thought he would send assassins." A powerful energy shrouded in red was brought down. Ryuki raised his hand to block, and a bright light flashed. Luckily, he had managed to pull out the SR Holy Knight's shield to block that last attack. Save the grandstanding for after you've won. Without hesitation, our guy entered combat mode, raising his gunblade and agreeing, "You're right." Then, the two of them immediately charged at each other. Ryuki shouted, "Keep coming at me like that, future ace of Lindia." At that moment, the dimension around them began to distort. He asked in surprise, "Wait, is this a glitch?" The player's visuals started to get staticky. Ryuki mumbled, "Damn it, don't tell me Lindia's group is also exploiting a bug." Just then, Suzuki contacted him and warned, "Ryuki, can you hear me? Log out immediately. Someone is trying to interfere with the labyrinth system." He asked curiously, "Interfere? What does that mean?" On the other side, Biki was also clutching her head in confusion. What's going on? She looked at him and asked, "Ryuki, what did you do?" Ryuki was dumbfounded, shot back a question at BQ. "Weren't you the one who caused this?" The system chimed in, sending an announcement to all connected players. "A critical error has occurred in the virtual illusion labyrinth game. All players are advised to log out immediately." BQ clutched his head and grimaced, staring at the critical system screen for the Labyrinth World game. The people outside also received a similar red notification, causing a commotion among them. What is this? A large-scale error? An internal error happens all the time. So why is this one making the news? Inside the Rydia headquarters, someone was shouting, "Due to the time lag, we can't monitor in real time. Confirm this with our affiliated players right away." Rena sat before a glaring red screen and said with a frown, "Does the scope of this error include all the towers in Tower Cities? If so, at least ensure that the affected players are taken care of." Elsewhere, the Guild Master of Lindia, Gabriel, stood there deep in thought. He stood before a cluster of screens, thinking to himself, "Sphero, Latina, damn, that bunch of stupid fat asses probably doesn't understand a thing." Gabriel recalled the time he had to kneel before the head of Rydia Soft, in his mind thinking, "I'm in a pretty good mood because I've bought more time. Don't think I came here to meet a pig like you." He told himself, "You were just a part of my plan from the very beginning." Meanwhile, Sphero was furious, yelling, "What are you talking about? My labyrinth?" Gabriel looked smug. "The times have changed. I will put an end to your old era." He was scheming to take over the top position at Rydia, where Sphero had been just resting on his laurels. Cutting back to the game, Burst Sword looked up and complained, "We were actually so close, and now we're hit with this error." It was the same for her. She rushed off with a worried expression, muttering, "This is so annoying, and where did BQ go anyway?" Elsewhere, in a cave, was Gas's group in their familiar hooded outfits. AC turned back and asked, "Everyone, don't move. Could this phenomenon be?" The person next to him replied, "There's no doubt about it." He let out a slight smirk, muttering, "That bastard, Gabriel has started to make his move." Over here, the image of Ryuki in the game was also showing signs of disappearing. In the middle of the forest, brilliant red light flashed everywhere. The tower appeared, 50 stories high. It was emitting a violent, uncontrollable energy as arcs of lightning appeared nonstop. Our main character was now somewhere inside the tower. He looked around and muttered, just as he said. Recalling their previous meeting, Gabriel had explained the reason to him. Rydia wants the glory of W to last forever, so we intentionally delayed the tower's conquest. He continued, the plan was to drag it out for at least 2 years. But Ryuki interrupted, 2 years? I can clear it by myself in 6 months, you know. Gabriel looked displeased. Perhaps. Your participation has changed everything. Initially, I thought your strength lay in your account, so I investigated every aspect of you through the recordings. He had also seen the scene where you finished off the witch and said, but in the end, I could only conclude that it's something that cannot be explained by current technology, as if it were iriso. Ryuki immediately asked, so what do you want? To stop me? Gabriel replied, from Lindia's perspective, you must be stopped, but I have no intention of stopping you. His voice lowered. He continued, currently, the front line for conquering the Demon Tower has only reached the 14th floor, but the top of the tower, the 50th floor, is already within reach, but that's no longer important. Back in reality, a massive tower stood right beneath the moon. Our main character recalled, Gabriel's words, next Monday, I will open the way to the 50th floor. He pondered deeply, though he didn't fully understand the true intention of Gabriel. But if everything went as he said, W would soon be conquered. Over on the other side, Rapna exclaimed in astonishment, how could something like this even happen? She realized that all 2,000 players connected inside the tower had all been simultaneously teleported to the 50th floor. Ryuki stood there, observing the sky of W, where thunderstorms were breaking out everywhere. At that moment, standing in the middle of the labyrinth's 50th floor, John couldn't help but be surprised, hastily calling out, hey Four Seasons, can you hear me? Then he turned to inform Ryuki. No response. It seems the connection has been cut, he replied helplessly. It can't be helped. This situation is truly beyond our expectations. Ryuki fell into deep thought. Puzzled, he hypothesized, more importantly, being on the 50th floor means that perhaps Gabriel isn't the liar he appears to be, or is this a plan to draw in more players to clear the tower? With that, Ryuki gazed into the distance, thinking to himself, but I won't let you do as you please. I will. I make you regret dragging me into this plan. Just then, Biscuit clumsily got to her feet, her voice a bit weary. Wait a minute, she asked suspiciously. What in the world is going on? You know something, don't you? He coldly strode forward, casually replying. Looking at the information, it's clear we're on the 50th floor, isn't it? We've reached the final goal of this labyrinth. Seeing his attitude, Biscuit was utterly shocked and yelled, so how can you be so calm? What are you planning to do next? Ryuki turned his head slightly, gave a faint smile and asked back, what? As players, isn't what we have to do already set in stone? With that, he decisively raised his gunblade high, his firm voice ringing out like an oath. There is only one goal, to conquer this ridiculous labyrinth. Witnessing this, Biscuit couldn't hide her indignation. Are you kidding me? The 50th floor is an area no one has ever explored before. How are we supposed to clear it without any information? Ryuki simply knelt down, calmly, replying, first, we need to prepare a new weapon suitable for the final stage. The next second, a system notification sounded, beginning item synthesis for the target Jigon Gunblade. An information panel immediately appeared, displaying Jigon System Item, Synthesis, Base Item Gunblade, Required Materials Gunblade, 1 SR Weapon, 30 R Weapons, 50 N Weapons. Next, the system initiated the Gunblade synthesis process. A sound from the system rang out once more, proceeding with Synthesis. A moment later, as the sound of an explosion echoed, Ryuki was stunned into silence. He stared blankly at the pile of scrap that was smoking. Ryuki knelt in despair, his head bowed in frustration, muttering curses, this damn system. Why now of all times? John suddenly cried out urgently, Master, it's still too early to give up. Please lift your head. Hearing this, he involuntarily widened his eyes in astonishment. Ryuki looked up, and before him now was a perfectly synthesized gunblade. It made him unable to believe his own eyes. This weapon is. The system immediately displayed a notification. Peacebreaker SR, a great gunblade-type weapon used to hunt giant phantom beasts, and can be charged to fire long-range cannon shots. Ryuki jumped up to receive the new weapon and joyfully exclaimed, I knew it. Unexpectedly, Cookie, who was behind him, was silently judging what kind of act he was putting on. The little girl glanced at the great gunblade, her eyes flashing with a thought. Isn't that weapon the one that Gabriel and the guild members used to use? The shape is a little different, but it must be it. Thinking this, Cookie hesitantly spoke up, Are you really planning to clear the 50th floor? At that moment, Ryuki, in high spirits, replied, "Of course, we're fully prepared now." He then asked, "So, shall we begin?" Cookie, finding it hard to believe, exclaimed, "I can't believe I'm with you clearing the final floor. If you're as good as you look, I guess I'll have to trust you." However, the system immediately displayed a notification. Peacebreaker SR, a great gunblade-type weapon used to hunt giant phantom beasts. Aren't we going to clear the 50th floor together? After hearing that, he gave a smug smile and replied nonchalantly, "Why would I go with you? There's no fun in that." The little girl asked in disbelief, "So you're planning to clear the 50th floor alone?" Cookie watched his retreating back, unable to hold back her anger. "Are you crazy? The upper floors have a completely different difficulty level than the lower ones." Ryuki then looked down at the little girl and asked doubtfully, "What are you doing standing next to me?" Cookie replied in confusion, "You have the right spirit for a player." Ryuki paid no attention to anyone. He snapped, "Shut up." The very next second, our main character launched himself into the air without hesitation, leaving the little girl with an infuriated expression. "Hey, I won't let you get away with this." At the same time, a mysterious masked man appeared in the treetops. He frowned slightly and then made an assessment. The 50th floor seems much narrower than the other floors. The information panel revealed that this was the Phantom Scout Beyond from the Linea Guild. After observing for a while, Beyond began to sketch it out with easy-to-understand symbols and then spoke. "I can't be certain because I can't get any closer, but the structure seems quite simple." He moved a tree branch, pointed to a symbol, and analyzed. The central pillar of light in the distance is surrounded by 4 special terrains. Even if we're enemies, players should cooperate when necessary. Just then, Jigen suddenly spoke up. After that is the appearance of towering quartz pillars enveloped in swirling dark energy. Next, amidst the hazy mist, a powerful waterfall cascades down from a high, steep cliff, and to the west is the retreating waterfall. After that, in the harsh weather, the surrounding trees are easily bent by the extreme wind pressure. He stated that to the south is the Gale Dragon's Fist, where the scene is gloomy and terrifying, with only countless bolts of lightning flashing across the sky intermittently, and finally to the north is Thunder Mountain. Having finished his analysis, Beyond said seriously, "I was unable to directly approach the Pillar of Light. It felt like I was blocked by an invisible wall." Violent Blade suddenly surmised, "It seems we can't get close, where the scene is gloomy and terrifying, with only countless bolts of lightning flashing across the sky intermittently. The surrounding trees are easily bent by the extreme wind pressure." He stated that to the south is the Gale Dragon's Fist. The 4 terrains surrounding the Pillar of Light are very likely those conditions. The closest place from here is Thunder Mountain. As soon as he finished, Violent Blade couldn't wait any longer and urged, "All right, let's head to the mountain. Everyone, get ready." Meanwhile, Lady No. Then he asked curiously, "You said we would clear all 4 sectors, but if we head towards the waterfall?" Violent Blade heard this and asked in surprise, "Special terrains?" Beyond then explained, "To the east are the magma gems. They're probably also aiming to clear their respective sectors, especially BQ and the explosion sword users." Violent Blade heard this and asked in surprise, "Special terrains?" Beyond then explained, "To the east are the magma gems." Lady No. Then he asked curiously, "You said we would clear all 4 sectors, but if we head towards the waterfall, and finally to the north is Thunder Mountain." Having finished his analysis, Beyond said seriously, "I was unable to directly approach the Pillar of Light." At this moment, he was sprinting north, ignoring Bai Kwai, who was chasing him and shouting, "Wait, Ryuki 70, where are you going? Did someone do this on purpose? If so, how? Could it be Ryuki 70 again?" A sense of unease washed over. "No. What about the other places?" No explained as she dashed forward. "There are definitely other players who were also transported to the 50th floor." He just looked excited as he ran and bluntly retorted, "That would be the standard strategy if this were a normal game." Bai Kwai couldn't hide her shock upon hearing this, exclaiming, "What are you talking about? Even with all the errors, I don't want to hear that from a terrorist like you." He kept running, his voice growing cold. "You've been rambling this whole time." The smile vanished from his lips as Ryuki turned to look at her with a furious expression, growling as he continued, "You think I would cooperate with Linea? No way. I'd rather die." With that, she immediately pointed back to the east and reminded him angrily, "It's right behind us." He continued to rush forward, speaking nonchalantly, "Stop following me. Get lost." Bai Kwai was seething with resentment, crying out in frustration, "Then I'm the only one who can stop him. Bai Kwai and No are probably also on the 50th floor. I'll leave the stage clearing to them." With that thought, Bai Kwai charged towards him like a lightning bolt, quickly closing the distance and roaring in fury, "I don't know what's going on, but I won't let you conquer it." At that moment, a look of doubt crossed her eyes as she wondered, how could there be such a serious error? He swiftly spun around and swung his sword just in time to block the attack from BQ. She was knocked back by the unexpected counter, letting out an angry grunt. At this moment, Ryuki's eyes widened in horror as he suddenly noticed something unusual, that attack range. He looked at Bai Kwai, who was aggressively preparing to charge again, and guessed. A parry? If so, it's worth a try. The moment she took a step, everything around them suddenly blurred, the images starting to flicker. Bai Kwai immediately realized what was happening, screaming in panic. A glitch? The system seemed to have crashed, leaving her helpless. Everything around her had frozen, and Bai Kwai thought in confusion, I can't log out. If I'm not careful, I could be trapped here forever. She couldn't help but feel scared, unconsciously glancing back as thoughts raced through her mind. This is the perfect opportunity to conquer the demon tower. Bai Kwai suddenly frowned, her eyes widening as if she had discovered something. The next second, a glitching screen appeared with corrupted images and a flood of error messages. She was stunned. She wondered, what is this? Am I inside the illusionary world? Bai Kwai's eyes widened, unable to believe the reality unfolding before her. She silently cursed, this is insane, everything is so strange and creepy. The girl suddenly remembered the moment she received her weapon. BQ kept thinking that this was what she had poured everything into achieving. Bai Kwai was overwhelmed with the events unfolding as system error notifications multiplied and everything inside seemed to be in chaos. She thought further, the greatest of the century is a labyrinth. Yeah. Flashing back to the past, Bai Kwai was just a naive little girl standing in the rain, happily gazing at the sign before her. The little girl's eyes widened, staring blankly at it and wondering, is that a rookie from Linea? By the time Bai Kwai joined the Linea Guild, she had to endure scornful remarks from others. Look how weak she is, there's no way someone like her can even hold a weapon. Just as he said that, his teammate beside him snapped, are you an idiot? You're not just blind, you're also falling behind. Looking at BQ's fierce demeanor and cruel smile, that guy continued, that kid has been hunting non-stop for 17 hours straight. You could call her a top-tier mad dog, her e-mining is top tier, and reaching Phantasma is just a matter of time. Hearing this, the girl over here smirked and thought to herself, Phantasma, don't make me laugh, my goal is far beyond that. Thinking this, Bai Kwai turned her gaze to the towering demon tower ahead, telling herself, to conquer the demon tower faster than anyone else, that is my mission. The very next second, she let out a piercing scream. Back in the present, Bai Kwai dazedly looked down at the wire on her body and instinctively called out to Ryuki. Hearing her, Ryuki retracted the multi-purpose wire with one hand and spoke. Finally, awake, are you? The girl looked up for a moment, eyeing him doubtfully as she asked, don't tell me you saved me. Why? For what reason? Bai Kwai pressed on. If you hadn't escaped from that space, you would have died for sure. Ryuki just kept coiling his wire and replied nonchalantly, I don't give a damn about the players from Linea. He then turned back, a mocking smile on his face as he added sarcastically, but just letting someone die so pointlessly feels wrong, especially in a trash game like this. What's the meaning in dying here? Hearing those words, Bai Kwai couldn't contain her anger and snapped, trash game, you keep spouting nonsense, you're a player just like the rest of us. His expression suddenly turned sinister. Ryuki tightened his grip on the coiled wire, pulling it back as he retorted loudly, it's about time you accepted the truth, right? He shouted, the true nature of this labyrinth. As soon as the words left his mouth, he decisively hurled the ball of wire straight into the empty space. Bai Kwai watched the scene unfold, horrified. It's gone. Why is there nothing in that space? Ryuki just smirked and said, look closely at the spot where it vanished. The girl looked up at the hole that had just been created, rendered speechless. Seeing her reaction, he chimed in to explain, that's right, but as you can see, it's just a fake made with holograms. Someone of your skill level definitely understands what that means, right? Bai Kwai, still unable to believe the truth before her, exclaimed, impossible. This is a world of illusions, a labyrinth that surpasses all others, the masterpiece of this century. Hearing this, Ryuki became serious and asked, the masterpiece of this century, you say? He bent down and picked up a stone from the ground as he spoke. Have you ever witnessed with your own? You've seen it, and you're still spouting such nonsense. With that, our MC continuously hurled stones forward, wondering how she could still be in denial. Then, a series of spatial rifts were created by him, as Ryuki continued his speech. Those rifts had only one meaning. His face suddenly tensed, his tone filled with determination. The final floor of the Demon Tower, the 50th floor, was nothing more than an incomplete and abandoned wasteland. Bai Kwai, at that moment, couldn't believe it. She rushed forward to verify but then cried out, no way, that can't be true. All my efforts were for nothing. The moment Bai Kwai stuck her hand into a rift, it seemed to disintegrate, leaving only bone fragments. The instant she saw it, she immediately pulled her hand back out. Bai Kwai was stunned, her expression panicked as she looked at her hand in disbelief. At that moment, her face clearly showed suspicion. She asked him, you knew from the very beginning, didn't you? Ryuki chuckled softly and replied, of course not. I only realized it after setting foot here. He and Jigan turned to leave, not forgetting to add, well, considering this place is so full of glitches, it's not too surprising. Who knows, maybe it's still possible to clear it even if it's incomplete. The two of them coldly walked forward, leaving Bai Kuai behind, still unable to compose herself. After walking for a while, Jigen suddenly relayed a message that it seemed less than 40% of the terrain was functioning normally. It was uncertain if it could be cleared under normal conditions anymore. Ryuki nonchalantly spoke up. For real players, delaying the conquest is probably the only option. Meanwhile, a large crack suddenly appeared in the ground where he was standing. Our MC thoughtfully looked at the region to the north, filled with pillars of lightning, and surmised, I think it's around here. Jigen asked in confusion, why did we suddenly come to a dangerous cliff like this? The system chimed in doubtfully. Even though this isn't an incomplete area, no one would survive a fall from here, Master. Ryuki looked down at the abyss at his feet and calmly replied, no, I plan to jump from here. Hearing this, Jigen was utterly astonished and quickly cried out, Master, have you lost your mind? He gave a faint smile and said softly, I don't know why, but my intuition is telling me. Ryuki continued without a hint of hesitation, I have to jump from here. Our MC leaped straight off the cliff, despite the protest from Jigen. Master, wait! It screamed in panic. Master. He paid it no mind and decisively plunged down toward a spatial gate. In the blink of an eye, Ryuki quickly found himself in another labyrinth. He asked, puzzled, where is this? Jigen spoke up in admiration. Master, that was incredibly lucky. He dusted off his hands a few times and calmly replied, see, I told you it would be fine. Ryuki carefully observed the area's terrain and analyzed. More importantly, this terrain is strange. The path seems to lead upward. Does that mean we have to climb? It turned out the two of them had landed in the Fire Ruby Demon Tower. Without another word, he quickly walked past the churning black flames below. Jigen immediately had a bad feeling and asked worriedly, Master, are you all right? I've heard that burns are the most excruciating pain a human can endure. Ryuki looked at the fire in front of him and unconsciously cried out, wait, that flame, have you lost your mind? He gave a faint smile and said softly, I don't know why, but my intuition is telling me. Commented, it's just data simulated to look real, how disappointing. Ryuki urgently pressed, what did you just say? Just then, our protagonist easily leaped up each cliff face, causing even Jigen to exclaim in amazement. Jigen immediately had a bad feeling and asked worriedly, Master, are you all right? I've heard that burns are the most excruciating pain a human can endure. He instantly noticed something unusual. It wasn't real fire. No wonder I felt something was strange. The system also chimed in with its assessment. We've reached a wider ledge. This meant that up ahead, there were players battling to hunt monstrous beasts. They quickly noticed Ryuki's presence. Wait, look behind you, it's Ryuki 70. He's here too. He saw them and quickly realized. So, this is a combat zone, huh? Those guys shamelessly shouted, if I take him down. Not long after, the two of them quickly arrived in another area. He remarked, all right, taking him down is my job. He sighed, drawing his gunblade and replying wearily, nonsense, I don't have time to mess with you people. Elsewhere, a mysterious group from Gas was silently observing their fight and began to speak. So the 50th floor really hasn't been completed. It seems Gabriel is using this opportunity to drag Rydia down. That person continued, he has poured everything into this gambit for the time being. It couldn't hold back and interjected scornfully. He's been bleeding Rydia dry all this time. What's the point of doing this now? It's disgusting. She suddenly turned her head to ask the Gas members behind her, what do you all intend to do? One of them replied, I don't intend to cooperate with them either. Not long after, the two of them quickly arrived in another area. He remarked, all right, this maze will completely collapse, and then we of Gas will usher in a new era. Back to our protagonist, the next X title will be mine, right? Another guy burst out laughing and boldly declared. Ryuki turned to the remaining players and complained wearily, now I have to deal with this bunch too. What a pain in the neck. Isn't the difference in our strength obvious enough? Seeing the situation, the black-haired guy flew into a rage, seething with anger as he yelled, damn it, if it has come to this, I'll use that thing. Just as he finished speaking, his entire group was suddenly struck down. Ryuki wondered in confusion. That black dagger, is that the thing Gas used? The very next second, each one of them began to physically transform, large wings sprouting from their backs and 4 sharp horns emerging from their heads. Letting things go according to their plan would be so boring. He smirked and continued. If everything goes according to plan, now appearing before Ryuki were 3 towering monstrous beasts who had successfully transformed. He gave a faint smile, his voice tinged with surprise. This is truly unbelievable. You dare use that in front of me? As he spoke, a series of unexpected images suddenly flashed through his mind. First was the arrogant face of AC. Ryuki spoke, I know exactly how it's made. Then came the image of a face melting beyond recognition, and he cried out in fury, and that's precisely why it makes me sick. Then came the image of Joan. Ryuki couldn't hide his contempt for that power. Every time I see it, I'm filled with disgust. Finally, there was the image of the members of the Linea Guild. These memories fueled his unquenchable hatred. Ryuki glared, declaring with conviction, "I will make you regret the decision to use that." The horned monster, its eyes bloodshot red, roared in a frenzy. Chaos. The long horns on its back pointed straight at Ryuki. He brandished the gun in his hand, his entire body radiating countless bolts of lightning. Ryuki gathered his energy and channeled it all into his gun blade. A massive blast of firepower was unleashed by him, heading straight for the monster. Before he could even see if the first one was dead or alive, another horse-crocodile hybrid suddenly appeared, launching a surprise attack from behind. Sensing the danger, Ryuki quickly turned around and counterattacked with his blade. The force of the attack created numerous aftershocks, and countless boulders under the impact exploded. However, the monster didn't retreat but instead grabbed his sword tightly. Ryuki quickly pulled his sword back and retreated to a defensive stance. The two stared intently at each other. This monster had truly made him angry. Once again, he gathered mana at the muzzle of his gun, shouting, "Damn it!" But then, trouble occurred. For some reason, Ryuki's gunblade completely failed to fire. This made him panic. What the hell is this? Why can't I fire all of a sudden? The monster seized this opportunity and lunged to attack. He yelled. Once again, he gathered mana at the muzzle of his gun, shouting, "Damn it!" But then, trouble occurred. For some reason, asking the system, "Damn it, Jigan, what's happening?" The answer he received shocked him to his core, but that's not the only problem. The more you use Peace Destroyer, the more the glitch will invade your body. Master. Ryuki got angry and cursed the system under his breath. "Damn it, why are you only telling me something this important now?" Facing the whole family of monsters swarming towards him, he asked anxiously, "So is there no way to fix this?" Jigan said, "To reset and restore the data, you need to log out. However, the 50th floor is unstable, so you won't be able to return here again." After hearing this, Ryuki's attitude and expression changed. He stared intently at the monstrosities before him, and seeing this, Jigan asked, "What are you planning to do?" Ryuki just smirked smugly and said, "It doesn't matter. I just need to cut them all down." Facing the whole family of monsters swarming towards him, he asked anxiously, "So is there no way to fix this?" Jigan said, "The monsters were cut down and scattered. Numerous explosions, big and small, erupted everywhere. In just a moment, Ryuki had defeated the entire horde of monsters. Their bodies slowly vanished. Suddenly, a sound came through, connecting to his communicator. The voice on the other end cheered, "Finally, I got a connection. 4 5s, having just gotten a signal. To reset and restore the data, you need to log out. However, the 50th floor is unstable, so you won't be able to return here again." Ryuki replied, "Someone using Gas's glitch has appeared." Looking at the strange effects happening to his body, he continued, "Thanks to that, I'm also infected with the glitch. If I send you the data now, you can analyze it right away, right?" The voice on the other end sounded a bit reproachful. This guy just connected, and he's already putting me to work. After receiving the data from Ryuki, 4 5s became thoughtful. This is quite complex. I need to create a special debug code for this type of glitch, but since I've already obtained the glitch data from Gas before, finally, he assured him, I should be able to finish analyzing this data quickly. Ryuki placed all his hope in this bear and said, "Please handle it as fast as you can." While waiting for the results, he had no time to rest, as a swarm of giant scorpions suddenly surged towards him, which was incredibly annoying. Damn it, those scoundrels. They're just reusing color-swapped monsters all the way to the end. The scene shifts to a rushing waterfall, where someone is trying to leap across large rocks at incredible speed. She lands on a boulder. He had no time to rest, as a swarm of giant scorpions suddenly surged towards him, which was incredibly annoying. Ryuki placed all his hope in this bear and said, "Please handle it as fast as you can." While waiting for the results, wrapping tightly around another nearby rock, No uses the rope as an anchor to swing across. Once she makes it over, she is out of danger. She heaves a sigh of relief. She speaks to her teammates. This path is no good either. Someone replies, "The other side is also blocked by something like a wall." Another person adds, "The teammate who went to investigate the waterfall hasn't reported back, and there's nothing left to investigate anyway. What do we do now?" No's expression is worried, her heart filled with confusion, unable to advance no matter what they try. We've seen plenty of glitches while climbing the tower, but this is the worst one yet. Glancing around the somewhat strange area, she thinks, could this entire area be in an unfinished state? No looks at the small knife in her hand contemplatively, looking like she's about to do something drastic. Suddenly, Thunder's descent is summoned, and from the sky, 2 bolts of purple lightning strike down on her 2 teammates. They are attacked without any time to react, only able to let out incredibly pathetic screams of pain. Elsewhere, Bayan says worriedly, "More than half of our people are down, and the risk of death from electric shock is too high to continue. Burst Sword, standing beside him, says, "If there's no other choice." The lightning continues to strike relentlessly, and without a second thought, he plunges the knife in his hand into his chest, shouting, "Everyone, use the daggers." Beyond shouts an alarm. That thing belongs to Ga, heading straight for the monster. Before he could even see if the first one was dead or alive, right? Immediately after, his body begins to transform, a gloomy purple aura enveloping his muscular frame, and his voice becomes distorted. "Power is surging within me. Ryuki, did you feel this way too?" He plunges the knife in his hand into his chest, shouting, "Everyone, use the daggers." Beyond shouts an alarm. "That thing belongs to Ga." Burst Sword doesn't care. He laughs and says, "If necessary, we'll use the enemy's technology. That's the basic principle for players." He walks slowly, whispering, "It has begun." Elsewhere, AC is completely surprised to see the fruits of her labor flourishing. The black seeds of gas that we sowed so long ago have finally sprouted. She laughs excitedly. Just a little longer. Cynthia, the show is about to begin. Cutting back to our protagonist. Monsters charge in one after another in a frenzy, and as soon as he finishes off some scorpions, a troublesome swarm of bats rushes in. And that's not all. Another Mad Bull also charges at full speed to join the fun. Seeing it, he mutters in annoyance, his killing intent so dense it turns his body black. The only thing clearly visible are his blood-red eyes, like a demon's, its eyes glowing with a deadly purple light as it charges at incredible speed. Ryuki takes his weapon and strikes the Mad Bull's head with a powerful blow. Although the impact isn't massive, it's enough to knock it unconscious. However, his red gunblade is now completely exhausted, as only 1/3 of its body remained. He looked at his precious sword with sorrow. "Damn it, for destroying my peace. That damn bull is back again." A powerful killing intent radiates from it. Ryuki stood up, looking straight at the black sphere floating before him and said, "The 50th floor, this is the peak of the fire jewel." But the problem is, at this point, he seemed agitated and shouted, "This damn system. The core was supposed to be inside the boss." Monsters charge in one after another in a frenzy, and as soon as he finishes off some scorpions, a troublesome swarm of bats rushes in. His sword was broken, a horde of monsters was gathering behind him, and to top it all off, John was just rubbing salt in the wound. And that burning crystal is the core of this terrain. From that core, we'll be able to get the key to the central area. Permanently impossible. In this dire moment, a call came from Four Seasons. "Ryuki, are you okay?" The data analysis is done. It seems the gas error is using fragments from other labyrinths. They are intentionally causing damage by letting the data collide with each other. The bear was enthusiastically analyzing when Ryuki cut him off. "I don't need an explanation. Is there a way?" It seemed he had just come up with a plan. He laughed out loud and quickly dashed forward to dodge the bull's slash. Time, at least another 6 hours. Just then, that Mad Bull raised its weapon and charged at Ryuki. John urgently advised him, "Master, I advise you to log out. If you continue fighting like this, something irreversible could happen." "Master, the error infiltration rate has exceeded 50%. If this continues, the possibility of recovery might be." It seemed he had just come up with a plan. He laughed out loud and quickly dashed forward to dodge the bull's slash. He calculated in his head, "First, I have to remember this. There are 3 known ways to destroy a labyrinth." He recalled the words that Suzuki had once said. First, the resources allocated to the labyrinth are depleted. Second, the number of players drops below the minimum required for a long period of time. Third, a serious problem arises that makes maintenance impossible. That time, it's starting to collapse. The order of Redia and Linnea is shattering. She just stood there silently, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, of players dropping. Most players are still active in W. Suzuki affirmed, "I'll take care of this part, so you should focus on the third method. This plan relies on your abilities. I'm counting on you." By now, Ryuki had run up and managed to touch the burning black sphere. He screamed internally, and that third way is precisely this, for a long period of time. Third, a serious problem arises that makes maintenance impossible. That time, to eliminate the error. Four Seasons gave a wry smile and hesitantly replied, "Ah well, the malicious code is quite complex and will need more." A large blue screen appeared, on which were just 2 words, "Force deletion." Over at Explosion Sword's location, his entire group was now writhing in agony, infected by the same error as Ryuki, because they had all simultaneously used the plan to borrow the power of others. He screamed, cursing that bastard, as his body status showed a 47% corruption rate, the indicator now completely red. A bolt of lightning struck, causing the status to drop to 44%, then it suddenly jumped to 45% and continued to rise to 46%. AC watched with anticipation as the programming fragments slowly shattered and fell, thinking to herself, "It's starting to collapse." The order of Redia and Linnea is shattering. She just stood there silently, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts in his head, but this was just the beginning of reclaiming the light for this world. A hooded figure shouted as he saw the parameters on the screen. The current error corrosion rate is 47%, only 3% more to reach the target value. Another person standing nearby said joyfully, "Excellent. It looks like we're on the right track to reach 50%. The hooded figure continued with excitement. At that moment, the demon tower will return to us. Gas, that's right. In other words, it's no exaggeration to say we'll secure the win." He pulled back his hood, revealing his handsome face with his blonde hair. He was the guild master, Gas 7. Looking towards AC, he said with a grateful tone, "I really have to thank you. It's all thanks to your error control." AC replied emotionlessly, "To be precise, it's not really my accomplishment. The entire error control is their handiwork." 7 immediately said, "Even so, you were the one who tracked down and brought Jay here, weren't you?" The error corrosion rate was now at 49%. She said nothing more, her mind silently turning to that person named John Doe. Young man had told Ryuki one thing, that for G's resources to be depleted, it would take at least a few years. As for the second method, the number. AC recalled the past. Of all the players she had ever met, he was the most despicable one. She had been stunned. And because she wanted those things, AC had joined forces with John Z, vowing that she would have no regrets. And that alliance had been paid for with many lives. Although she knew it was wrong, she could only tell herself it was too late for guilt. "I've come too far to turn back," AC exclaimed, 49%, celebrating inwardly. "Gabriel, I don't know what you're thinking, but you will regret this decision. In the end, the victor will be us." It finally reached 50. The moment everyone had been waiting for had arrived, but something was wrong. The earth and sky began to shake violently. People shouted in panic. What? An earthquake? Was the ground becoming unstable due to the error? 7 yelled, "What's happening?" First, everyone calmed down and assessed the situation. One person, after checking, immediately reported, "Erosion error unconfirmed. Control has been suddenly removed." AC said doubtfully, "Control has been removed. Could it be that Run betrayed us?" "No, that's impossible." Suddenly, a loud commotion from behind made her turn around in surprise. Very close to them, large, multicolored gemstones were falling densely from the sky. Everyone was stunned and even more bewildered. "That's the terrain of the fire gemstones. It's breaking." "No, it's collapsing." A single gemstone fell, cracking the ground open. 7 wondered, the sparkling particles in the air, isn't that the skill that wiped out Linfen before? However, AC saw something. She pointed forward and hesitantly called to 7, the sky. A massive dark shadow now appeared above them. The leader couldn't seem to believe his eyes. He muttered as he watched, "The 50th floor? No, that's not right." The tower was shaking, with debris and materials falling everywhere. 7 screamed, "It's the entire demon tower that's collapsing." AC stood frozen, wondering to herself, "Is it you again?" The main character's face appeared clearly in her mind. "Salinfen. And now this. You've completely ruined all my plans." AC's bitterness had reached its peak. Her initial indifferent demeanor was gone, replaced by a look of extreme fury. She screamed, "Ryuki, I will never forgive you." Seeing AC leave, 7 called after her, puzzled. He yelled up in extreme confusion and bewilderment. "Why did you suddenly leave, AC?" Large and small crystals were still continuing to rain down like an autumn shower. At the same time, at the initial stage of the Fire Ruby Demon Tower, new players who had just entered were bracing themselves to avoid these crystals falling on their heads. Everyone looked bewildered and worried, asking each other, "You've got to be kidding me? What in the world is up there?" However, there was no time left for them to find an answer. The other person shouted, "Hey, more importantly, we need to get out of here now. The tower is about to collapse." Inside the 50th floor, the sky was now a brilliant red. Ryuki was standing on a small cliff edge, and the system spoke up. "I recommend we evacuate from here immediately." He then asked it, "Jigen, if we fall from here, what are the chances of survival?" She asked with annoyance, "Did you hit your head somewhere?" "Of course, it's 0%. Ryuki immediately ran to the very edge of the cliff and shouted, "Thanks for the polite reminder." John asked curiously, "Wouldn't it be better to use a teleportation skill to escape?" He replied, "Even though we can move within the 50th floor, teleporting in this situation is no different from suicide." This system understood its master quite well. Just by glancing at that expression, it secretly knew that our main character was hatching a plan of some sort. "Master, what are you planning to do?" He flashed a bright smile, affirming, "In that case, I'd rather do this." Outside the treasure tower, a cleanup crew had been dispatched. Faced with this situation, they all shared a common question. Why has this place been completely wiped out? One person said dejectedly, "Do we really have to investigate a place like this? It looks like everyone got caught up in it and died." Another person replied, "That was the support team sent by the guild, so we have to confirm it thoroughly." They opened their screens and scanned the surroundings. One person said, "Also, it seems Rue 70 has appeared as well." The person next to him nodded and continued, even though the detection ability showed no reaction. That person looked at the data panel with an indifferent expression and continued, "But in this condition, skills like teleportation probably can't be used, so it's likely no one survived." He added in a soft voice, "Even Ryu, 717, I suppose." This person's thoughts suddenly turned to Ryuki. He thought that he wouldn't be able to do anything in a bug-ridden space, completely isolated from all other areas. Meanwhile, on Ryuki's side, thanks to his own talent, he had escaped that spatial zone and was happily walking through the rubble. He was extremely pleased with himself, running a hand through his hair to look more handsome. He said excitedly, "Oh my, what a ridiculously beautiful sight this is." Ryuki said casually, "I guess it's time to start the scramble." In the sky, there now began to appear enormous cracks. He cheered excitedly. The collapsing terrain is starting to be revealed. Standing before that magnificent collapse, Ryuki wasn't worried at all, because he knew for sure that the truth was about to be unveiled. That's right, the birthplace of Mangw, the final destination of the 50th floor in the Demon Tower. What Ryuki was referring to was the fragment of Iris. He smiled brightly and said to himself, "In just a few more hours, W will end." Because he was so engrossed in the scene and the plan before him, Ryuki didn't notice that he was being watched. A machine shaped like a red eye had recorded his every move, and the place where the data was being transmitted to was Crow's location. The look on his face was terrifyingly cold. It's finally starting. M.